What's up, everyone? Got my stuff working here. Max playing desktop audio. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. A little echo there. Welcome to Normal America Show. I'm your host, robnoerr. You may be saying, does Rob have the same shirt on as last night? Yes, I do. Yeah. Living that adult life. Now, it is clean, so you got to give me that. Thanks. There we go. I'm stuck at work. A couple more days left. And I'm doing good. So when I came in, I was only supposed to be here 3 days, and I'm on day 9. So I have 3 outfits with me, and so I'm doing laundry every day. And about an hour ago, I had a little spill here at the house, and as I was cleaning up, my shirt got messy, so I had 2 clean shirts. I did this laundry earlier. The other shirt I had on all day was in the wash, and so this is the only clean one. And that's not a big deal if you're not streaming, but when you're streaming, people are going to be like, what's this guy? He wears the same shirt every day? Maybe that'd be my gimmick, though. By the way, this is my friend's company, Cattail Resin Works. So special shout out to Jeff if you're watching. Wear your shirt 2 days in a row. I'm sure my wife's pleased with me if she's watching this. She's like, what's this guy doing? So we got a show for you tonight. No, Ogre doesn't have to deal with ads anymore. Good for you, man. Sorry to have inconvenienced you. I didn't know if I'd be able to stream tonight. It looks like I will. Yeah, we'll talk about whatever, man. We'll talk about whatever, people. We'll talk about the Barbie movie tonight. We'll shit on conservatives a little, of which I consider myself one. But why not? Let's do that too. I don't care. We'll shit on everyone. What do I care anymore, right? I was hoping to chum in Pisco tonight. Talk to him another 5 hours about FBI corruption. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Now, I did receive an offer, though when I responded, I haven't got any feedback. Tom Foolery, who hosts a panel on Monday nights, asked me if I would be interested in hopping in. He said that it's just no. Well, Vinny, we'll talk that. Pee-pee poo-poo, thank you so much for the follow. It's going to be difficult on this channel for people clearly as civilized as you, as mature as you, pee-pee poo-poo. We have a bunch of potty humor people around here, so it's nice to see someone with finally an intelligent name come in here. So thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Vinny, I mean, I'm not going to say that no one will go down, but the ultimate thing is there's only one calculation in determining whether or not Hunter Biden will be charged with serious crimes or Joe Biden will be charged, impeached, removed from office, told to basically not run again. There's only one consideration, and that is, do the people in these institutions that really are the movers and shakers and control power think that it benefits them to cut loose? What I can tell you is, I wouldn't hold my breath that the actual corrupt people at places like the FBI are held accountable. Yeah, it's not just protection around the Bidens. And this is a mistake. I was explaining this last night. Oh, so by the way, I'll say this real quick, then we'll get back to Vinny's point here. So if Tom Foolery gets back to me, it appears as if his show is less, 6 people on the panel and more. People were jumping in and out all night. There's no set topics. He said they just talk about the issues of the day. Maybe I'll hop on there for a little. Maybe not. I would need him to get back to me and send me a link, which he hasn't done yet. So that might happen. He said it starts around 9 o'clock. Right. So the mistake people make is this, and this is the mistake that Republicans are going to fall into the trap. I understand why, right? You look at the ridiculous treatment that Trump and people surrounding Trump have received, and your gut feeling is, I want my pound of flesh. I want people in the similar position on the other side to have to pay the price. Hillary Clinton, she was instrumental in sort of crafting this story that led to the FBI targeting of Trump's team. Or Joe Biden, he's the president. just like Trump was the president, and he's involved in things that look even more shady than what they accused of Trump. So when are they going to get their comeuppance? And it's a fair point. They deserve to get their comeuppance. But they're not the head bad guy. They're just low level. That's low level thinking. The real problem is the institutions themselves. They'll be there long after Biden. And I see this mistake being made already. People are like, we need to impeach Biden. We get rid of Biden. Hunter needs to be charged. And that's all well and good. But what you're setting yourself up, if there becomes overwhelming evidence, they might cut bait. They might say, well, okay, we got to get Hunter Biden. And then that allows them to shift the narrative to, see, we're not engaged in a double standard. See, we went after Biden. But it's after the stakes no longer matter. This was sort of the point I was pointing out today, right? So, I don't know who mentioned it, but someone mentioned it in one of the comments last night on the debate I did. If you missed it, I did a panel with Pisco, Counterpoints, and Ruminate, who now goes by the name Pondering, on sort of the double standards and things like that. And someone had made the comment, I'll be interested to see what news breaks in the next week or two, because almost every time Rob does one of these debates, a story breaks that ends up further proving him true. And that's exactly what happened today. And so now we have that Devon Archer, who was a family friend. I said he was John Kerry's stepson or something like that. That's not true. I misspoke. I get that confused a lot. He had worked in a business with John Kerry's son or stepson. Stepson, I believe. But Devon Archer is just a family friend of the Kerrys. And I was also a good friend of Hunter Biden. And he was involved in the Burisma dealing. And he's looking at jail time. So it broke today, the New York Post broke, that his testimony will be that over a dozen times he witnessed Hunter Biden give Joe Biden the phone or put the phone on speakerphone for him to talk to business associates. And that's a damning story. And of course, I commented, I was like, here we go, every time I do one of these debates. And of course, Pisco came in and said, this is a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger. That's what he said on tweet, basically on Twitter. That doesn't prove anything. Well, of course it does. If the statement's true, it proves Hunter Biden was operating as a foreign lobbyist. Because somehow they're still trying to argue that. Remember, they charged Paul Manafort with failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. And Pisco even admitted it last night. They never really charged people with that. But somehow Trump's campaign manager, they're like, now it's important to start charging. And this is something that you hear quite often when you're talking to these people on the left, or the people that are cheering for the establishment, right? They'll say things like this. Like, they'll be like, oh, we got to go after Trump. We have to raid Mar-a-Lago. You got to charge Trump for, the campaign finance violations. You got to charge Trump for, improperly handing records. You got to charge him for all this stuff. You have to. And you'll be like, well, look, my concern's more of the double standard. And so let's look and see if this is how the law has been applied in people in similar positions in the past. And it seems that's not the case. It seems that it's almost always the FBI goes after Trump as hard as possible. Trump connected people as hard as possible. And then when it's people connected to Hillary or Biden or Obama or the FBI themselves, they go after them as easy as possible, offering immunity deals and things like that. It seems to happen over and over and over again. And this is ultimately one of the defenses people will say. They'll say, well, even if that's true, that doesn't excuse Trump's behavior. And now it's time. Now it's time to start taking these seriously. So they'll be like, forget about the fact that until Paul Manafort was charged with failing to register as a foreign lobbyist. Forget about until then. Yeah, you're right. The FBI was making mistakes and they never charged anyone. But now it's time to knuckle down and we're going to start charging people. So we don't care if other people did. Okay, I say, fine. Even if we accept that, it had to start with Trump-connected people charging them. But going forward, now we'll charge people. How about Hunter Biden? That seems like a clear case. Guy has no qualifications whatsoever. Everyone admits that is remotely objective that the reason that he was hired by these companies was because his family name, because they're using him in an attempt to lobby his father, who was vice president. That's clear lobbying. And they say, but there's no proof. And what they want us to believe is like Hunter Biden's talking to Burisma and CEFC, the Chinese company. He's talking to him like, maybe my dad will be able to help out. But he's never really talking to his dad. He's never really talking to politicians or connected people in the United States. Therefore, there's no proof that he lobbied. Now, this is clearly bullshit. We know that he was lobbying. But they'll be like, we don't see the smoking gun. If this testimony of Devon Archer is true, that's it. That's smoking gun. If he's literally on the phone with these foreign business interests, and it's like, wait a minute, let me put you on the phone with my father to talk about this. Even if Joe Biden just said, hi, nice to talk to you. Can't talk now. Thanks for calling. Bye. That's still Hunter Biden lobbying. That's him operating in foreign business interests, putting them in communication with his father, who was vice president of the United States. That's lobbying. Clear cut. So if this Devon Archer testimony is accurate, it proves that Hunter Biden was lobbying for foreign... Now, he's allowed to do that. That in itself is not a crime. You could lobby. It might be unethical, but you could do that. It's just the law says you have to register as a foreign lobbyist. Hunter Biden didn't. That's clear cut. He should be charged. Just like Paul Manafort was charged. He wasn't. So all of those claims, well, okay, just because Podesta Group also was foreign lobbying with Manafort and all these other people foreign lobbied, well, okay, shame on the FBI. They didn't catch them at the time. But going forward, they'll catch everyone. Okay. Hunter Biden? Second, it proves Joe Biden's defense of all this, which was, I never even talked to my son about his business dealings, is a lie. Karen Jean-Pierre was asked about this today, and she said they've changed the narrative. They went from Joe Biden never even talked to his son about his business dealings. Now, this doesn't even pass the smell test. And this is why it's frustrating to debate these hacks like Pisco that defend this sort of corruption. They feign willful ignorance, right? They'll say, oh, maybe not, maybe. So this is what I'm supposed to believe. Look at Pisco's narrative, which part of this is true, that the Obama-Biden administration was contacting as early as 2014, 2015, in those times, about the Burisma investigation. So they were publicly saying, we think this guy Zlochevsky that runs Burisma is corrupt. We think that there needs to be an active investigation into Burisma, etc., etc. So then Joe Biden's son goes to work there, and I'm to believe that it never came up like at family dinner. Joe Biden's the point man at dealing with Ukrainian corruption. He singles out, in one case, this company, Burisma, and his son goes to work for them, and he's like, we never talked about it. Bullshit. I'm sorry, that's bullshit. Then we've seen pictures and things like that with the people from these business dealings taking pictures, golfing or eating with Biden. And the defense was, well, but he just took a photo op with them. He didn't really know they were a business person connected to his son. Bullshit. Now, if his son was like, Dad, I'm on the phone with Burisma. Here, will you take the call? He knew. That's conversations with his son. And so now they've changed the narrative since they were caught lying. They're like, well, he wasn't in business with his son. Well, that's different. That's not the excuse that was given. The excuse that was given was, he never even talked about these business deals. Now it's like, well, of course he did. And this is constantly how bad faith these people are on the left. They'll blow smoke up your ass and tell you that the most obvious things didn't happen. We don't know if Joe Biden talked about. We don't know if Hunter Biden was being paid and was then lobbying. We don't know. And then once you have to painstakingly somehow be able to prove, okay, now we have testimony that seems to be the case. They're like, well, of course it happened, but that's not a bad thing anyways. They constantly do this. Still didn't get back. Tomfoolery still didn't get back to me. So it looks like I won't be doing that. That's okay. So it shows that Biden lied. It showed that Hunter Biden was acting as a foreign lobbyist. It also shows that Burisma clearly wanted Biden to cooperate them in crafting a message about corruption. Now, Pisco's defense of this is going to be as follows. But this undercuts Rob's narrative, because Rob's narrative is Viktor Shokin, the Ukrainian prosecutor, freezes assets in early February, and then Burisma's, representatives reach out to the Biden State Department, the Obama-Biden State Department. But in actuality, they were reaching out beforehand, and that's true, and there are emails out there that show that what was going on, one of the things, these calls that allegedly happened that Devon Archer supposedly is going to testify to, I think there's a 50-50 shot that he ever testifies. I don't think he'll testify. He's been putting it off over and over. But supposedly, and I just want to say this clear, this source that we're reading from that was in the New York Post, it could be incorrect. It's possible. But we're operating under the assumption the House committee saying this is what they were told he was going to say. So we'll see. But if it's true, that's what we're talking about here. This call happened days after an email was sent kind of saying, look, the New York Times writing a story about this possible corruption, and they want like sort of comments about Hunter Biden being here. And the New York Times did do a story right around that time where they were like, the appearance of it's complicated that Hunter Biden's working for this corrupt company. And Pisco and them will say, well, yeah, that's fine. They could reach out. That's why they are reaching out. Not because Victor Shokin was investigating him. That still isn't going to help their case, though. Because while it is true that there were people in the Obama-Biden State Department saying, we want Victor Shokin gone, and they were even suggesting putting pressure on Poroshenko, the Ukrainian president, to do that, they didn't really put their foot down and say, that's it, you're not getting this money, until the assets were frozen of Zlochevsky. So there's a bunch of hemming and hawing contacts between Burisma and the Obama-Biden State Department. We had previously, I believe in 2014, emails that show that executives of Burisma were emailing Hunter Biden like, we need you to smooth over this corruption shit in the United States. We also have a 1023 saying that Zlochevsky personally said, I paid $5 million to Joe Biden and $5 million to Hunter Biden to get this prosecutor fired. I'm missing something here in the chat. What the hell's going on? So there's a lot of hemming and hawing. But it's not until the financial assets of the CEO of Burisma are frozen that all of a sudden that's like, okay, we need to meet with the Biden team, the Biden State Department, Obama Biden State Department. Then within a couple weeks, that's when Biden, he's later bragging, I said, you ain't getting that money unless you fire him. And guess what? They fired his ass. And they replaced him with a guy that was good at that time. That's the words of Joe Biden. And then we also know, and then when I brought this up, what's the left try to say when I debated this with Destiny? He goes, maybe Biden was just blowing smoke up her ass. Maybe that never happened. Okay, there's another hoop that you have to jump through. You have to believe Biden when he's making denials, but when he's admitting to doing shit, clearly Biden's lying. We don't trust him then. So then we now have phone calls, recorded phone calls between then Ukrainian President Poroshenko and Biden, where Poroshenko's saying, look, we didn't see any corruption with Shokin here, but because you wanted us to fire him, we did. And Biden's like, okay, now we could get you that $1 billion. So we know that happened. So it's not going to help Pisco's narrative. Just because this Devon Archer testament, that's how Pisco's spinning it. Oh, this puts a hole in Rob's narrative. Because if it's true that they were just reaching out because these assets were frozen, well, this shows they were reaching out before. Sure. And sure, there were exchanges even publicly going on from Biden and others saying, we don't like Shokin. Of course. Shokin was the one that was tasked with investigating Burisma. They didn't want them to find out what was going on with Joe Biden's son or with the monies that was corrupt that was coming to him. Just optically, it looked bad. So they'd rather the investigation be buried. Which, by the way, is the end of the story. That's what happens. They were so and that's what Pisco can't get out of all this. If we accept Pisco's versions of events, the entire world, the European Union, the IMF, the Obama-Biden department, they're pissed off that this Shokin guy's corrupt. And one of the big ways that he's corrupt is he's letting this corrupt company, Burisma and Zlochevsky, off the fucking hook. And they're mad about it. And they're actually writing specifically about Zlochevsky and Burisma and how he's corrupt. And so finally, they can't stand with no more. The old Popeye, right? Can't stands it no more. So they're like, that's it, get rid of this prosecutor, you're not getting $1 billion. They get rid of the prosecutor, the investigation goes over to the NABU, which is an organization that the Obama-Biden administration trusts, and they bury the investigation. And Pisco's like, oh, no, it's not that Obama and Biden and the Europe all thought Zlochevsky was guilty. It's not that. It's just that they wanted an investigation, and they didn't feel that Shokin was investigating. But then when it went to the NABU, and the NABU took less than a year to be like, okay, nothing to see here, all charges dropped, just a small civil fine, that was satisfactory towards them. Bullshit. Bullshit. Everybody knows that's not true. The other thing it shows, what this Devon Archer news shows, is the FBI could have ascertained this information from Devon Archer for years now. In fact, the first contact that we're aware of chronologically is from the 1023 that Grassley released. 2016, 2017. I think the earliest date we have is March 2017. That a confidential human source that the FBI trusted was saying, I was on the phone with Zlochevsky, and he said that Bidens were paid this monies. There's no reason that this shouldn't have been a series. All of the claims of, and Pisco will make when he's defending, and the lefties will make, almost all of them, will make when they're defending the corrupt Russia collusion investigation, all stems from the same thing. And Pisco said it last night. Well, the allegations were so severe. Russia hacked a server, and the FBI and everyone believed that Russia hacked this server. And so it would have been malfeasance for them to not investigate. Okay, but that doesn't mean they had to spy on George Papadopoulos. That doesn't mean they had to get a wiretap. That doesn't mean they had to investigate Trump's team. They could have investigated Russia without doing that. But that justifies everything in their mind. And I've been having this debate since 2017. I could show you on blogs like Above Top Secret that I was on when I'm arguing with people about this. And basically what they say, because I said, here's what will happen. Show me the person, I'll show you the crime. They wanted to take out Donald Trump, so they just had to come up with... I was saying this shit in 2017. It's like, here's what's going to go down. They will come up with any reason to excuse looking into Trump. And they, like me, assume that anybody at the prominent stage in national politics, particularly a lifelong businessman and billionaire like Donald Trump, there's probably some sort of crimes he's connected to in some way. Maybe completely unrelated to ever running for office or anything like that. Tax evasion or something. Even if he didn't do it, there'll be enough to investigate and possibly bring charges and stymie him up. And when that investigating leaked to the press, embarrassing details like P dossiers and shit like that. And I said, what will happen will be, they'll eventually find someone somewhere to charge with a crime. And it might be completely unrelated to what we were told, Russia collusion. But they'll say, okay, you're right. There were abnormalities in how we started the investigation. But look, we got Paul Manafort for a FARA violation in 2013. Right, when he was working with Hillary's campaign managers group, the Podesta group. I wonder who was in office that they could have been lobbying to in 2013. Oh, that's right, Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. Oh, George Papadopoulos allegedly misremembered some dates and lied about that. Nothing to do with the substantive charges of Russia collusion. But to this day, like lemmings, that's what you hear from the left. What do you mean that it was a sham investigation? It charged people. See? It got Papadopoulos, it got Manafort. 12 anonymous Russian spies that they had to drop the charges of. All Dushin's is one of these guys. Appropriate name, Dushin's. LOL of the left. What term would you use? Go ahead, Dushin. One of these brainiacs. It's just like, you can't differentiate from the sides. There's no left, man. There is no left, man. There is none. Labels like don't exist, man. My name's Dushin's, I'm above all you people here. Left doesn't exist, man. It's on this plane of existence we're on. It's everyone is part of the whole and connected. And your sin is my sin, man. And so it's when you point the finger, You have 3 pointing back at you. Why don't you call in, Doochins? Clearly you know what you're talking about. Go ahead. Let me ask you, if there's no such thing as the left, Doochins, is there such thing as the right? Let me ask you. Why don't you call in from a bath? So what, you're typing in chat on a bath? Oh, there's a right because there was something called Unite the Right, but there's no left. Yep. Okay. Well, Dooshins, here's the thing. Would you like to call in, Dooshins? We'll give you a chance to call in, and then we'll finish this out. You don't want to call in because you're bathing at this time? Well, I hate to disrupt your bath. I hate to do that. One second, let's see. All right. Looks like I might be calling into this panel. These people that say, I could basically say this is, I could guess this is sort of what Dooshins is saying. I've debated mind-numbingly stupid people like him over and over again. So my guess is Dooshins would say something like this. He would probably say that there is no left in the United States, that the Republican Party is far right or right, and the Democrat Party is just less right. But they're both right-wing or they're centrist. Okay, if you want to argue your point, you could call in. What you don't get to do, let me explain, Dooshins. What you don't get to do, if you say I don't get to do, I can do whatever the fuck I want because this is my show. I offered you the opportunity to call in and explain yourself. You said you can't do so because you're in a bath. You're not going to be able to type fast enough to keep up with me, so I'll go ahead and make the point that I think you're trying to make, and you can try to type and do whatever you want until I get tired of you and then ban you from the channel. Until then, I'll say whatever the fuck I please on my channel, and if you don't like it, you can either A, call in, or B, start your own channel and build up an audience and talk to those people. I wish you well. Hopefully you can stream while you're in the bath, and you can have tons of people with your big talking points such as, there's no left, man. Now, what people like Dooshins will try to say is that there's no left in the United States, that actually it's rightist and centrist rightist or something like that. I could equally make the same argument by defining terms in the way I want. For example, I could say part and parcel of being right is to being fiscally conservative. And I could say, is the Republican Party fiscally conservative? Was Donald Trump fiscally conservative? No, they're not. Therefore, there is no right in the United States. And so if someone like Dooshins says, well, there's no left because I define the left as, the parties such as Jeremy Corbyn or something like that, Labor Party or something, or even more left-wing groups than that. That's how I define left, and I don't believe any of that exists in the United States. And I say, well, the way I define right-wing, there's no right-wing in the United States, then what are we left with? When I say left, I define that as people that colloquially identify themselves as being people that are on the left, even if your personal definition of what the left is doesn't include them. I understand that the problem in this country is more than left-wing versus right-wing. For example, it's more about establishment people versus sort of populist people, and it's certainly true that there are a lot of terrible people in the Republican Party that consider themselves right-wingers, and there's definitely true that the Democratic Party, which calls themselves left-wingers, also falls into this criticism that I'm talking about. But when I'm talking about the left and identifying people on the left that say these things, I'm not using that term erroneously. This is how they would define themselves. And although it is true that when we speak in absolutes, we'll never be perfect, the truth is that labels are necessary to human communication. And I don't have time to be like, here are the 378 people I'm talking about that specifically said this. So when I'm saying left, if you're someone who thinks you're on the left and you don't identify with that opinion, that's fine. But that is predominantly with the people I've interacted with and the people that you see that are the most powerful in putting the message out, whether it be people in the legacy media, people in the Democratic Party, people that have large influence and things like that in these spaces. They identify on the left, and this is the things they're saying. Now, the problem is, even though it's not a solely left-right problem, and that's kind of periphery, the problem is people that identify on the left are okay with this corruption because they identify Donald Trump as someone who's horribly corrupt that they can't stand. And so they think that because the ends justify the means because of their political beliefs, that it's okay to cheer for this targeting of double standards and things like that with Trump. Now, there are some people on the left that disagree with that. Someone like Aaron Mattei or Jimmy Dore or Glenn Greenwald. They disagree with that approach because they would agree with me that more than any specific person or politician, having corrupt institutions would be a bigger deal. So I'm not going to cheer for corruption to go after Joe Biden or Barack Obama because I don't like them, because I would be more concerned with the institution being corrupt and operating out corruptly in perpetuity thereafter. Or if I want to be selfish about it, I would understand that if I give the FBI the power to be corrupt and target people they don't like, inevitably people I like or myself will be targeted. So whether it be for moral convictions, which I have, or whether it be for self-preservation reasons, I understand that this is the biggest threat to our country, that we have these institutions that have obtained near hegemonic power and that they're targeting people that they disagree with. Right now that are predominantly people on the right. It will be people on the left. When you're trying to have this conversation and you're pointing out people that identify as part of these political movements, left or right, or political philosophies, left or right, and how one group's buying the bait more than the other group, although it's not exclusive, there are left-wing people that don't buy, and there are certainly some right-wing people that do buy into this shit. That's sort of prescribing prescriptions, not just for ending this corruption, but also how we go about convincing people in these movements that they're making mistakes believing this stuff just because they don't like a particular person in Donald Trump. But then some big brain comes along like you and goes, but man, there's no such thing as the left. And all it does is obfuscate from the conversation that we're trying to have in the first place. Did I catch wind of CBS saying Trump will be indicted tomorrow? I'm not surprised that I called this. He'll be indicted this week. I called that last week. And that's exactly why so many people have been ignoring all the obvious stories of Biden corruption, because they know that the narrative will completely shift once Trump is indicted in the Georgia case and in the January 6th case. And then it'll be Trump, 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 Trump. And when you're like, wait a minute, I'm going to go back and talk about this Biden corruption, they'll say, that's what aboutism, we want to talk about Trump. That's what they'll say. So, douchins, I give you a chance to call in. You have lived up to your name. Certainly are a douchin. So, thanks so much for participating. I choose to spare you having to talk to someone who clearly erroneously, like me, believes that the left exists. Goodbye. All right. What? Oh, my goodness. This is a mess. Do I have this channel? Oh, there we go. The left doesn't exist, man. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, man. Please. I don't group people. Right. Then how do you talk about anything? The people that say that shit are a liar. I told this story once before. When I started college, I was a communication major. I wanted to be a journalist, believe it or not. And I had, almost all my professors were lefty, but it wasn't, I only had one that was really batshit crazy. And this was right after 9/11. I had a professor that was Islamic and basically was like, the U.S. deserved 9/11. And this is like 2002. So this is a year, like September 11, 2001, I was a senior in high school. September 2002, I'm a freshman in college. I'm just starting college. And this professor, not a year after September 11th, it's like, the U.S. is the great Satan. Basically, they deserved it. To the point where basically the university quietly let that professor go. They said he had health problems, let him go with like 4 weeks left in the semester, and basically gave everyone A's because he wasn't keeping notes and grades. So they give you like a shitty comprehensive test, and everybody got A's and B's depending on how you did in the test. Other than that, I think my professors were left wing, but it wasn't egregiously. And I had this professor, I actually kind of liked him. I can't remember his name, but sort of a heavy-set younger guy. And we were talking about gatekeeping in the news and things like that. And one day we walked into the class and he said, we were talking about stereotypes. And he said, are stereotypes bad? And everyone's like, yeah, stereotypes are bad, blah, blah, blah. And he says, let me ask you a question. Raise your hand if you've ever used stereotypes. What do you want to say to Chad? What? Quiet there, Siri. Oh, 1 second. I got a message I gotta check. Stupid Siri. What was I talking about? Oh, do any of you ever used stereotypes? Out of like 16 people in the class, I was the only one to raise my hand. And for the next 10 minutes, it was me arguing with people. I'm like, all of you have used stereotypes. All of you. No, we don't. We don't label things like that. We don't group. I'm like, you're full of shit. You're a human. Of course you do. For example, have you ever been to Egypt? Do you have an idea of what Egypt looks like? Do you have an idea of what an Egyptian person looks like? That's a stereotype. Stereotypes are inevitable. It makes sense evolutionarily why we have stereotypes. Imagine our ancestors in the tribal stage seeing a saber-toothed tiger and going, now wait, let's not rush to judgment here. Perhaps that's a friendly cat. Maybe that snake's a decent snake. Like, it's ingrained to us, and even when it comes to humans, we're tribal by nature. And tribalism certainly has a lot of negatives to it. But there are also positives to tribalism, and it's also inevitable. And to pretend otherwise is nonsensical. Anyone that wants to bullshit you and tell you that they're somehow above this basic human nature is bullshitting you. They're lying to you, like that Dushin's guy. I don't group people. Yes, you do. You absolutely do. You wouldn't even be able to effectively communicate in a way that people could understand if you didn't. For example, if you say the Democrats, you've grouped people. If you say the New York Yankees, you've grouped people. If you say men, you've grouped people. If you say young people, you've grouped people. One of the lowest educational forms, the most conceited, nonsensical, worthless opinions you could have, is when you think that you're making an intelligent point by going, but not everyone. So if I was to say, on average, men are stronger than women, and your response is, but not all men, no shit. We don't have to say that because we assume all of us are operating on a at least bare minimum education and intelligence level. And if you feel that you have to mention that, then you're not operating on that level, and perhaps you ought to go elsewhere with your time, because I don't have enough time to dumb down the conversation for you over and over and over. But thanks for playing, douchins. All right, let's see if I jump on this panel. I don't know how long I'm going to stay. If it's just nonsense gossip shit, I have no interest. So I don't know what to expect from this. But this is tomfoolery's panel. So let's see what we got here. We got Smith, Tom, and Quibbles Over Coffee. All right. Might lose me visually here for a minute. Thanks for playing, douchins.
And more, but that's the main like crux of it, is I just want to think about things, I just want to talk about stuff, and I want to like improve my own thoughts and positions. What's up, Rob?
Not much. How you guys doing?
I think
doing well, man. Been a long time.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
I think most of the politics only exists as a mechanism for drama, or as a medium for drama, like, because most of the people don't care about like voting and shit. Like most of these fucking Twitch viewers they're all like incels and shit. They don't actually care. I think they just want to see people fighting and stuff. Like none of them are doing canvassing, you know.
I don't know if that's quite true. I think that a lot of people, like, okay, there's a couple of things that I would push back on that. Number one, like the majority of the audience that comes in, whether they are like, even now at this point, they still are in this category. I would say the majority of people who like start in like Twitch poll start when they're young and stupid. So like when they're like in high school. And I think that high schoolers, when they read history of like, this is what the president did in 1906 or whatever. And therefore they understand, because that's how we talk about history, that as though that's the thing that actually drives history. Because we only talk about like the flashpoints, we only talk about like the very big things that happen. We like talk about history in the context of like battles, right? And so because we're all talking about like Martin Luther King as this massive thing, rather than talking about like individual things that happen on a more localized level, and individual pushes like within individual cities, I think that gives us a skewed understanding of how you affect policy and how you affect politics. So like older people interact with politics very differently than young people do. And I think that like one of the things that we have to grapple with as a generation is that we've grown up with a very different media landscape than previous generations have, because like, as you're saying, Smith, this whole like drama nonsense thing, we used to talk about the drama nonsense like stuff within the context of our city, right? And we used to talk about like our local newspapers as like the thing that we understood our news through. And now that we're having our news and our like drama, whatever sort of media analysis stuff that we're we're growing into as young people, because that's all happening at a national scale, albeit at a very small scale of like not a huge audience, yes, but at a national scale. Because that's how we're interacting with it, I think that means that we're not directly propelling ourselves from just being idiots online who like to play and like, you know, talk about this shit into stuff that is actually relevant, because we aren't building, like as a movement or as like individuals, connections that are useful on the ground down the line, whereas like local newspapers used to.
Well, I think a big part of Twitch poll grew in like 2016 era and stuff, when there was the Bernie Sanders kind of thing, and a lot of young people were really inspired, and I think that made a lot of young people want to watch people talking about politics and stuff. And I think that inspiration has kind of died off, and where it was always kind of a vehicle for drama, now I think the drama is now taking a front seat, even the politics, the actual politics, the local politics, anything that means anything is taking a backseat, and we're talking about like social analysis and, you know, like systems and stuff like that.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't know exactly what we're talking about here with Twitch poll. I think would everyone agree that it's overwhelmingly dominated by particularly the younger people in a left-wing space. You know, a lot of the politics that came up on Twitch when it started and today seems to have more of a left-wing bent. I think YouTube saw some more right-leaning people, your Milo, your Sargon, people like that, kind of had a YouTube following. But Twitch itself, if we're just talking about Twitch, was predominantly left, and it's still that case today. Mm-hmm. And it's an advantage and disadvantage to those of us that don't consider ourselves on the left. It's a disadvantage because you're always outnumbered and there's less viewers, but it's also an advantage because if you're articulate on the right, there's a market for you. Anyone who wants to engage, I could get on a panel basically anytime I want, except the people that know that I'll wreck them, because they need right-wingers. But unfortunately, if you're a left-wing streamer, there's dozens of you, right? And so that you have to be more exclusive in some way to stand out from that crowd. I just have to, you know, not cheer for Nazis and defend right-wing principles, and that sets me apart as sort of unique on Twitch politics. And I think what you're seeing is that inevitably the Bernie, I don't think you're wrong, Smith, did I get your name right there? I don't think you're wrong that a lot of this started with Bernie, because it was younger left-wingers, a sort of Bernie Sanders-esque left version of like SOCDEM or socialism and things like that. And I think part and parcel to that is sort of a belief in the moral certainty of these people, and therefore they thought that the ends justified the means. You can see this on college campuses where they feel totally vindicated in censoring right-wing people and thinking right-wing people don't just disagree, but they're evil. There's been great work done by this by Heterodux Academy and Jonathan Haidt, who himself's a left-winger, that says that predominantly what we see is right-wingers on campus can understand the positions of left-wingers, but left-wingers just think right-wingers are evil. And so because of that, they felt totally confident, like, it's not just enough to disagree with someone like me, or even someone like Tom that I don't think's as that left-wing. They would want us to not be platformed. Don't platform these people, censor them. And the inevitable endgame of that is you'll eat yourself, right? And I think the other thing along with that, what talking about the drama focus is, when it was Trump in office, when it was perceived as it was the others, it was these evil corporations, it was these right-wingers, these fascists like Trump that were in power, it was easy to come on Twitch as a leftist and talk about how the man is evil. Well, they are the man, right? All the corporations agree with them now. Black Lives Matter, trans issues, the Democratic Party. And so they don't want to talk about the failures of that. They don't want to talk about how bad the Biden administration is. They don't want to talk about the corruption in these scandals. They want to talk about how it was all easy to say Black Lives Matter, but it was a big scam where people were grifting, didn't really believe in the cause, and were getting bunches of money. So instead, what's the convenient thing to do for viewership? Oh, did you hear what Tom, I saw this on Twitter, Tom. Well, you're pretending to be yourself, and you're going on Reddit, and you're like, who gives a fuck? It's stupid. No one gives a shit about this in the real world.
Even if
that's what we
even
talk
if you
about
did it, who cares?
Yeah, I don't give a shit in the least bit, and that's what frustrates me. Like, you know, I don't give a shit about this Andrew Tate drama. I don't give a shit about the Groypers stuff. I care about issues. Very rarely do I care about the personal drama. Who did Destiny sleep with this weekend? Oh my gosh, how much money does Hassan have? It's so fucking stupid. It's so hard. And these same people that, even if I disagreed with them, they had shit to say in 2016 about politics, but now that doesn't get the clicks. Because the audience, and let's be honest, if you're someone whose career is being a streamer on Twitch politics, you got to please your audience, whether you're consciously changing your position or you're doing it unconsciously because you want those viewers. And the average Bernie-type Democrat, they don't want to tune in and hear about the failures of Joe Biden, or look at how they gang up on people on the left that do that, like Jimmy Dore. Instead, you want to hear drama. That gets the clicks, and it's Jerry Springer-esque. It just is.
Okay. I don't think anybody actually ever cared. Tom, do you have anything to say, or because we've all through? Okay, I don't think anybody actually cared about any of the actual politics or like actual political action at all. I think there was a point where people seemed to care about learning about different political philosophy or different perspectives, and like it doesn't eventually kind of understand different perspectives, and there's not much more to learn. So at that point, then I mean, I'm honestly, I don't even care about a lot of the politics. I'm so disconnected from knowing what Biden is even doing, but the politics of the Twitch space is interesting to me. The politics of and the like psychology and like personal stuff is interesting to me. But like I don't even think about politics. I don't even consider myself a political streamer.
Well, I think there's some truth to what you're saying about were the Bernie type people in 2016 that you guys mentioned that got into Twitch, Paul, did they really care about politics? I think a lot of people, there became this burgeoning movement, particularly after Bush. By the way, I was a right-winger that hated Bush, that I marched. When I was in college, in 2002, I started college, right? I was in the debate community, which was the left of the left, right? It was as left as you could get collegiate debate, right? And they viewed me as this sort of quirky, like funny right-winger. And the reason that they could tolerate me was on the big issue of the day, the Iraq War, I'd march right with them. I was going to the marches. All my left-wing friends were like, you're fucking crazy on your low taxes stuff, but good for you being a Ron Paul guy against the war. So I was cool to be friends with them. They were cool with that, right? I question seriously, because now some of those people are the biggest pro-CIA, pro-war people that exist. All it took was Barack Obama's an articulate, cool guy, first black president, which I'm not going to belittle how important that would be to people that identify on the left. I get that. And so he basically continued Bush's policies. And then Donald Trump was the avatar of everything they hate. And Trump questioned the CIA. And just like that, in 12 years, the most visceral anti-war lefties are now the biggest cheerleaders for the military-industrial complex. So what this shows to me is I think you're partially right. I don't know how many of those people actually cared about politics. I think that it was a cultural zeitgeist where these people realized it was a community, a way to be popular. It was the cool thing. Just like, bell bottoms were cool. It was just cool to be anti-Iraq war. It was cool to be anti-Bush. It was cool to be pro-Bernie Sanders. It was cool to be Occupy Wall Street. And I took that shit seriously. I looked at the things in those movements that I liked, and I said, I like this about Bernie. I like this about Occupy Wall Street. And then I said, this is what I don't like. And I thought the people I were engaging with, the mistake I made was they also were looking at it that way. But it wasn't. It was just a movement. It was like they don't give a shit. Go ahead.
Is your goal just to sort of understand your own views and understand other people's views as best you can at a national level, or is your goal to affect any sort of change?
My number one goal and the reason I stream is because I find it entertaining. That and I know that's an unsatisfactory answer to most of my audience.
That's fair.
But that's
fair, yeah.
I don't do this as a career. I have a full-time job. In fact, I'm at work right now. I'm off the clock. But I make as much money. I make a little less money than I put into my stream. I probably make like $50 a month. I pay $50 a month for restream. So, I would like to affect change in a positive way. But because entertainment for myself is my primary reason, I love debate. I debated in college, then I became a debate coach, and so I argued with people on blogs before I ever had a YouTube channel because I'm a boomer and didn't understand technology, and I had people talk me through they were like, hey, you should do videos, and I'm very timid in my first YouTube videos. I'm not doing debates, it's just me like, let's talk about this Russia collusion stuff. And then I got into like the debate sphere. Tom, you're one of the early people I think that were on panels with me. Dylan Burns panel, Prime Cave's panel. Then I started doing one-on-one debates like people like Destiny. I love that. I love debate for two reasons, because I learn shit myself and because I do view it as a challenge. I enjoy the challenge of sort of being competitive, and it's a way to keep doing that. But I also have to be true to myself. I'm not lying or anything. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Are you like, okay, so you happen to be debating sometimes real issues. Mm-hmm. Would it be different in your mind if you were debating like superheroes and shit like that? Like, is there a reason that this is specifically politics for you?
Yes. So there is a difference. So, for example, when I'm hanging around with my friends, I try not to devalue real relationships I have because of politics. So if I'm hanging out with left-wing friends and we're debating, it ain't politics. It's like, who is the best person to ever wear the number 15 in Major League Baseball? Or who is the best superhero? Shit like that, And I enjoy those discussions too. But I do have an affinity for politics because the debate that I learned in college largely was philosophical and political in nature. And what I saw is, I was just talking about this on my channel, I believe that I am tribal. I think we all are. I think it's inevitable. And tribalism, there's certainly bad things about it, but there's also good things about it. I don't begrudge white people that want to focus on white issues, or black that focus on black, or Muslims, or women, or men, or gay people, or trans, whatever. You have the affinity for the group you want. The affinity I have is rural Americans. I feel that rural Americans have gotten a shit deal, and they have almost no voice in our culture. Like, none. Like, entertainers don't speak to them, they mock them, they treat them with disdain, and that's despite the fact my community, where I grew up my whole life, people are massively struggling. Like, massively. Like, they're struggling to get by. Every year, I know people that lose houses, that are dying of drug addiction, and there's no voice. They're just treated with, oh, fuck them, they're old white people, who gives a shit, old coal mining, who cares, it was bad for the environment anyways. So those are the issues, that's the lens that I look at things. I look at, like, for example, I focus on corruption as my primary issue, because I see people, regardless of what you think of, like, Donald Trump, I see people that never were involved in politics their whole life, and this billionaire from Manhattan starts speaking, and they're like, that guy speaks to me. I criticize Trump all the time. It doesn't matter if that's right or wrong. But what interested me was that's the perception of these people. Why? And then how was that treated? They've got their hopes up to get active politically finally in their life, and they feel like they've got shit on ever since. He's a Russia collusion person. You're all racist. You're all Nazis. He said Nazis were good people, blah, blah, blah. And so they feel like the entire system's rigged. And I think they're right. And so that's why I have an interest. It stems from my interest in caring about my community that I see as not having a voice. And that's why my interest is primarily political.
Well, I think most people are, like you said, like, everybody's very tribal. And I think that is the main goal, is, like, as humans, we care what other people think, and we care how we represent ourselves. We want other people to like us. We want other people to think we're cool. And a lot of politics, everybody's interested in politics these days. Everybody has something to say. They all have an opinion, because you have to be part of a group. You got to be, like, in with the cool kids. You got to be part of the people that you like. And so talking about politics, pushing certain policies, this is always a good way to, like, try to convince people into your camp. Everybody always says, like, both sides are saying, that side is advocating against their own interests. This is what both sides say this, right? They're both, left and right, are always saying the other side's just advocating against their own interests, because that's what you want them to believe. You want them to believe that you're the guys who actually have their best interests at heart, and that you're the people who are actually going to, like, take them to the promised land, or get them the good deals, or whatever. And so I think, like, convincing people, yes, we're the good group, we're the group that's actually better, we're the group that you should want to be a part of, is the main thing. All of the other stuff kind of comes after that. Like, once you're on the team, you just follow the team talking points and say the things you're supposed to say. And most people will just, they'll say whatever CNN says, they'll say whatever Fox says, they'll just say the things that they know that they're supposed to say to be part of the group. And I think that's, like, step number one, is just getting them on the team, and then you're kind of golden from there.
Well, it depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to win elections, for example, then right, that's absolutely, you're right about the bias thing. We all have bias. What I try to do is, let's say that there's a scale of, like, we'll say a left-right scale, right? And a story comes up, and it falls somewhere on being damaging for one of those sides. So it's like here, it's like 75% left, right? If your lens is you're a right wing, it's going to skew the way you view that story. So maybe here's the line, and the story falls right here, and your line's this big. So it meets there where, as a right-winger, you're able to pull that with your bias all the way over here to spin it that much. And what I try to do is understand that I'll always have that bias, but try to limit it in scope enough that I'm able to be somewhat objective. And so I could say, I think Trump's been terribly mistreated in a bunch of corrupt ways. However, I'm able to look at stories and say, yeah, Trump fucked up here. This was bad on Trump. I'll give you an example. Like, I'm a fiscal conservative. There were all these Tea Party people that were upset about Obama blowing out the budget. Then their guy Trump gets in office, and what's he do? Blows out the budget. Where are the Tea Party people? well, it was different when our guy did it. Bullshit. No, it's not. Right? That's exactly what the Democrats will say. They'll say, well, when we do it, we're spending money on good causes, but when Republicans spend money, it's on bad causes. If you're for restrained budgets, you should be for restrained budgets. You don't say, well, when our guy's there. And so I criticize, and I'll admit, there are a lot of right-wingers that fall into that trap. Where I differentiate, and I agree with you that that's how people are. And it doesn't just work politically like that. Like, let's say all 4 of us are streaming right now. I don't know if everyone is. And we all have audience. We all have the equal audience, 50 people watching each of us. Chances are that 90%, if we're all disagreeing with something in our own way, 90% of each of our own audience is going to agree with us. Because they're tribal, and they know us, and they're cheering for us. And so it doesn't matter if us 4 could turn off the camera and go, yeah, Tom crushed us. He absolutely won that debate. Our audience, if they don't hear us saying that, they're going to say, Smith crushed that debate. Rob crushed that, right? That tribalism exists. What I differentiate is the tribalism that really matters, that we should be focused on, is people in positions of power. And the irony, of course, is the left has always believed this, right? Just listen, they'll say things like this.
I don't agree.
What's that? You don't agree with
that? I don't agree with that. I don't think that the focus should be on people with power. I think it should be people with power that you have the ability to affect. Well, so one of the things that I get really pissed off about is when people are constantly insulting Putin in American politics and like, blah, 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 this is how Putin is terrible, blah, 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 or, you know, whoever it might be in foreign policy. When, like, fuck off, I don't care. Like, yeah, they're bad, sure, but you're exclusively, as an American involved in American politics, your focus should be exclusively on Americans and how you can affect the views of Biden or Trump or DeSantis, whoever it might be, who might actually be able to affect policy that you have some degree of control over. So if we're thinking about like who we should be giving our focus on from a political perspective, like the majority of your focus should be on a local level. The majority of your focus should be on people that you're able to have undue influence over, which is the people who are the ones who,
like, you and I have had this conversation. Yeah. You and I have had this conversation numerous times where I'm telling you, most people in this space like admit they're not really political. Like they're here for the debates, they're here for the entertainment.
My contention
to,
is
like for self-improvement.
My contention is just with the idea that like what we should be focusing on, like the should is what I'm struggling with there, right? Because the idea that we should be focusing on people with power, I think is just wrong. I think you should focus on people who have power. Like I don't give as much thought to how the CEO
you're saying local politics instead of national, or
but there's truth.
Not even local politics, just like the people that you have an ability to affect over the people you don't have the ability to affect.
There's truth to that. There's truth to that. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, so with all of us, I think the people that we have the ability to affect are the viewers. So I don't, unless we got bigger and we get to like, if you're a Destiny size, you can start talking to like a politician. Maybe you can talk to maybe Zizek. He talked to, but like, but the people. He did.
I would love to talk to Zizek.
But the people that we can affect are the viewers, and we can spread ideas and stuff like that. Like if we believe that what we think is going to make the world a better place, I think that's how we can do it.
Well, you can get very meta. This is true, but it's also not the whole story, right? So, for example, I do feel a personal responsibility for the people that listen to me. I talk about some really dark shit, right? So I might talk about how the entire FBI is corrupt and should be disbanded. Now, if you take that message to heart, you could feel very bleak. Right? Oh my God, the most powerful law enforcement investigative agency in the history of the world is corrupt, and they will arrest people that they disagree with, and they'll censor people, and blah, blah, blah. That sounds very bleak. But the truth of the matter is that if you really want to get down to brass tacks, the people that you have the most influence over is yourself, your family, your friends, your loved one. And if as bleak as things get politically, sometimes things get so bleak beyond your control that it personally affects your life in a serious way. For example, if we end up in a world war, you can't just be like, well, I'm happy with my wife, so who gives a shit if my town's being bombed? It doesn't work that way necessarily. But in general, in the position we're in, people work themselves up into a fury and a lather over what I think sometimes are very real issues, where the most positive influence in their life could be working on their relationship with their wife, or working on, like, I'm trying to lose weight. If I would lose 30 pounds right now, that would be more impactful to my community, my family, my son.
It would teach.
Not just teach, but I would be around longer. It would set a good example for my son. So that's true, right? And I think that it's a black pill in the sense that it's like, well, maybe I can't. it goes back to sort of the crux of what Jordan Peterson said, which I'm not a huge Jordan Peterson stan, but the whole clean your room thing, which is like, there are things you could really affect for a positive change for yourself, your loved ones. You start close to home. That's where you start. And then once you've sort of done very good with that, you could branch out further. That's true. However, I also think that we are able to engage in these conversations in a serious way that seemingly at the individual level don't have the power. Like, I can't change what, for example, Macron says. I can't change. But because we live in this unique time where we're sort of a global community in the sense that I could talk to you three right now, and theoretically hundreds of people could be listening. 20 years ago, that wasn't possible. Like, unless we met each other through some activity or event, we would never meet each other. We wouldn't know that we may have similar interests or interesting disagreements on some of these topics. We would have never known. And so because of that, like, I find one of the arguments my audience makes that sort of speaks to what you're saying that annoys me is like, well, you're not American. Who gives a shit what you think about the president? I disagree. I think that I think that the voting system is so fucked up that our political system, and I'm not talking about voting machines flipping votes and things like that. I'm talking that you have to be a person of a certain wealth level, of certain connections to even get your hat in the ring on the national political stage, right? And basically we get to choose from puppet A or puppet B 95% of the time, and it's a big club, the old George Carlin line, we all know, right? And so I think that the way you change that is information, and that if enough of us come together, and there's historical reference for this, right? When you look back at like some of the terrible like authoritarian movements like the Bolsheviks or Mao's China and things like that, what you find is the way that they were able to control the population and be so heinous for so long was people were afraid to just speak up. Like, I read this story once. They used to have to pray to Mao out of this little red book at certain times of day, and it was ridiculous shit. They would have to, like, all say a prayer at, like, 4 p.m. that would say, like, Mao is God's gift to Earth. He's the most handsome man ever. He shot 18 hole-in-ones. Shit like that. And when they interviewed these people after Mao died, I'll be real quick. They interviewed these people after Mao died. They were like, did you believe this shit? And they were like, well, no. But I thought I was the only one. And I wasn't going to speak up because they put the axe to me. But then it turned out once Mao's gone, everyone's talking like, yeah, we all knew it was bullshit. So I do think there's utility in being able to point out, like, here is an obvious corrupt influence. Like, it's obvious that there's insider trading going on in Washington. It's obvious that our mainstream media is full of shit and they're only covering stories that slant a certain way. It's obvious that pharmaceutical industries have an interest in spinning a narrative in a certain way. Even though we don't have the power to change the CEO of Pfizer, or I don't have the power to vote for Nancy Pelosi or whoever's running against her, I think those are still important conversations.
Okay, I think that kind of conversation, it plays very well into the algorithm because everybody loves criticizing shit and people love we were talking shit about Pfizer and shit. I think that people love to hear that kind of shit, and I think it's one of the most entertaining ways to be political. But I honestly, and all respect to you, seem like I don't like that style, because I think that the best way to just, if you want to look at the most successful, like, if this is mine, but just forgive me for the crudeness, but like, Hitler was a very successful political leader. He didn't start by talking about politics. He started by talking about fitness. He started about talking about personal well-being and helping the people. So he made a movement of talking to people and how to improve their lives. And then from there, he built a movement where now, once you have a certain, now we can affect this. Now, I don't think everybody trying to get people mad about a specific thing isn't a way to build a coalition. I think building coalitions starts. And we obviously we shouldn't make like Hitler coalitions, but building coalitions starts at the people you're talking to. What can they do?
But to say that those are the only types of conversations that matter, I think is erroneous, because we're in a unique spot where things are different. So let me give you an example, right? Would you say you're closer to a left wing or right wing, Sven? I've never interacted with you, to my knowledge, so.
Left. It really depends. It really depends.
It's just the example that I'm going to try to use. So then let's look at like opposition to Vietnam. Now, most mainstream institutions other than academia, but most mainstream media, political, corporate America, probably were for intervention in Vietnam. But we had this cultural movement of young people in academia and another institution of the entertainment industry. You had all these famous musicians, artists, poets, writers that were sort of speaking up. And so you had a sort of establishment, but then you had a counterculture, right? And they were butting heads. And there was a group for each side that was able to push back. We don't have that today. The counterculture is the culture. We are in a time where the revolution is not the people in the counterculture revolting against the people with power. It is the people in the counterculture working in tandem with the people in power to go after other people that are out of power. So it's like poor rural Trump supporters are the real problem. Black Lives Matter, hashtag Starbucks, hashtag Nike, hashtag...
It's always been that way.
No, it's
always been that way.
No,
Yeah, that's not new.
Back in
no, but let's...
no back yeah.
Go ahead.
Back in the day, like with like racism, like if there in times when there was like not a lot of like different colored people, there would be in like Europe they do this not still like then different types of white people. Now you're racist, and they're like they racism, like American racism was kind of built to try to pin the poor white people against the black people.
But again, you're not that's not the entire picture of what I'm saying. What is unique is that there used to be a push against it from like young people in academia, from like people in the entertainment sector, from artists and things like that. So you had this push at one level that was pushing things that benefited sort of the powerful, and then you had these other groups that had some sort of like almost organic power, like the entertainment industry and like Woodstock and stuff like that. Now it's the if Woodstock occurred to... What's that?
Your claim is that Hollywood used to be antagonistic to
not just
politics.
Hollywood, academia, the entertainment industry. So that, for example,
I don't think that's true.
So like you would take Hollywood.
Academia has always been in cahoots with government.
Okay, so then where did the opposition to Vietnam come from?
I think that the opposition from Vietnam came from yes, people in academia, but noticeably not the leadership of academia, the students of academia, which is very different, right? You look at the free speech of UC Berkeley was a massive thing, right? Specifically because UC Berkeley, which is a government school, right, was explicitly in opposition to all of these protesters, and some of those protesters, I believe, died, right, in the UC Berkeley free speech riots,
maybe.
right, and all of that. I don't remember exactly. I believe that's true. I might be wrong. But yeah, that was not something that had the support of faculty. That was not something that had the support.
That's not true.
Of the institution.
Maybe not the administration, but it's the same is true of Hollywood, right? Right. It might be that the people that run those, so the administrators, or in Hollywood, the producers and the people that work for the film studios, but the majority of actors, the majority of professors, these students, for example, weren't just coming up with these opinions on themselves. There were professors, particularly, we could see there was a strong movement of postmodernist professors in places like Berkeley and left-wing professors that were fostering these sort of world visions. The same's true of entertainers, right? People weren't going to Woodstock and they were like, yeah, we're anti-war, but Jimi Hendrix is actually a pro-war guy and Janis Joplin's pro-war and blah, 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 because the labels that they're producing for are corporatist pigs. That's not what was going on. Very rarely are there large swells of people without some sort of collective, structure that is influencing those people. We don't have that. If Woodstock occurred,
I think that music is a reasonable example there, because, yes, you're right that music specifically was a more countercultural, more anti that which was happening in Washington movement. But I don't think that that's fair to say about academia at all.
Oh, I certainly.
That's also
the leadership.
That's also you.
In line.
That era. Sorry. That era is unique for so many reasons, especially considering music. The reason that, for one, there's so many things, but for one, music was at a time where, if a producers, they would give people a shot and they're like, go, you sound like you got something, go for it. And they'll just give somebody a microphone. Now there's way more committee and way more filters between people getting actual voice. But true. Also, it is true.
That's not true at all. It's way easier to get into the music industry today.
Okay, yes, but
fewer people to be permitted into it now than it was ever before.
But you can make a SoundCloud, but get big.
There's more people, but there is still a bit longer process. There's more roadblocks there now than there were before. So
no, that's not true at all. You needed to get a record deal from one of like the 15 different people who could give you a record deal, and there were literally like 15 people in the country who provide you a record deal that would allow you to get onto the radio.
That's what he's talking about, is with people who are going through like production companies. That's what he's talking about.
But even
but that's not the majority of the music industry, right? The way that people get to that point. Like,
yes, it is.
Justin Bieber, if you talk about like what's his name, McDonald,
that is the majority of the music industry.
YouTube, that music guy.
There's not a lot of big stuff.
People are building themselves off of YouTube.
There are lots of people. Most of them are still going through labels, bro. By far, most of them are still going through labels.
And discovered, but the point is they're getting discovered as independent things. That's a very different thing.
Right. So you have to.
Shows you.
Yeah. But the road to getting discovered is way more, and not only is that like you have to like build a to get discovered, and for them to, because they're not gonna give that shot to some rando, even if the random is good. They want a rando that already has some form of a following and proved that he's collected. They don't, back in the day, and this went with movies too. They would just because they didn't really. It was a very culturally transitional time, and they didn't really know these old producers, like for multiple industries, didn't even know what was good and what the kids liked. So they're like, you seem weird, you got a shot. That's why movies are so fucking weird. That's why you got movies like Caligula that was made by like a Penthouse director. It's like porn.
Simply going to get us something that is closer to countercultural, right? If you're allowing people to build up their own independent audience, and then once they've built up their own independent audience, they're able to then later be able to build out with historically.
Hold on. Aaron, you got a lot of noise coming through right now.
I'm sorry. But if you're able to build up like Justin Bieber did, like Lil Nas X did, like a whole number of people. I'm not at all versed in music, but like there are lots of people who've built themselves in the modern era independently, and only later became massive things in the context of the music industry.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's because.
No, but it does.
Because for the purpose of what I'm saying.
Because let me explain.
So I'm hearing a lot of old paradigm. I'm hearing a lot of old paradigm. Can I clarify some of this? I'm sorry, guys. Jimi Hendrix was your example. And I'm going to cut you off because simply you guys are all kind of arguing around a topic you don't know much about. Nowadays, the problem with the music industry is because there's so much proliferation separately, and I'll bring my camera on, that the industry itself is confused. So they pick out, like it was described, the best of the folks that are making money. Now, the difference nowadays, and this is where I'll jump off after this, is basically that folks can make money, unlike they used to. And somebody was making a point, they just used to pick up anybody they could, right? Well, that's not really true, accepting the fact that there was a push by the mobsters' kids who, the mobsters didn't know how to run the music business, but their kids were interested in the music, so they put them in the position. That's what you may be confusing. Now, for instance, I just worked for Omar Apollo earlier this year. I worked for another guy who was an actor. Both those people came through the non-establishment system, but then they became establishment because their business was valuable. Did I just lose myself? The real issue here is that there's a misunderstanding in that there's more availability, but it is just as hard at the top end in any business to achieve that wider audience, and I think streaming is a great comparison.
Yeah, so I'm not doubting that it's just as difficult. What I'm questioning is the difference that I'm pointing out is that Jimi Hendrix, like Rob was saying, is someone who was able to push forward a progressive agenda, or at the very least a countercultural agenda in the context of his
why? Right. Why? That's a very important context.
I want to finish my point here. So yes, that is something that Jimi Hendrix was able to do, but Jimi Hendrix only was able to be in the industry because he was permissioned, because he got into the industry at the beginning by having access to a record. By
Bill Graham found him in another band. That was that permission. You're misunderstanding growth of natural experience.
The permission, no, because that permission did not happen because the audience agreed that he
Did you know anybody around Jimmy? I did.
My point is that Jimmy didn't get there because of a grassroots random people just liked him. He got there because he was able to have access through people finding him in industry. And the people in industry were
the talent level. So the difference is that the talent level was much, much higher, and the standards were much higher because of the finite amount of resources available to produce those people. And that finite amount of resources was because the different kinds of media that was put out on. So you're comparing systems that are very different. We have proliferation in a very
I'm saying way. No. I'm not trying to make a claim.
Politically.
I'm not trying to make a claim. I'm not trying to make a claim about the comparative quality as musical artists of any of these people. I'm making a claim about how they were able to get to the point where they are, which is either that they were chosen by the audience, which is definitely true of Justin Bieber, is definitely true of Lil Nas X, but is not true of Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix was chosen by people in industry, and only after he was chosen by people in industry and given a shot by people in industry did he, among the people who were
Bill Graham kept escalating his performances. Bill Graham kept escalating his performances around a number of other audiences, and I can show you a bunch of. We can go look it up. There are tons of bills where Jimi Hendrix is a support artist, and he started as a background musician. His growth in that community was his prowess. Bill Graham kept pushing and based off of ticket sales. This is a business, man. It's about whether or not you do well in front of the audience, not whether or not the guy pays attention to you. It's not the 80s. It's a different time period.
I know it's a different.
Okay, if I can jump in here. If I can jump in,
a clarification of the difference between how they both got to the success that they had.
If I can jump in, I think that there's. I understand the points that both people are making, right? But what I'm trying to say is this: it's sort of irrelevant to the point I'm talking about. Like I heard Kevin Smith, the director, say this once, right? He said that it's very weird to be a movie creator today. Like, he made the movie Clerks. Basically, he got, maxed out fucking credit cards, shot in a black and white camera. It's one of my favorite movies. I love the movie Clerks. I kind of despise Kevin Smith, the person, but it's still a great movie. I love that movie. And he said that there's infinitely more technology to film a movie like Clerks right now, hell, using your iPhone, right? So the access for the individual, but along with everyone having that access means that the competition is so great now, he would have never had the success with Clerks today that he had back then, because there could be 10,000 people making a Clerks type movie and saturating the market, so he would have had more difficulty standing out. So at that point, he probably would have needed one of these studios to pick up his movie. Now, there's a lightning in a bottle chance that you could still get viral or something like that without that, but you're still in both. I don't think that it's unique in the way that you're trying to lead on there, that today it's back then you needed the big studios.
No, I think there's a difference.
Well, there might be a difference, but the point that I'm talking about,
if you look at the charts today, the number of people on the charts today who were chosen by the populace comparative to the number of people in previous generations who were chosen by the populace, compared to people who were chosen by people in industry, it is a lower number of people who've made it, who are chosen by people.
You're comparing a different system. Okay, so Billboard charts are run by a corporate structure, so they're not going to take into consideration, unless you look at the charts that are specified to those selling tickets or those coming up the ranks. Now, that top echelon of top 40, that is controlled by a whole system that still deals in the terrestrial radio zone, as well as the interests of that company system. So you're talking about two different ecosystems. And one of the most amazing things about the today is that people like, and I'll say Omar Apollo again, it can sell out small arenas and have a very substantial business model that you couldn't have before because of the way that we have access to the tools. Now, I want to bring it back to the political side of this because it's important. I was just looking at this today, literally, that it's very important to understand that the political proliferation and the minimized access to those tools at the time period were why you got people like Ginsburg and Kerouac pushing from the beatniks into the hippies via social and political movements that were associated to things like, just civil rights in general and the hippie movement. Now, once you get to the hippie movement and the modern day push into what we know now, there's an extreme amount of change of both proliferation efforts, the different ways that people see these efforts because of that time period kind of burning people out for a long time, and the cynicism, man. I'm seeing a lot of doomer cynicism too that doesn't allow for politics to be involved.
This is interesting. So this is true not just in music either. This is true across lots of different things. I think Tucker Carlson is a really interesting example of this. The person who he immediately replaced. The person immediately prior to Tucker Carlson was O'Reilly. And O'Reilly was only fired, in 2017, 2016, something around there, right? And when O'Reilly got kicked out, immediately, within a matter of a month, less than a month, he went from being one of the most important people in the national conversation of politics to being completely irrelevant. And Tucker Carlson, whatever you might think of him, is not all of a sudden irrelevant now that he was fired. And I think that the reason for that is because we are no longer in a context where Fox News is able to make a decision of who does and does not matter in the context of conservative politics. And I think that is a massive difference. I think that's why I think that Rob, your idea about this countercultural expectation, I think is a little bit wrongheaded, because I think that the countercultural is no longer something that is necessary in the same way that it was in previous generations.
I think you're actually proving my point. I think you're proving my point.
Because I think that, I think the countercultural has won in a lot of ways.
Let me explain.
It's a good thing.
Let me explain why.
Yeah,
the difference is this, right? So back in the day, there was a reason, right? It's very interesting to listen to people, the two perspectives on music industry and things like that. What we do know is this: there seemed to be the sort of institutional power in the 60s that were saying one thing, and then people in the entertainment sphere that were considered sort of the biggest entertainers seemed to be at least vocalizing against that. Now, you could have nuanced arguments that say Hendrix didn't really believe what he was saying, or LBJ didn't believe what he... But aside from that, the public messages that were going out there, and I do believe that a lot of the entertainers actually were vehemently anti-Vietnam, etc. Today, it's the opposite. Today, the mainstream entertainers that have the biggest audience and things like that, whether they were found virally and they're doing their own thing and they just happen to agree with these voices, whether those voices in positions of power like the Democratic Party or corporate America or social media companies or things like that, maybe they're just bullshitting. They're saying, yeah, we agree with these lefty causes, we agree with these progressive causes, but their narrative is all in lockstep, right? So instead of, it's not Rage Against the Machine would be a good example. Rage Against the Machine, Tom Morello, right? They're out there listen to what the politicians are telling you. Listen to what the pharmaceutical companies telling you. Support the CIA and their efforts in places like Ukraine. We need to censor dissenting information. Those are pro-establishment arguments. And people that I respect, I was into death metal and punk music. The first concert I ever went to, I was 16 years old. I saw the Dead Kennedys. I love the Dead Kennedys, right?
On you.
Yeah. Sure. But unfortunately, it was without East Bay Ray, or it was without Jello, because him and East Bay had a conflict going. So there were two, but it was cool. I still got to see East Bay Ray, and it was a great show. It was fantastic, right? That was the first show. I like bands like the Sex Pistols. What's his name from the Sex Pistols? Johnny Rotten. He came out and was like,
all right, hold on. Somebody needs to cut you off because you talk I know you know this about yourself, right?
Go for it.
Okay, cut me off. You had something to say. Go ahead.
Say something. If you got something to say,
Okay, the thing about now and versus then is that right now, the counterculture, so people don't trust the establishment. People don't trust the establishment now. So the counterculture is actually people saying to trust the establishment. Back then, back in the 60s and 70s, no, everybody trusted the establishment, and it was you had to have Hendrix and shit and to have people say, no, don't trust them, don't go along with the war. So it's the opposite, but it's still the same thing.
Okay, so thanks for interrupting me. Thanks.
Yeah. So we have a good. Actually, it was a decent interruption. At least he didn't use an ad hominem. That's been my favorite, by the way. The segue of the ad hominem into a point. It's come on, people. Anyway, no, I think there's a great point. I think instead of counterculture, what we call it is subculture, because it is more fragmented and factionalized. So I think maybe the term, and this is where the linguistics would help us, is that where the hell does that happen? And because we don't use the term counterculture anymore as a facet of artistic intent or political intent. And this is fascinating because I was literally listening to Yablonsky, and Kerouac and Buckley all converse about this exact topic, which is why I hopped up here as what was the topic of my show today. And these are very different countercultural entities. One that represents almost a republicanism that also has an intense creativity. And by the way, if you're not familiar with the Beat Generation, folks, very many mirrors to this current generation online. A lot of them, incredible amounts of them. And yet, that the next generation, which is the Yablonsky crowd, which is more the guerrilla art scene and the true counterculture as we know it now. these types of labels and ideas have disappeared into the subculture fractionalization. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on that, because I think it's like we've just integrated into minutia.
A month ago, I went into Spotify with my friend. I like to type in funny words into the search, and I typed in incel. There's so much music with incel in the name, so many bands. There's so many songs like with incel in the name. Yes, it's a lot. It's like, and it's like tons of.
But listen, if we get back, hold on. What I'm saying is that that's fragmented because like, so there is like a really strong. There's so many people doing this countercultural stuff, but it's so fragmented and small. Well, that might be true, but what I'm talking about, right? What I'm talking about, the question, the way we got onto this topic.
Joe Rogan is not small. It's not true. When we're talking about Tucker Carlson, he's not small. It's not true. There's plenty of people who are making these making these same kinds of statements that Jimi Hendrix would about anti-war kinds of policies. There's also lots of people who are making different kinds of views, heterodox kinds of views on lots of social issues and lots of fiscal issues as well. But if we're talking about like particularly the anti-war movement, I don't think the anti-movement has reduced in size. I think it's just changed where we get it. And if we're able to get it from someone who is literally the largest podcast in the history of the world, in Joe Rogan, if we're able to get it from someone who's Tucker Carlson, who just 4 years ago would have now been completely irrelevant now that it's been booted off of Fox News, but is not irrelevant at all after being booted off of Fox News, I don't think it's true at all that we can say that's like.
So why are we on? Why are we on this conversation? Because we were talking about whether or not it's relevant to have conversations about things that you don't necessarily have immediate control over. So, for example, if I don't live in Pelosi's district, should I be talking about Pelosi? So what everyone's talking about here is further proving my point. And the reason is this. The reason someone like Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson, or before that, your Sargons of Akkad, your Milo, got so important is because there will always be a pushback for sort of contrarianism. There will always be a push for people that consider themselves against what the majority of establishment people are doing. That's sort of where your punk movement comes from in the first place. That's why I said it's ironic to hear John Lydon, who was Johnny Rotten in the Sex Pistols, who was one of the original punks, come out and say, it's odd that I've lived long enough to see the leftists become the sniveling sort of pro-establishment people that we used to say of the right. And he said in one point in 2016, despite not really liking Donald Trump, basically to be punk today is to be a Trump fan. And what he's speaking to is all of these institutions that we used to see. You would have like a President Biden. If President Biden was president in like the late 60s, you would have seen tons of influential people in academia, tons of influential people in the music industry. It would be fuck this war pig, corporatists, blah, blah, blah. And instead, almost all of those traditional venues have been sort of gradually taken over by people that are paying lip service to being the hip, cool revolutionaries, but they're in lockstep with corporate America. They're in lockstep with the establishment politicians, even on the Republican and Democrat side. And I'll just say, if I could just say, finish real quick, just this point real quick.
The weight of capitulation and Smith, you pointed this out. TOS is God to a lot of these people. Yeah, I'm going to quote you on this. I wrote that down. TOS is God to a lot of people, and that is what is part of the corporatization of our political process, the capitulation to limiting our ability to speak about these things. And really, truly, folks just start to feel like, well, I can't do anything about it. I might as well buy into it so at least I can work and live and survive or fucking be part of the fucking clique. And that is driving, I think, all of us, and I've said it again and again, to like the beginnings of fascist thinking, so that we have to go along with these big structures that we otherwise would go, no, fuck you, let's debate and question you. But instead, we're all capitulating to this, very fucking Orwellian shit, where in a lot of ways, you just said it, we're fragmented to the point where, we might as well go along with it.
And if I, and Rob, so I'm curious. I'll get to my point.
I want to point out one thing. Okay. Yeah. I want to point out one thing. What you call the establishment is your party, your camp, your tribe is also very well established. So the thing that you call the establishment is just whatever you don't like.
That's not true, right? So I could point, for example, let's take an opinion. Yes, we're all tribal. That's true, but we're talking about institutions in this country that have access to the levers of power culturally and politically, and almost every
isn't the Supreme Court like.
Do you think the Supreme, this isn't fair? Come on. Do you think the Supreme Court shares my beliefs, such as I believe? I don't know. Well, I believe we should disband the FBI. Is that something that the Supreme Court seems to suggest?
No.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're making the mistake in calling me tribal of assuming I'm saying I'm Republican, those dastardly Democrats. I think the largest dichotomy in this country is populist versus people of traditional establishment powers. So I think there is more in common with lefties in Occupy Wall Street and righties in the Tea Party than there is between Mitt Romney and Joe Biden. I think that the establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats are basically very similar to each other, and that the counter-establishment left-wingers and counter-establishment right-wingers are more similar to each other than sort of me as an For example, in 2016, I would have voted, despite being someone who's a fiscal conservative, libertarian-leaning tendencies, I would have voted for a socialist Bernie Sanders over Mitt Romney. How does that make sense if I'm a Republican? Because my issue is that I think there is a hegemonic control of these institutions that don't give a shit about average Americans. And we used to have people in positions of some of these institutions that are non-political, like powerful people in the entertainment industry, like your Jimi Hendrix, your Creedence, your Janis Joplins. You used to have those people that were providing a voice for these people.
I got a question for you. I got a very important question.
Rob, really quick before you move forward.
Before you move on.
I just want to clarify. Is the reason that you want to do that because of war? What's the reason that you want to have Bernie over Romney?
Because I feel that there is an establishment control of a big club, that the bureaucratic control is more important than any individual president or politician, and that they actually.
I'm curious, like how do you see their control as manifesting? Is it on a particular policy, or like is it just sort of the control in and of itself is the concern?
Like, take policies that are favorable that we're considered, like, for example, you're aware that, like, we all know that even though we don't hear about it a lot, there are political parties outside Republican and Democrat, right? Like, we understand.
Yeah.
So I remember seeing a slide, for example, back in 2008. Think about this. We were told repeatedly how evil places like Goldman Sachs were. The left was irate about it. I was right there with them. I thought there was a lot of criminality that went into that 2008 financial crisis. I thought Bush allowed it to occur. Republicans were allowing it to occur. Obama gets elected, and the Democrats are like, oh boy, like legitimate left-wing people that were like, good, that he's going to go after these fuckers. And one of the first things Obama did was give this famous speech to these bankers in Goldman Sachs where he said, I'm the last thing standing between you and the pitchforks. And I remember seeing this slide where they said, bailing out these bankers, Republicans, yes, Democrats, yes. And we're like, oh, well, we have to bail them out. And then it was like, Green Party, no. Constitutional Party, no. Libertarian Party, no. But the narrative we were told by everything that controls our flow of information was, we have to bail out the banks. We have to go to the Iraq War. We have to be in Afghanistan. We have to overthrow Gaddafi. All of these important issues there's uniformity on, right? And the reason that this matters is... Go ahead.
Are you saying that there is a conspiracy, or are you saying that there is a system in which it's hard to go against these types of policies?
Well,
are you saying that they're conspiring?
Are you conspiring when you and your friends talk about going to the movies? Like, conspiracy is...
Yes.
Right. So in that sense,
so what I'm saying...
That's not a fair
This is a perfect
No, it is a fair argument. The comparison I made there is because there's people talking about doing something. Because what I'm saying is like, are you saying that the left and the right are like talking to each other and saying we're going to do this, or are you saying that we live in a larger system that makes it hard to do things against like big money? Because I think that's what happened. The reason that when Obama gets into the office and has to play that role isn't because he was always that from the beginning. It's because no matter who gets there, that's what you're going to have to do. And it's going to be really hard to do. Like, any little bit that you can do to fight that is going to look small compared to what we would want to see, because it's so hard to do anything contrary to that. If Obama didn't do that...
And the reason for...
I got a question for a minute. Before it goes away. Hold on a second. I'll let you go before me. Hold on. So my question to the gentleman over in the corner again is, and this is back to your idea, but my question is, do they vote monolithically when they go in that booth? Do we know they vote monolithically, and when do they vote monolithically? Because I think your assumption is that if you're a Republican, you vote Republican, and if you're a Democrat, you vote Democrat. When I can say for certain, when I go in the booth, I am a Democrat registered, but I vote for locally a lot of Republicans, frankly, because they do a good job. I am more pragmatist on that fashion.
But you understand but you understand most people are not doing that, and there's even states where you can't do that. There's even states where, like, if you're a registered Democrat, you can't vote Republican. So
in the general,
I'm the opposite of. Yeah, sure, but I'm the opposite of Rob. Like, I would rather Romney than Bernie Sanders. Like, I will take an establishment person over a populist any day. Like, I would much rather somebody who actually like exists within the institutions and respects the institutions and works for the institutions. And so, I'm a huge,
so if I could answer,
if I can answer. Well, I thought that was for me. I think, right? The answer is that 78%. This is from Pew Research. I can drop it in the chat somewhere.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Which chat should I put this? Debate challenge.
By the way, quick fingers. Good job. Quick fingers.
Which chat can I put this in? Tom, what chat should I put this in? I'm putting it in general. This is from Pew Research. So 35% of voters vote straight ticket Republican. 43% vote straight ticket Democrat. Overall, that's 78% of voters vote all the way down in lockstep, either left or right.
But the question, the question is, if I can, so the question's a little misguided in this sense. It's not that it's not a warranted question, but it doesn't really speak to kind of the central point that I'm making. For example, they don't give a shit if Mitt Romney and Hillary Clinton are the two major nominees, and they both agree on the issues that the people in positions of power care about. Then they don't give a shit which one wins. They don't care if you're traditionally Republican, but you're willing to pull the trigger on Hillary Clinton, because they're like, well, we want to remain in Afghanistan. We're making tons of money for our friends in Halliburton and our friends of BlackRock in Afghanistan, so we want to ensure that the Republican candidate is pro keeping the Afghanistan war going and the Democrat candidate is pro keeping the Afghan war. And if a candidate comes up like a Ron Paul and says, I'm against this, we are going to misuse these levers of power to ensure that D doesn't get his message out there. And what happens is, let's say that it starts with, I'll be charitable to Tom. Let's say that he thinks that these institutions are important and that they operate as a bulwark against crazy, insane ideas, and so it's important to protect those institutions. What happens is, because those institutions exist in perpetuity, you make small sacrifices at first. Well, technically we shouldn't, putting our finger on the scale here, but this guy's such a crazy maniac. It's okay for the FBI to do a little more against that person than they normally would. It's okay for these institutions in the legacy media to go ahead and favor one side. Now we've existed so long in that they're so corrupt that they have to keep the game going perpetually. That's how we could know for a fact. We know for a fact that the FBI, just think about this for a second. The FBI spied on a president of the United States' team for over a year under the accusation that he was trying to get dirt on his opponent from Russians. And how did they do that? By going to his opponent, who talked to a Russian spy, and getting dirt that was untrue and using it to spy on Trump. That is flabbergasting. That is the biggest... We think that Watergate's a watershed moment for corruption in this country. That was two bumbling fools spying on an opponent. In this case, we have the most powerful intel agency in the history of the world spying on a president of the United States. And we had the leading Democrat tell us, going into before Trump was even sworn in, and Chuck Schumer said, oh boy, Trump shouldn't criticize the FBI. They'll find 6 ways from Sunday getting back at him. And we've seen incident after incident of that double standard and corruption that have existed in perpetuity. And the reason this is my single issue is this. Let's say Smith and me have a knockdown, drag-out, 3-hour debate on Medicare for all, socialized medicine. And let's say at the end of that debate, I come away thinking, fuck, Smith made some great points. We should have Medicare for all. My audience is agreeing. How much does that matter if we're going to present it with Romney versus Hillary? Well, neither of them agree, so we're shit out of luck. And so if we don't give the people a voice by ensuring that these people don't have their
do you think these things happen in one successive movement?
No. It's occurred over years and years and years.
Yes, exactly. And each one of these movements is a battle back and forth of swinging to and fro. Like, for instance, right now I see a lot of mirroring of the late 1980s puritanical Reagan era. And the yuppies and the yippies, and there's a thing that mirrors back and forth, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. And each time it moves a little bit in another direction as we learn what is the good choice. And I say this because the 90s was free fucking wheeling. And we all forget how freewheeling it was and how really we were there. I mean, I was in protests. There were all kinds of movements happening. Now, it got quashed because we all had to go to work. Same thing as the hippies. These things repeat themselves, but little emotions over time do make a difference. And we're not in an authoritarian nation yet. We're not in a place where the megalithic companies own our minds.
But why?
That may be coming. But not yet.
But why? Because we have a space where we could have these conversations, right? If we had to rely...
The problem...
I actually agree with you I think I actually agree with you a lot more than I think either one of us initially realized. My concern is that, Trump, whatever you think of Trump, was not part of that particular group of people when he came into office. And yet he did jack shit in office. Even if you like him, completely nothing. He was completely useless. He did absolutely nothing. And from my perspective, I didn't like a lot of things that he did. But so I'm kind of okay with that ish. But regardless of what you think, he was not successful in getting anything done. So my concern is, I think the same would be true of Bernie Sanders if Bernie got into office, that these people who aren't part of the game that you're describing, I think aptly describing, if you're not part of that game, you're not going to be able to understand how to use the system and how to change that system. So my frustration is that the only real way that I see of being able to fundamentally shift that game is to find some way to assert power through a different mechanism. And that different mechanism, I think, has to be local politics, which is why my frustration is that a lot of this effort and a lot of this focus that we have within the sort of countercultural, within this sort of anti-war, within all of those different movements, all of that is happening at the national level. And the truth is, if we actually care about any of those issues, and I understand that there's nothing wrong with when Robbie earlier was saying that you do this mostly for fun. There's nothing wrong with that. I think this is an enjoyable activity and whatever. But to the degree that this is, you're actually attempting to do something more than that, and build an audience and build a platform to be able to actually be politically useful. This sort of fetishization of the national conversation over the things that we actually have the ability to control, I think, is a really dangerous thing to be focusing on.
Well, I disagree. I think you could have made the same argument erroneously in the anti-war movement of the 60s. You could have went to Woodstock and said, hey, what are y'all complaining about the president sending us to Vietnam? Wouldn't you have more luck at your local town council, talking about how to clean up your local town? In many ways, that would be true. Their voice would actually be... Well, they did, but they were also making... But they did both simultaneously, right? And that's what I'm saying. The idea, what you're talking about, the way to change things, I absolutely agree. In fact, there's a better way to change things. The best way to change things is to radically change yourself. Become healthy. Have a better life. That's absolutely true. You have more control the more localized you get. At the individual level the most, then with your family, then with your social group, then with your local town, then with your state, then with the national politics. But in general, right? Think about it this way, right? People I know that used to make fun of me and be like, Rob, we're here to drink beer. Shut the fuck up. No one cares about your politics stuff, right? They would say that, which fair enough. That's fair. That's why one of the reasons I started streaming, because I could talk to like-minded people that won't tell me to shut up about this. Then when I go out drinking on the weekends, my friends are like, yeah.
I was going to give you the horn earlier, but it's not my show. Sorry.
So I get that, right? All of a sudden, these people that could have gave two shits lefts about politics, you know how many of them weren't able to see their mom dying of dementia in the nursing home because they were locked down because of COVID? You know how many of them I know that lost their house because our governor in Pennsylvania here, Tom Wolf, told them they were cowards if they wanted to go to work, and instead they needed to stay locked down. Meanwhile, Tom Wolf went out and violated his own orders to march with Black Lives Matter. But he called you a coward for wanting to go and provide for your family. You know how many people I know that kids are now suffering immensely because they couldn't even go to work? You know how many two-parent households I know that both the parents worked that had to quit their job because schools were shut down under no scientific evidence whatsoever, and they had to stay home with their kids because they couldn't afford childcare? And so now all of a sudden they're like, this national political...
I gotta stop you. You have red herringed 4 times now.
Okay.
I need to understand what your actual intent of solution is in your
chaos.
It's not chaos. It's pointing out.
Yeah, what's your strategy?
Right. It's pointing out these conversations, right? Because the way we're on this topic is saying, are these conversations, particularly at the national level, on these big political conversations, worthwhile, or should we merely be focused on the local level? And what I'm saying is, the reason that there was the pushback that there was, the things we know now about how corrupt and authoritarian many of these things were, is because these very venues allowed for these conversations. And if you question it, consider this. One of the big attacks that those establishment people have is constantly trying to censor those that question these. There's a reason. They're smart. They understand. And it's the same thing. I don't know. I don't. Sorry, you on the left. I don't know your name.
I'm Aaron.
Aaron, nice to meet you, Aaron. It's nice to meet all of you. I'm enjoying the conversation. We're maybe the two oldest here. I'm 39, right? No, maybe not. Maybe you're 18 and I'm just
Secretly I'm 18. Once you shave this off, I look like I'm 12.
Yeah. But I went to college in 2002. One of the things my left-wing professors in communication journalism talked about was how the incredible shrinking of our media. Used to have all these local medias, and then these conglomerates kept buying. And they use the term gatekeeping all the time. They said, oh my God, 12 national corporations control 95% of our media. And the legacy media, that's shrinking every day. More and more corporations combining. And so you're basically left to 4 major corporations that are controlling our legacy media. But they're always going to have a counter movement spring up. And so that counter movement through technology has been social media. It's amazing that we could be having this conversation right now. And so these conversations do serve utility because millions of people that otherwise would think, I'm the only person who thinks this because Fox News is one side and CNN's the other. So if they're agreeing with the issue, there must not be another side to that issue. Now we're seeing that there are other sides of those issues, which is why this is important. And it's why they're trying to censor it so much, because they realize in order to maintain their shitty system, they have to have control over the narrative, and they're losing that battle when it comes to these sorts of conversations.
Wait, hold on a second. But do you think that this is a sign of them winning the battle, or do you think it's the sign, like you just said, of them losing the battle and clawing down the drain because we have so much access to information so freely?
I think
that's
they're winning by a lot.
They're desperate.
I think they're
now, hold on. I don't
even.
The issue is
they're desperate.
Really
hold on, because even like most of the examples that you guys are bringing up of like what the establishment is doing and crap, I don't even agree with this. Like, so many examples, everything that I'm hearing, I don't even feel like most of this stuff is true. Like the stuff about like what was it, the FBI spying on Trump? Like which one of the 10 times? Which one of the 10 claims are we talking about this time that they actually spied on him for a year? Like,
so they got.
I really did dismiss that because
the Goldman Sachs stuff, or like
you don't think the FBI spied on Trump's team? That's your argument.
Do we have
no,
evidence?
I'm asking which one? Which time are
right? Which
time? But if they did, what is the evidence?
Hold on. Is this the Obama campaign? Because you mentioned Russian intel, so I'm assuming you're talking about the Obama campaign doing this.
Right? Well, it wouldn't be the
Obama cabinet. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, it's not just that. So again, it's erroneous to think that this is controlled by. So like to say, well, the Trump FBI wouldn't do this to Trump, and the Obama FBI wouldn't be corrupt against Obama is erroneous, because these institutions exist long after these individual politicians. And as Chuck Schumer said, even the elected leader, their boss, the head of the executive, the president, has to be fearful of the FBI, because if he goes against them, they will find 6 ways a Sunday of getting back. So let me give you one specific example. Did you read the Durham report?
I don't remember. Most of the stuff's a long time ago, but even there's just the way that you started off, like you are saying, to say they wouldn't do this is erroneous. I wouldn't say that they wouldn't do it. I'm more so concerned on what the actual tangible evidence is.
Let me summarize what I've known since.
Rob, no, hold on a second. I got to ask you, what other system would we have if there was a general idea that the president was untrustworthy? Because
that's what I'm saying.
I totally have an answer.
Real issue.
No, there's a solid. No. There's a whole answer
list of things that
if you don't trust there's a full answer to that. There's a full answer to that. If you don't think that the president is someone that you can trust, and not just the individual president, but presidents in general as a structural problem, is not something that you trust, there's an obvious answer. Answer number one: we should elect the people in cabinet positions.
You're missing the point. No, you're jumping ship. You're jumping shark. You're missing.
This is a different.
There's a different topic here. No. Hold on a second.
You're giving a different prescription. He's making a descriptive claim. You're making a prescriptive claim.
I'm making a structural. You're saying
you're talking about structure. I'm talking about the actual presidency job, the actual role in the office. Hold on, you're misunderstanding here. Okay, so when you are the president, you are being watched 24 hours a day, because even you are under scrutiny, and everybody forgets that there's Secret Service everywhere, not just for your protection, but for you to not fuck up. And that is because there's so many different elements coming at you from all times that you could be compromised without you even realizing it. That's why
you're way too powerful.
Behaviors. Yes,
you shouldn't be that powerful.
Yeah. This is why in the first 2 weeks of his presidency, just observably, I'm going to use this as an anecdote, which doesn't prove anything, but it does give an example of why maybe the Secret Service structure would say there's something weird going on. When you have the head of intelligence and you have, I can't remember the other guy's name, he's the foreign diplomat for the Russians, and they're the first people to be invited into the White House Oval Office, and then you're sharing secret information with them.
What was that
Whether you're
information
the
they were
president-
sharing? Can you tell me? Go ahead. What was the information?
We don't know. It's secret.
So
By
how do you know?
definition.
How do you know that this is accurate? Then how do you know this is accurate? Whose word are you
Hold on a
trusting?
second. All we know is hold on. Stop trying to flail around the point, which is that obviously the Secret Service. Wait, hold on. The Secret Service were aware and were concerned enough to alert other agencies. That's enough for us to know. That's all we need to know.
That's not true. That's not true. If an individual, first, there's several things to say about this.
One,
our foreign policy.
I would gather. Are you law and order? Are you down for law and order?
No,
right?
but again, if you give me a chance, you've asked specific things. You and Tom asked specific things. I would love for an opportunity to answer these. Right? You have to give me a chance to answer. Right? So here's in what you're saying without realizing what you're saying. Well, if Trump was this bad guy, then who gives a shit? The FBI realized he was a threat, so if they had to break rules to go after him, so be it. But then that begs the question.
No. You're assuming that there's rules broken. What I just told you that there are actual processes to set this in play in case there is a problem with the president. There's a rule for all of the
so
rules.
if you'll let me finish, basically,
thing.
if you'll let me finish, this is what you're basically saying. Yeah. You're saying this. You're saying, but no one should be above the law, and so we need to have systems in place that say if we have a corrupt president,
that's
right?
And
so
let him finish.
Jesus Christ, be quiet.
Sorry.
So what I'm talking about, so you're speaking in hypotheticals and saying Trump hypothetically did something, so therefore hypothetically shouldn't the FBI be able to look? I'm speaking in specifics. I'm saying regardless, I don't disagree. Please let me finish, right? So when Tom asked me, give me an example.
You just strawmanned him.
Yeah, you did. He did. But
I did not. You're making a point. Then you're making a point that's running. Here's the point. Okay. What we know is this: that yes, the FBI would have the ability, if the president committed a crime, to be able to look into him. Talking to a foreigner about intelligence isn't what he was being investigated. He was being investigated before he was even president, off of something that we know was an illegitimate investigation. One, we know that Hillary Clinton concocted this plan. This is all confirmed. We know that Hillary Clinton concocted this plan because she was being accused of having ties to Russia, which she did have ties to Russia, and so they came up with a campaign strategy of accusing Trump of being the one that was tied to China. Second, we know that they talked to a person that was being investigated as a Russian spy in 2009 by the name of Igor Dushenko, who became the subsource for the document that was used to spy on the Trump campaign. Three, we know there is a system in place called the FISA court. The FISA court is able to strip Americans of their Fourth Amendment protections and to investigate them as hostile foreign spies. Fourth, we know that if those spying occurs, that there is a two-hop rule that means that you can spy on everyone they talk to and everyone those people talk to.
You know how hard it is to fight against this shit? Like, you're giving us you're giving us an impossible task because absolutely none of us is, and neither are you, educated or knowledgeable enough to possibly combat all of the crazy shit that you're saying.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's conspiracy theory. They're doing conspiracy theories.
We did go through all of this stuff back then. Like, just for the chat, because I know a lot of people are saying, like, you guys are going way off base. Okay, so what we're talking about right now is whether or not we actually trust the institutions that we have, whether or not they're whether or not if people want to do bad things, if they can just do them without any sort of consequences, without anybody finding out about it. Like, all of this plays into the overall topic that we are talking about, is whether or not we can actually trust institutions and whether or not we need to kind of push back against them harder, whether or not checks and balances work. And so I think at the time we went over all of this, and it seemed
we didn't. And so let me say what happens. We even come out with new documents. Please, I'm gonna say my piece, or I'll just peace out. It's cool. I'll say my piece, or I'll just peace. It's no problem. So when this constantly happens, right, where there are specifics that come out, including new things that we see in specifics.
Let him finish, and then you'll go. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Quibbles, let him finish, and then you'll go.
There are specifics that come out, including new documents. So I talk about this stuff. People like Tom say, that can't be true, that can't be true. It's all conspiracy theory. Then we have official investigations that come out that confirm everything I've been saying. Then they say when those come out, well, who could really know about all this stuff? And besides, we talked about that before. So in real time, when it's occurring, they say it's not happening. Then when investigations confirm it happened, they say we already talked about this. I'll ask a simple question to all of you. Should the FBI be able to spy on a president based on information that they didn't verify?
Yes, that's the law.
No, it's not the law. That is not the law.
Based on information that they did not verify. He said that important caveat at the end. He's saying based on something.
Verify information if you can't?
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I talked to.
But the thing that you wait, hold on. No. Okay, real quick, and I got a fucking.
Sorry.
What you're saying. So let's say that there is a belief. Let's say there's a belief that the FBI, that the president is doing something. There's a belief that the president. There's the belief that the president is doing something. Okay, so the FBI looks into it and they confirm it is not true. For you to for it to be wrong, what you shut the fuck up. Okay. Just for one fucking second. For that to be wrong.
You need to.
I can't mute you. For that to be wrong, what has to be. Can you stop?
I'm not gonna. Quibbles next, and then you started going. Like he tried getting in.
Tom was like, "Hey."
For that to be wrong, what you are implying is that there's an intent behind the investigation into Trump. So what you are implying is literally a conspiracy theory. I hope that you can hear me over this fucking asshole.
Okay, all right. Now quibbles, go.
Wow. Okay. I think that the problem that's going on here is a couple of problems. One of the problems, okay, is that everyone keeps on
shut up, Smith.
Everyone keeps on interrupting everyone, okay, and screaming at each other, and not actually listening to anything that anyone else is saying. That's one of the problems. The larger problem, I think, is that the president is way too powerful. Just like writ large, any president is way too powerful of a position. So if we want to figure out a way to fix this issue, we need to figure out a way to make presidents, writ large, any president, less powerful than the president is currently. And the way that you do that is a couple of things.
That's not true.
One thing that you got to do is you've got to make sure that the president is not this figurehead that is like the single solitary person who is seen to be the leader of the entire Republican or entire Democratic Party. That's a problem. It's also a problem that the actual hard powers that they have are way more powerful than they should. I think the president should be the commander-in-chief. And that's basically it. I don't think that the president should have any control over how housing and urban development is run, or how the education system is run, or how any of those other things are run. Does there need to be some degree of a national level focus on that? Absolutely. But I think that secretaries should be elected as individual things. The problem that we're facing here is that we have this guy in Trump, and we're making this decision in the Democrat versus the Republican question, which means that I have to either have this view on the Ukraine war and also this view on abortion if I'm going to be on the Democratic side, or I had to have this view on both of those things on the other side. When, regardless of what you think of either abortion or Ukraine, they have nothing to do with each other. And yet, when I'm choosing the president, I'm choosing the answer to both of those questions, which is why we end up getting to this point where we're all screaming at each other, and we're all screaming at each other over this minutia of what's going on with the FBI and the president. And we can't just make a decision of, as a general question.
That's not what's going on.
What's the problem of how we should treat the FBI and its relationship to presidents? We're instead having a conversation exclusively about Trump in relation to the FBI instead of the FBI in comparison to presidents writ large.
That's not true.
What is going on is Rob Noor is giving.
Hold on, Smith, just real quick. We are in a contentious conversation. There's 5 of us here. Everybody wants to get in. I think literally all of us disagree with each other. So let's try to keep our stuff to a minute. Okay. After a minute, I'm going to go ahead and just start telling people to wrap it up. And then I might have to mute them. Just keep your answers to a minute so that we can move through quickly. Smith, go ahead.
What is happening here is Rob Noor is giving conspiracy theories, and instead of combating conspiracy theories, you are tangenting to something else. So the thing that's wrong with him saying that the FBI is investigating Trump. So let's say that they have a suspicion, a reasonable reason to investigate, and they want to conclude that he is not like colluding with Russia or something. So they do an investigation. It seems like an important thing to do. Powerfully president is, and for that to be wrong, the reason that would be wrong is that you are implying that there is a conspiracy behind it and there's a malicious intent that they are organizing to do something harmful. So what is that, and why? So you are literally propagating conspiracy theories.
First off, you said that a conspiracy theory would be a bunch of your friends talking to go to a movie. So anytime a
yes, they are conspiring. Right. They are planning to do something for a reason. A secret reason.
Secondly, oftentimes what people that aren't very intelligent like yourself do, or people that are willfully ignorant, instead of looking at specific facts, that's fine. Instead of looking at specific facts, you smear someone as a conspiracy theorist and say no one.
It is a conspiracy theory. I explained to you how it's a conspiracy theory.
I just explained to you how everything of any people talking together is a conspiracy theory. So using it as a pejorative to write off looking at the obvious corruption is something that people that are either ignorant or choose to be willfully ignorant ignorant or aren't intelligent enough to do. What I'm saying here is, you saying if they had a reason to suspect something, therefore they should investigate. Let's say the police have a reason to suspect you. Can they smear you as saying, we think he has drugs in his house, therefore we should raid his house because we think he did something else? Of course not. There are laws. There are laws in the book that say to investigate people under the FISA warrant, even an average American, you have to meet a high bar to be able to do that. The FBI never met that bar. They never attempted to verify the information that they used. And we're not talking about regular Americans. We're talking about the President of the United States. And lastly, you can see the incredible double standard because...
let's get back to the bullshit that you dispute. The reason that... So you were saying... I'm wrong because any two people talking to each other... No, you were implying that they have an intention that is secret. They have a reason to investigate that is not publicly disclosed or is malicious. And you're not... So you... Like, yes, there are two people talking to each other because they have an intention to do something. They're doing their government duty for an alternative reason that is extra, like, that is higher than their actual responsibility in the position that they have. That is what you are saying is happening.
Right, but when you use the word conspiracy,
that is a conspiracy theory.
Right, and just like again,
you yell at each other. I just want to flag something first. I just want to flag something. I don't think that it's good that you, Rob, and you, Smith, and I have no idea where you live, Smith, and I don't really want to. But like, yeah, you're probably in different states. You've certainly never met each other in real life. I don't think that it's good that you have genuine reason to care this much about some dude living in Washington, D.C. and his whole, like, the minutia of what's going on in his relationship to the FBI. I think that suggests that the FBI is too powerful. I think it suggests that the president is too powerful. I think that they both need to become significantly less powerful, and that is the reason that this issue is happening. If you want to be serious, Rob, about like trying to figure out a way to make this like problem of, like, you know, you didn't say like cabal, but like, yeah, these people who have like this powerful like in-group preference within the context of Washington, D.C. The way that you fix that is by making them less powerful. No one cares about, like, oh no, the horrors of, you know, the county executive. I hate Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive of Allegheny County. He's a terrible dude, but I'm not like up in arms, like horrified about how terrible he is, because he just isn't that important. He affects our like police system somewhat. He affects our jail system more than he should. He doesn't do a good job on either of those fronts. But at the end of the day, he's not that important. And that's a much better system to be in. You want them to be less important.
Right, but the problem is you're identifying the presidency as being too powerful. It's not the presidency. In fact, it's proven in the fact that Trump was the president, and yet almost all of the executive branch authorities underneath him, including the EPA, the IRS, the State Department, the DOJ, the FBI, was working actively against him. We see this in the impeachment proceedings.
So who has the power?
Department, please, let me finish. I already told you who had the power. It was these procedural...
Hold on. Rob is the one that everybody's arguing against, so let him answer.
So there's these bureaucratic states that exist and that have been there. Now, the idea of saying, well, we need to stymie their power too, I don't disagree. We have different ways to go about it.
Deep state.
Electing them. Right. And again, you can see what Smith does. They won't be able to argue the specifics of it, so they'll just say it's conspiracy. Now, the problem, quibbles, that you're making is you're saying I'm concerned about Donald Trump. I don't give two shits about Donald Trump. I was offered a job by his campaign. I didn't take it because they said I had to get rid of social media. I don't give a shit if he goes to jail. What I care more about than him or Hillary Clinton is if the most powerful law enforcement agency in the history of the world is engaged in double standards and corruption, putting their thumb on the scale, and to say, when we look at these specifics, we can't do it because that's getting involved in caring about Donald Trump. That's not true. I've looked at this and I'm talking about the specifics, and everyone just says it's conspiracy theory.
No, it's not just
I'm not. Hold on. Let Aaron go.
So here's the thing that I think that most people are hearing, that you may be assuming that something that was wrong. It may be very well wrong. I'll even give you the bridge here. Let's assume that it was wrong. But should we change the whole structure of the laws associated to catch the wrong simply because somebody made a mistake afterwards? Should we enforce them? Yes. Should we reinforce them and make them better? Likely. But to say that we should just not do this, it's all fucked because of what is actually a conspiracy theory. And Tom can tell you, I got a lot of them, man. I mean, trust me, I've got a lot of conspiracies. I can show you there's a bunch of fucked up shit inside of DID, DOD, long-standing stuff that's been hidden in budgets. But that's not what we're talking about, really, truly. You're talking about throwing the baby out with the bathwater simply because you don't like the results of this one effect. And that is very important to note, because you are essentially biasing your opinion about a larger structure that initially you denied existed, which is to keep an eye on every one of the structures and roles. And then you said that each one of them was a monolith. It is minimizing the individuality and the amount of people involved in those structures.
That's not true, right? Like, I'm talking about specifics that we see in the double standard in these agencies. So, for example, let's say that we had a police department in Jim Crow South, and that police department decided that the only traffic tickets they were going to give was against black people. And you look and you see the population's 50% white and 50% black. And you see white people speeding all the time and the police tipping their cap and leaving them go, but they only pull over the black people. And I would say, this is so damaging. We've dealt with 40 years of this. It's time to disband this police department and get something in here that's law enforcement that are completely new people, and to hold those people that engaged in that double standards to legal and moral account. And you would be saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The police are important. Right. I'm not saying get rid of law enforcement. I'm saying get rid of these specific agencies that we can see since before 2016, but definitely really amping up from 2016 on. Them engaged in a double standard. There is no doubt, if you get into the specifics of this, that the leadership of the FBI was incredibly biased against Donald Trump. We even have the top on-the-ground agent, Peter Strzok, saying he is going to have an insurance policy to prevent Trump from getting into power. We can see the IG report, the Durham report, that goes literally over and over and over. While yes, you're technically right. Please let me finish. Please let me finish this point.
You said this point 4 times, though, man.
Right, you cut me off every time before I get to the specifics. That's what you do. That's what you do.
I'm going to give you some grace to get your point across, but you keep repeating the same fucking 4, because basically to most people, fallacies. Okay,
it's so you got to understand
that. That's right.
They're not fallacies. That's not true.
They sound like fallacies, even if you believe them not to be. This is why I'm saying this to you. One of the things that I'm noting here is that you consistently go back to the assumption, and it is an assumption, that this is just a wrong system. So I would ask you, if you are saying that, instead of just leaving it open, provide the solution. That's why people will hate this topic that you're saying, because you talk about the problem and you say, there's a big problem, and then you don't provide the solution.
No, because the problem with conspiracy theories, the reason I'm pointing it out, the only reason I'm pointing it out, is when you tell people to stop trusting systems as the goal is to just stop trusting any authority or institution, then really you're just undermining any ability for anything to function at all.
Okay, so here's what happens. So you're saying that there's a problem, and then you don't give the solution. The problem is every time I get to the specifics. See, and again, we see, this is what I'll just say this real quick and then I'll peace out. Every time I get to the specifics of the problem, every time I get,
so you could talk.
But
I was telling you to stop.
Every time I get to the point where I'm going to talk about the specifics of the corruption, someone interjects and says, but this is a conspiracy. Or, let's talk about the framework. You can't get to the solution because I can't even get to the proof that the corruption exists. Because every time I try, you phrase a different question going back to the framework question. Now, do you want me to prove that corruption exists?
Wrong. I'm saying I believe you.
Yeah, that's what these two are saying.
I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to be quiet.
Let Quibbles go. You disagree with this, Smith, but hypothetically,
hold on, Aaron. Let Quibbles go.
Okay. Rob, I am saying I agree with you.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying those two.
I know. I understand. But what I'm saying is that I believe you, but I think that you are not doing anything based on that other than complaining.
That's not true.
I think that that's not true. Well, let me explain why I think that. When you're saying, let's get rid of the FBI, valid, you're right. The FBI is structurally broken, like to its core, incredibly corrupt, incredibly despicable. I agree with you fully. The problem is that the thing that you would be putting in place as soon as you got rid of the FBI, so long as the president is still someone who, in the particular case of Trump, had absolutely no history in government, had absolutely no connections in government, didn't know anyone at all in the entirety of Washington. But even among people who do know people in Washington, the truth is that no one knows more than 1,000 people with any degree of confidence. And so when you're trying to have an understanding of how you are going to run an agency as big as the FBI, or whatever it is you're going to replace it with, the only way to do that is to just find some people that you vaguely trust and maybe hope that they're kind of going to do the right thing, maybe, but they're probably not going to. And the way that we get these structural problems is that the president is responsible for choosing literally tens of thousands of people to be putting into office. And that is too many people to be putting into office. You cannot do that. That's why we end up getting judges that people don't actually end up liking. That's why we end up getting people in the FBI that people don't actually like. That's why we get all of these problems, because the truth is that the people who are elected is a tiny sliver of the people who are actually in power. And the vast majority of those people who are in power for decades upon decades upon decades. And the way that they've gotten there is by playing this game. And the only way that you can change that is by changing the structures by which people get to those positions.
That's
and the only way that you change those structures by which people get into those positions is by changing the fact that the president is literally the only person in the totality of our national government that is elected at a national level.
That's not true, right? Here's the problem. Your solution, you correctly identified that these institutions are the problem, but the idea of voting for everyone in there, one, it would be literally impossible to vote for tens of thousands of people at the national level, right? For people to vote for. I want to vote for the undersecretary, the third agent at the DC field office, like to vote for all of them is absolutely absurd. It just couldn't happen. Secondly, even if it was possible, the problem is that these same institutional powers matriculate into areas that control our conversation. For example, James Baker, who is corrupt at the FBI, then becoming one of the central people at Twitter that's working with the FBI to be able to censor people. Or you see people like John Brennan that go to CNN, or people in the intel agencies that go to places like BlackRock and things like that. So there is this revolving door. So those elections would be won by people that are able to shape the narrative that would be people involved with this. The real way that you stop this is start criminally prosecuting those people in the institutions that have behaved corruptly. And the way we get to those criminal prosecutions is, and we get to the disbanding and keeping these people out of office to the best of our ability, which granted won't be perfect, but the way we get there is by having the conversation to prove the corruption existed. And when you try to have that conversation, people like these two gentlemen will say, stop, let's just assume that it happened because you're a conspiracy theory. What's your solution? My solution, let me get the solution is clear real quick. You keep asking for the solution, so let me give you the solution. Disband the FBI, criminally charge the people that have done this. There you go. Solution.
Okay, but in this case where somebody was that was tested for the first time in American history, you would complain about how it was done. So when it got done, and even though it now is actually resulting in criminal charges after the fact, you're still in denial of that. So it got done based off of the precepts of the structure we have. And yes, we now see that it was strong, but needs strengthening and needs to change. But you're denying that because you are telling us you are biased towards the person and not the situation, essentially.
That's not what I'm doing at all, right? So one, now we can see what happened, exactly what I implicated would happen. I say, here's the framework. We're talking about framework. Please, let me finish. We're talking about the framework. You're asking questions about the framework of it. So I talk about the framework, and I'm like, okay, now let's get to the evidence of the corruption. And you're like, let me stop you there. What's the solution? Or we talk about the framework again, and I'm like, okay, the solution's to disband. Then you go, but there's no proof they were corrupt because Trump was bad and they got him for things. We have specifics. Yes, so let me give you the specifics. The Durham report specifically says, we know that there is a procedure just because law enforcement...
Is he criminally charged, Rob? Is he criminally charged?
What does that have to do? So I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. If the FBI raids you, I just want to be clear. If the FBI, for no reason, just based on some assumption, thinks that you're a criminal, and they decide to raid your house and raid your lawyer and take all your personal documents, and they find out that you didn't pay, you wrote something, please be quiet, and they find, and that's an illegal search. That's an illegal search and seizure and all of that. And they're accusing you of being a Russian spy. And then it turns out that was all bullshit. And they did that for political reasons. But they did find out that you wrote off a computer in 2013 that shouldn't have been wrote off. And so now you get criminally charges. Are you saying that's fine? I was criminally charged. So even though they violated my rights, it's okay. Even though they said you're cheering for a system that says, show me the person and I'll show you the crime. That's what you're doing.
What's even weirder is that you have jumped around so far.
No, I haven't.
No, it really is.
No, it isn't. That's literally what you're saying. You're saying I don't care if it was corrupt. They got him for crimes.
Willing to give you grace on the assumption. Even you have leapt from that point where I'm saying, look, let's hypothetically say that this wasn't true. Are we going to say that because people fucked up within that system, that we should destroy the system, ignore it, and then act like the charges against the president aren't true, even though they're continuing to move forward? And are you going to deny that is a real thing.
So, if you allow me to respond, what I'm saying is that they didn't like Trump. They talked about an insurance policy to prevent him from being elected. They accused him of a crime that they knew was made up by a suspected Russian spy in his opposition. They lied to people about that. They lied to a FISA court. They spied on him, went through all of his documents. Now, I personally believe that anyone that's a billionaire or that's involved in national level politics probably at some point committed some sort of crime. If we are going to say that the standard is now we investigate every fucking one of them, we take away their Fourth Amendment, we look at all their computers, all their files, all their bank statements, all their tax returns, I'm fucking all for it. I think the whole system's corrupt anyways. Fine, let's do it. But if we're going to selectively have the FBI only go after the people that in positions of power that have criticized them, and then the people that they like and said they had an insurance policy to protect are committing the exact same crimes in a more blatant way, like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, and the FBI's instead of investigating them, covering up for those crimes, that two-tier justice system is more of a threat than any of the specific things that Trump was concerned about. My concern is the two-tier... Let me finish real quick. My concern is the two-tiered system. Your concern is Orange Man bad, and so even if it is a two-tiered system, Orange Man bad, so can you just say Orange Man bad? That's what you're doing.
No, I actually, no, I wouldn't say that at all. I don't think that way, dude. That is the logic that you keep impressing upon the situation. But hold on. Let me just ask you a real question, which is to add on to this, which is that I keep hearing you assume a lot about whether or not the actions were illegal, but you yet did not answer to me whether or not you believed that the charges against the president
What charge? Be specific. What charge?
Any of them. I'm asking you about the charges, whether or not
Which
you think
one?
the action...
Give me the charge.
Wait, listen to the question.
I heard the question.
Action of the law is legitimate, right? It's real.
Which charge?
It's law. It doesn't matter.
Which charge? You're asking me, you're saying, so for example, I don't think all the charges, I think it is evidentiary, it is self-evidentiary that some of the charges are complete bullshit on face value.
It's not about... Okay, so you don't
believe that. Hold on. Wait.
See, you don't even know the charges. You don't even know them.
Hold on. Okay, Rob, are there some charges that you think are legitimate in some, or are there some that you think are legitimate? Are any of them?
Of the 4 that he's going to be indicted for? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, or the past charges, because I assume he's also including like indictments and, not indictments.
When you say charge, do you mean things he was indicted for or things that he's been accused of?
I'm assuming he's also talking about the stuff that he was. I'm blanking on the word.
He's currently charged with crimes.
Okay,
he's currently charged with crimes.
So well, I would suspect. I'll answer this question. I would heavily suspect though, because you think some of those charges are accurate, correct?
I have no opinion. I'm asking you your opinion about the subject.
So let's say that I say, I'll answer the question, but let's say I hypothetically say no. If you have no idea what the charges are, no opinion, who are you to take any stance on what my opinion is? I suspect that what's happening is that you, like most people I talk to, instead of wanting to get into the details of if there's a two-tiered or corrupt system, you want to be like, yeah, but if that system exists, it doesn't excuse criminal behavior of Donald Trump. And that could be true in the same way that we could say there is a racist police department and they're only arresting black people for jaywalking. And you would say, yes, but didn't that black guy jaywalk? Well, I guess, but that's a pittance compared to the racist law enforcement. Why is that a fallacy?
I believe that because you're talking about you're not a psychic, and that is you've assumed so much in that statement.
Okay, then why is it relevant?
Let me finish an answer. I would apply the law equally against anybody who subjects the public to their illegal behavior. And I'm speaking to a whole group that's watching right now too. So let me just be clear. I have an absolute respect for how we run our business in this country. And that means that anybody fucking with the system is going to get fucked back.
Well, what system? Like the FBI? So if I fuck with the FBI, I get fucked back. Even if the FBI's...
Minimization and deflection, sir. You can either take it as it is, or you can decide to flip it out and totally ignore what I just said.
No, I'm not ignoring. I'm not ignoring.
He meant the democratic system. He meant the democratic system, the rule of law.
So then, if that was the case, you would be concerned, right? If the largest agency tasked with holding people accountable is engaged in a double standard, correct?
Just as concerned about a president who shows a lot of examples of bad behavior in office that includes sharing secrets on camera.
That has to be yes. Your answer has to be the yes to that, right?
And so when you say the bias, like for example,
that's such an hold up, Rob. Make him say yes to that.
Right.
Like you're doing good. Make him say yes to that.
Right.
He has to say yes to that.
He can't.
Which portion of the question? Let me use your logic back. To which portion of your question? Let me just play the same game.
Whether or not is it a problem if there's an inequality of the way that the justice system is approaching the conservatives and the liberals. There has to be a problem with that, right? You have a problem with that? You must say yes to that.
I already said yes to that.
Okay, and wouldn't that be a bigger problem than any one individual?
I equally distribute the law. I already said that.
No,
that's a yes.
Right, so if the people that are distributing the law are being unequal, that's more of a threat than, like, you keep saying, like, these things Trump did. Like,
no,
I think it's
I'm actually agreeing with your
let me finish my point.
I'm not going to let you a strong man because you want to ignore it for the
Go ahead, repeat whatever nonsense you're going to say, and then I'm not straw manning. Go ahead.
Aaron, again, he's got... Aaron, again, he's got 3-on-1. Like, you guys got to let him finish.
Who cares?
I'm not talking.
I understand. Okay.
Well, you're Zeke Heiling. I'm going to stand here with my arms down. I don't care that I'm the only one. Sometimes the only one may be the only one not thinking in the group. And I'm saying this because I am actually agreeing with the point that we should make sure the law is right and fair. We should make sure that people aren't actually distinguished separately, and that we should care about what the law does. And instead, you want to hear anything but, which is really crazy, by the way. It's kind of nuts, Rob.
No, it's not, because you say that, right?
It's totally not.
No, you say that, right? But the point I'm trying to make is, right, it's very simple, right? And this is, you're literally a dime a dozen in the people that I talk to in this behavior, in that we say there's this massive picture. Please, let me finish. I already gave you an analogy, but the analogy's not working for you, so I'll just break it down.
I know the analogy. I just agree with it. That doesn't mean I can understand it. So that is your fallacy.
No, you keep using words fallacies. This is another, like, stop using words that you don't even have an understanding of what you're talking about. Please, so I'll wait. I'll sit here patiently, leave you. You're contributing a lot to the Go ahead. Tom, you just tell me when I can talk. Go ahead. Leave this gentleman talk.
I'm willing to interject across your nonsense. That's fine. I'm playing your game.
You gotta let him answer, though, Aaron. You're not, because he's letting you talk, and then every time he starts talking, you start interrupting him immediately as soon as he starts talking.
Tom,
I understand that you have issues with what he's saying, but you gotta let him finish and then address.
I have issues with the behavior, not what he's saying.
I understand.
It's the confusion in the conversation.
I understand. Either way, you gotta let him finish. All right, Rob.
Okay, and so what you can see that he's doing is, he says, sure, I would be concerned about unequal application law, uninterested in looking at the examples and the details of that unequal application, and instead goes, but I also don't like Trump. And then he asked me a question. He's like, what do you think about the criminal...
I don't like Trump. What, you put that in there, dude. You're literally repeating your own statement. I never said I didn't like Trump.
Let him
I said nothing about the subject.
Aaron, this is ridiculous. Just be quiet and let him...
No, man, I'm not going to be mischaracterized and shut up. That is called fascism, buddy. And let me just give you a little example.
Fascism?
This isn't a fascist panel.
What are you talking about?
Shut up.
It's not fascism. Let everyone talk. Jesus
yes, this Christ. Is a this is a fascist panel. This panel is definitely very fascist. We gotta have
as long as you tell me.
We gotta be able to let people go and get their, because he's streaming as well. His audience is there to listen to him.
They think it's funny. So they like watching this guy make a fool of himself.
I've taken Rob. I'm the one who started. I made this very aggressive. So I've taken a back seat because I want to. You know, you said you sound like you're like pissed and uncomfortable, so I'm like, I'm just gonna let Aaron. Okay.
If I didn't enjoy it, I'd leave. I enjoy it, right? But he's making a fool of himself. That's fine. So whenever I could talk, that's fine.
I'm just here smiling at you, just bloviating. So it's okay.
So again, it's clear that he's referencing Trump specifically. He's done so at least 2 times. One, he talked about a nebulous. Trump gave secret information to Putin, and that was really bad, and I'm concerned about that. And then he said Trump's charges, right? And so then when he says things like, I am concerned about an unequal application, then he gets real close and looks in the camera and goes, and I'm against anyone who sells out our system and hurts. It's clear that he's referencing Trump, and that's why he's asking me specifically, do I agree with the charges of Trump? That's why I asked him. I was like, okay, interesting question. What charges? Can you tell me what those charges are? Because you can see the way he talks, he has this visceral dislike of Trump, which is fine. Trump's not a very likable person to a lot of people. I don't have a problem with that. No. But when we're talking about, okay, yeah, I don't want anyone above the law, that's fine. Just like that example I give, I don't want the black man jaywalking, but I have a far greater concern if law enforcement is particularly targeting black men, particularly for crimes that aren't that severe, right? And so that's why when someone says, yeah, I agree that the law enforcement doing that's really bad, but what about the jaywalking? Aren't we also against that? Yeah, I guess I am also against jaywalking, but that's a pittance compared to these examples I'm talking about. So I'm just curious, do you agree with the charges against Trump, and can you explain what they are?
I actually do not have an idea about the situation other than to say that if the law is broken, or somebody in the law establishment believes that a law is broken, and I'm saying this slowly so that you wait, hold on, so that it isn't interjected. I'm taking my time because y'all want to scream and rant. If a law is broken, when somebody thinks that a law is broken, then the right situation needs to happen. That's how that works. I have never said anything about other. Wait, hold on a second. Let me finish. And I'd also like to correct your mischaracterization. I said that it was observed by Secret Service that, and also by the public, that a picture was taken of Trump sharing secret information. That doesn't intimate whether or not I believe in him or not. I believe in the law as a standard. I would hope you do too, and I think you do. And I think that what the misunderstanding is, you keep interjecting what I feel as a psychic behavior. Now, I haven't intimated whether I'm for or against, and I just told you earlier that sometimes in the local, I vote quite often Republican. So this is the point that I'm trying to make here. You assume about what and how I would present this other than to see that I'm saying, look, we do have a problem. I agree with you. Whether or not those charges are actual factual, we'll find out because the courts decide that for us. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to decide that. I have the belief in the presumption of innocence. Now, he is charged. That is a fact. I didn't say anything about whether that's good or bad. And you keep implying these things, which is where I'm telling you, bro, you're telling us, you're self-snitching because of that. Instead of hearing what I'm fucking saying. And this is part of the problem in the discourse. Go ahead, Smith. I'm sorry.
Do you think that there's a difference?
Not Smith.
Do you think there's a difference? Quibbles, it's fine. Do you think there's a difference between the way that the response to behaviors by people like Hillary Clinton is happening in the FBI versus the way that the response is happening to Trump?
Sure. I think we see a lot of disparate biases going on across all of the institutions.
So
and we should be aware of these things very, 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 and this has always been, by the way. Folks, and to act like this is new is not,
if there's a bias of the FBI against one party and in favor of another party, is that a problem?
Oh, absolutely, of course. Nobody said it wasn't. And quibbles, and that's the other thing is the problem is associating. Hold on, let me make a point here, because you guys are associating monolithically, like there's a binary. Like I can't believe in both or can't feel the strength of both. And that is weird to me because it's like complex people. No, but it is being implied, because every time it's like you're anti-Trump. No, I'm just law and order. I'm actually closer to Republican now.
No, but hold on. But you're not law and order because you're just
very much.
Well, okay. I will explain why I don't think that you are.
You may not think so, but I can assure you I am.
Well, I want to explain why I think that, right? The reason I think that is because you just agreed that there's a structural problem of a bias within the institution of the FBI in which it benefits the Democrats and hurts the Republicans.
Some people. We should agree who it benefits, because it doesn't just benefit the Democrats.
I've not been interrupting you. I'd like to finish.
Occasions. I'm just going to correct you because that's a.
Yeah, but he needs to be able. He needs to, while you're characterizing his statement, he needs to be able to clarify and not let you steamroll through it.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Is you guys
don't finish your point. If you're gonna characterize what he's saying, and then finish your. But let me finish my point. No, you can't do that.
Didn't he just say we didn't say, but we're implying? Isn't he doing the same thing that he's accusing us of doing by saying that?
No, I'm actually pretty fair about this, because I can give you credence. I can give you credence.
You just said we're implying something, but you're saying that that's erroneous.
Repeatedly.
But you just said that's erroneous to say that someone's implying something.
You want to explain to him what it was he was implying, so that I don't have to do it for myself again? Well, because I already did.
But you're implying something as well, and everyone who's being objective can see that, right? It's obvious that you were saying, like when you're like, well, Trump, what about him sharing these secrets, and what about the charges against Trump? It's clear that what you're saying here in the context of this
is he broke the law.
Right. He's saying, but even if there is a double standard, isn't it true that Trump could have broke the law? And that's what I said you're implying, and you're like, I'm not implying that. I don't take a stance on whether or not he broke the law.
He said it. He didn't imply it, he said it.
Well, now he's saying he didn't. Because when I said, okay, what were those charges? He says, I don't take a stance. I don't take a stance.
You're misunderstanding just to make your point. You're really just trying to misunderstand to make your point. And it's really crazy. Okay, so here's the deal.
Real quick, hold on, real quick, just to let you guys know.
You're frozen.
Yeah, my stream went down. OBS screwed up, and so I might be a minute, but you guys carry on. I'm going to have to focus on this.
I actually do have to. I did not intend to hear this one, but let's finish it up, because I think, Rob, be honest with you, I hear your point, and I want you to understand that the only reason I'm making this suggestion to you, and by the way, I hope you know that I actually am neither party. Really, I will vote Democrat occasionally.
Yeah, but Aaron, you understand is that like all of the arguments that you're making, like you're talking about Trump while you're saying those things, and so everybody's taking what you're saying as what you're saying about Trump. Fine. But then it sounds like you're saying afterwards, I'm not talking about Trump, and so it gets confusing.
I could be talking about it. I'm sorry, I could be talking about Tammany Hall. I would rather be talking about Tammany Hall. It's a better example.
But that's not what you're talking about.
I have a really good clarifying question. I have a good clarifying question. Okay, is it that do you think it's that the FBI is being extra hard on Trump, like more than they should, or are they being extra easy on Hillary?
It's both. Right. So,
for example, I don't agree with that.
No, it definitely is.
I think that it's.
For example, let me give you an example. Would you all agree with this? There's a law called FARA, failing to register as a foreign agent, and it's one of the worst kept secrets in Washington. That tens of thousands of people do this. There are tons of lawyers and lobbyists that are lobbying for outside foreign interests, and they're not filing the appropriate paperwork. And those laws exist for a reason, because we don't want outside influencers and big money in other countries weighing in on our policies and our elections. So this happens all the time. Now, for better or worse, we hardly ever prosecute. The FBI hardly ever prosecutes that law. But as soon as Trump comes along and his campaign manager is accused, they charge him. They charge Paul Manafort with FARA. The Mueller team does. Now, in the Mueller indictment, it says Manafort committed this crime in 2013, even before Trump was running for office, and he committed it with two groups, Mercury LLC, a Republican lobbying firm, and the Podesta Group, who is Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta. And so did Podesta also get charged? No. Podesta's group was allowed to retroactively file paperwork. But Manafort, the guy connected to Trump, was charged. So it is true simultaneously that they are going harder against Trump's people than they ever have anyone else. And they're going easier against people that are establishment type people. And the other thing I'll say real quick is, I'm unpersuaded, or I don't want to say it that way. Your argument that you will vote Republican or Democrat isn't the argument that I'm talking about, because as I already explained, I feel that it's not Republican versus Democrat. It is establishment level people versus populist level people. For example, James Carville, who used to be the campaign manager for Clinton, was just on Jake Tapper's show the other day saying Jill Stein, more left-wing than Biden, more left-wing than Bernie, Jill Stein of the Green Party is an obvious Russian agent. That's what James Carville is saying. They'll smear her. They'll smear Bernie. They tried to smear Bernie as pro-Russian. They'll smear any left-wing anti-war. They're smearing Noam Chomsky because he's calling for a peaceful resolution in Ukraine. They're saying, is he pro-Russian? So the idea that it's Republicans versus Democrat, that's not the issue. The FBI, just like Chuck Schumer said, will go after people that they feel is a threat to their hegemonic power, and they will go easy and protect the people they think will back them up.
Who's they?
Okay, so wait, hold on a second. And this is actually leads to my question. No, Rob, I have a question for you about this, because I want to understand. When I ask these things, I want to understand people, because I have a very different point of view. I take a different angle on things most often. And I totally admit this, by the way. But I want to understand, Rob, do you think that these systems inherently are broken, or are they filled with people that are bad behavior, or are the laws wrong, or is there a confluence of all of these things? Because I'm still not clear on exactly how you see them getting fixed, or other than to extract and to utilize the law.
I have a theory. Well, I'll wait.
It doesn't.
I actually want to hear what Rob says, but I apologize.
It's a combination of all those. For example, Thomas Jefferson said we should have a revolution every 20 years. The truth is, the institutions, even the best institutions that have ever been created, will eventually get stagnant if we allow regress and corruption to go unchecked over and over again. The real solution is to, one, have free speech. So we should have a free press. Unfortunately, we don't. The press just carries water. They don't hold truth to power. They bury the truth for the powerful. So the new press is sort of individuals talking on social media, which is why there's a push in both right-wing and left-wing circles in the establishment to have censorship, overwhelmingly on the left. But there are prominent Republicans that are for censorship as well, because they want to control that flow of information. But it's also true that there are specific people, and it could have came from non-nefarious reasons. Like, let me give you an example. Like Nancy Pelosi, would everyone agree here she's probably committed some sort of insider trading? I mean, she's worth tons of money. It seems pretty evident at this point.
I don't know enough about the situation to actually say yes or no.
Okay, that's fair.
Anecdotally,
for her husband are insane. They're better than Warren Buffett. Yeah.
I'm sorry, just to your point, though. Yeah. Rob, just so you know, I have heard stories on all the levels of politics. We basically, comparatively to overseas, let's say in bad systems, even though that does happen, I've heard that it actually exists across many plateaus of this stuff. And I have often struggled, and I'd be interested to hear your points on this, because I've often struggled with whether it should be some amount of grift should be allowed within reason, if that makes any sense, because it tends to deter away from the larger grift. But then we end up with, when it's not like allowed within a little bit, like we end up with large lobbying factions, and we end up with things like Pelosi, who may have had insider trading through her husband or whatever it was. But I mean, that's across the board with
But the problem is, the reason I bring her up is, let's assume when she got in office, she actually wanted to make a difference, right? And this is how I know I work with Republicans that I think are good people that do horrible fucking policies, right? In the state level in Pennsylvania. I go to Republican meetings, etc. Let's say you get into office and Pelosi, whenever
you're Pennsylvania.
Right, sorry. 40 years ago, like she was a good person and intended to do well, but she has to make some slight moral compromises here and there. You can't even recognize yourself after 40 years. Now take away an individual and instead look at an institution. Now, first off, the FBI was founded on all kinds of shady shit. J. Edgar Hoover was doing all kinds of shit, illegally spying on political interests. We know that the FBI was spying on Martin Luther King and probably was responsible for his assassination. We know that intel agencies like the CIA was doing all kinds of shady shit around the world, but also operating domestically, and probably had something to do with the death of JFK. But you don't have to accept that. I'm just saying we know that they were doing shady shit. Yeah. So what happens?
And by the way, on Wednesday I'm doing mind control with a 1980s. Beyond MK Ultra, it actually interviews with all of the participants from the 1980s on ABC Monday Night News. It's the craziest shit I've ever found, by the way.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make is these institutions, assume it this way, assume that J. Edgar Hoover started off and he's like, fuck, the Cold War, the Soviets, all this shit. We just had the Nazis. We had World War II. My God, like, we need an agency that sometimes has to break the rules a little for the greater good. But assume that they keep making that decision and saying, the democracy doesn't matter. The people chose wrong with this candidate, so we have to rein them in. And the problem is, even if they intended it to be good, after decade of that, they literally feel that they're above the law. And it's not just the FBI, it's these institutions working together, the bureaucratic state. That's why, with quibbles, I do sympathize. It's not that the president has too much power, it's that this bureaucratic state that's under the branch of the executive, that's true, but the president's just really a figurehead, like you said. We might disagree on how to solve it, but like, when you saw the impeachment of Trump, like, there was something that was said over and over by these people like George Kent of the State Department. He kept saying, Trump was going against our foreign policy. They're his employees. That would be like if a new CEO took over your company.
You're misunderstanding, Rob. You may be misunderstanding there. When we say our foreign policy, the president reinforces and does not make that policy. It is made by the centralized government. And that's the other thing. His job is to support. His job is to support as not the overall reaching head of state, because he doesn't deal. As somebody who has a cousin who's sitting at,
he's the commander in chief. Dude, what are you talking about? He's the commander in chief.
That is over the army. That is over the military. That is not over our diplomacy. And he does take a role, and he does have a right to control, but he doesn't have a right to make the policy, because the policy is made by several different groups. No, it is not.
He's saying, hold on. He said policies, okay? Focusing on that word, policy.
Oh, okay.
Talking about policies.
Sure, but on the policies component, that's only true if you're actually going to let the Congress actually have any importance in foreign policy, which they don't.
Exactly. Currently. The State Department has no policy. The State Department...
Should that be true? No, but it is definitely
foreign affairs.
The Congress has the authority to declare.
So what's wrong with saying... So if it should be true, then what's wrong with saying our?
Listen. Let me explain it this way.
Because it wasn't the congressperson saying the our. The person who said that was someone who was his employee, who was someone who's within the State Department,
George Kent,
within all of those people are saying that. That's
if he was
saying that.
If he really had malicious, if he really was, I'm not going to say, if he really was conspiring, and him using that word is proof of him having an intent to do this for transparent reasons, are these people smarter than to just use weird language like that? That's subtly suggests that they're fucking shit.
No, because it's so built in that they're not even trying to hide it anymore.
That's right. That's the problem. Let me explain it this way, right? So let's say that I work at the State Department, and I'm the person that's the head of the office of dealing with Syria. or let's say a country that we're not really more conflict with, like let's just say Chad, the country of Chad, and I, robnoerr, I get appointed under Biden, and I'm the diplomat that's in charge in the State Department of working with Chad. And then Biden loses, and DeSantis wins. And DeSantis comes in and says, Rob, I'll leave you there. And I know we've been sending foreign aid to Chad, but we're no longer going to do that. And instead, I want you to redouble your focus on trying to help the government of Chad reach out to other governments and have exports and stuff, blah, 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 blah. And I disagree with that. I have two options. I could either say, well, I could give my advice to try to sway the president, but ultimately he has the final authority. He was elected. He has control over this agency. Or I could resign, because I say, what I can't do is say, that goes against our policy. And so now I am going to act in protest against that. And we know the military did that. For example, the generals lied to Trump when Trump tried to pull out troops from Syria. Now, you might say that's a really bad idea. Trump should have did that. But he has the authority to do it. And the generals lied to him. They said, we think Trump's making a mistake. And so we will say, yeah, there's only 1,000 troops there, so we'll pull 1,000 out. But in reality, there was more than that. And so they intentionally left him. That's what I'm talking about. These bureaucrats think we know best, and everyone agrees with them. Mitt Romney would have agreed with us. Hillary Clinton would have agreed with us. Jeb Bush would have.
Rob, I think I'm finding the point of where there may be at least disagreement in that. Okay, so I think we can all agree that people acting in that way is inappropriate to our system. Yes, and I think we do all agree. In general, I think we agree that that's a fucked up situation. But it doesn't alleviate if something actually did go down. So the real question is, are you saying that because one thing was fucked in the system, that there's a bunch of biases, which is obvious to us all, it's because humans are involved and there's many of them, and money, humans and money, power added to it.
It's not just money. It's a specifically pro-war stance.
Sure. Okay. I'll even take that. Yes, because armament sales. I'll even give you that, because that is true. There's a portion of us where we are an industrial military complex that involves it too, but it's multi-tiered. It's not one or the other. This is what I'm trying to get across here. Are you saying that because these things were biased, that there just couldn't have been any truth, that there couldn't have been any facts to the matter, that they're all, you just throw it all out?
No, that's not what I'm saying, but it's irrelevant.
What I hear when, because what I'm hearing too is the biases are bad, but you're using those to discredit large swaths of things.
Okay, but one, we're not talking about the bias just occurring one time. Like, for example, let's say that the only example we see of these executive branch agencies doing something was that one instance in Syria. Then I would say you have a point to say, well, that one time it happened in Syria, but that's the only thing you could point to, so how could you say that there's a systemic problem? That I would agree with, but it's not. We could look at almost every agency, and particularly when we're looking at the intel agencies, we could see it happening over and over and over again. And so much that it's happening that, again, I don't know how this wasn't the biggest story in the world. Would we all agree with this statement? Chuck Schumer has no love for Donald Trump. Would we agree with that? Yeah. So when Chuck Schumer comes out before Trump's even sworn in, and this is what Trump's saying, this is one of the things I really liked about Trump. I'll do a little history lesson. I'll try not to be too wordy, but I always am too wordy, right? He does the first debate with Hillary, right? And he says in that debate, I'm paraphrasing. He's basically like, I don't understand why we're fighting with Assad in Russia and Syria. Shouldn't we be working with them against ISIS? Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying, right? The real reason is we're there because we're actually there to destabilize Russia and Syria, but we're using Islamic terrorists as a pretense to invade, just like we did Libya, just like we did Iraq, just like we did Afghanistan. That's what, it's Islamic terrorists, let's go in there. Oh, but now we have to stay. Even though the threat was done, we have to stay. So that's what was going on. Then Mike Pence has the vice presidential debate, right? And I'm skipping a part. Fox News goes apeshit. And MSNBC goes apeshit. They're in agreement this time. Oh, that's dangerous to suggest that we shouldn't be involved in these foreign wars. That's dangerous, says Fox News and CNN. Geez, the one thing they're agreeing on. So Mike Pence comes out in the vice president's debate and he's like, no. We understand the importance of staying in Syria and blah, 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 blah. Trump kind of misspoke. Then the second debate, Trump comes back and says it again. He's like, nah, fuck all that. His gut was right. Now, brief addendum to this. The biggest criticism I have of Trump and his administration was he fucking bombed Syria. He went against his stated promise and he became a fucking warmonger. And he deserves condemned for that in my book. But he was saying on the campaign trail we shouldn't do this. And again, everyone went apeshit. The Republicans and the Democrats, right? That's the problem. That there was this universal condemnation from both sides saying, you can't be anti-war. You can't fucking do that. That is non-negotiable. And it was at that point, for saying those types of things, after he won the election, he kept saying, what's the FBI doing? What are we doing in places like Syria? That Chuck Schumer, who has no love for Trump, went on national television and said, and he was honest, he said, Trump's making a huge mistake. It's not very smart to criticize the FBI. Because they'll find 6 ways of Sunday getting back at you. All of a sudden, what do we now know from looking at the documents? The FBI knew that there was no verification whatsoever that Trump's team was colluding with Russia. They knew that it was concocted by Hillary Clinton and a suspected Russian spy. They knew that their source, their subsource, was lying to them. They offered the source $1 million to verify. He was unable to verify. And yet, they still, for 4 years, beat that fucking drum knowing it was bullshit. And the Durham report lies. They even changed evidence to say the opposite of what it said to keep that warrant going. The CIA told the FBI, actually, this guy Carter Page worked with us to go against Russians, and the FBI changed the document to say, actually, he didn't work with us. We know all of that happened.
Rob, before you go too far down, because look, man, I'm a guy who loves to talk about this stuff ad nauseum and at length, but we're kind of not coming to a point of synthesis on this, I don't think. At least to the point of saying, man, where in history, in American history of the last 100 years, has this not all been going on, other than for the fact that for the first time we saw it reach the White House, which is a test of our strength or weakness in this case, and both, I would say. But where in the past 100 years have what you're describing not been going on with whether it be the OSS, the DID, the CIA, or any of the rest of them? I mean, are we calling ourselves evil imperialists?
Oh, there's an answer to that. There is an answer. The answer is that there was a time when we were not nearly as interventionist as a country, and at that time, the intelligence organizations were not nearly as powerful.
Where was it?
Before World War II.
It was a long, no, it was prior to that. It was a long time.
It's actually was a time before Teddy Roosevelt.
Right. Let me answer the question. I have a slightly different answer. You make a sort of compelling case, but I would answer it, unfortunately, with another question, which is, when did we have a presidential candidate that actually succeeded that was lending credence to anti-war voices?
We had several during the middle century, and actually, one got killed.
I have an answer to that.
Right.
The answer is to that. The answer to that is that a lot of people, when they come in on a narrative that is anti-war. Obama did, Trump did, and in both cases, they absolutely fucking lied, and in both cases, they absolutely continued to be pro-war once they were in office.
That might be true, but the difference is this. They trusted Obama would follow the message. They did not with Trump. And that's why Chuck Schumer said what he said, because Trump was in a unique... Let me explain. Trump was in a unique situation. Right? Because here's the thing, right? The sad part is, because the way our system is, you have to have some sort of connections to the establishment to even have a chance to win. Like, you could be, any of us five could be the most articulate person in the world and have the best plans that if you just saw the plans on paper, 90% of America could say, that plan right there is the plan that I think that person should be elected. But because we don't have the money, the connections, etc., we have no chance. So the only chance you would have to be independent is to be independently wealthy. And so, like a Mark Cuban, a Donald Trump, something. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a theory, like I mentioned before, like so I look at this as a system. I like to think of things as like systems. So the issue is, like, I think a big part of it is what you could call the military-industrial complex, but it's major conglomerations that have lots of like money and power, and they have sway over like decisions and stuff, to the point where, like, when you have a financial crash and like you got Obama who like by all his like by everything he preaches, you wouldn't think that he would just give like the banks a shit ton of money. He gives the banks a shit ton of money. Why does he do that? I think that when no matter who you are, once you get into that position of power, the levers of power that these the powerful people with money have over you means that if you don't do something like that, it could mean like even worse things could happen, and it puts you between a rock and a hard place. So like what I think the issue is not necessarily like focusing on individuals, but I think we should focus on trying to redistribute the power, like the money. I think we have we shouldn't let Amazon like become so big. You know.
Wait.
I want to point out.
I think the broader issue is,
Rob, real quickly.
Rob is right. Rob is right when he says that to get to these positions of power, you have to be incredibly wealthy or you have to be part of the game. And in either case, I'd argue that you are part of the game. If you're incredibly wealthy, you are part of this game. And I would argue that the problem there is that, it's exactly the kinds of people who get to these positions of power that you don't want to get into these positions of power, because you can't get there unless you're willing to do just about literally anything to get there, because you have to beat everyone else, and everyone else is willing to do literally anything to get there. And so, given that situation, the only solution that I see is to make these positions of power significantly less powerful, which means that you need to have more elected positions. You need to have each of these individual elected positions be significantly less in control than they are as individuals currently.
Well, the best way to do that is to have more localized government, more federalism, more state government.
More localized government, and also, more localized government, but also at the federal level, you need to be having individual people elected to be in cabinet positions.
But there's a distinction I think that's waking here. The reason they didn't fear Obama is because he wasn't necessarily independently wealthy, so he had to go up through the game. Now, you could say, but if you're independently wealthy, you've played the game. Trump admitted he played the game, right? He just played it in a different way. Right? The way he played the game was, please, let me finish this point real quick.
Yeah,
the way he played the game was, he admitted, fuck yeah, I paid both sides. I didn't give a shit, right? And he was cool in that role. They liked him in the game in that role. But the problem was, he didn't work his way up constantly talking to the leadership of the FBI like Obama would have, as he's a senator and he's working his way up, right? He just came in from the outside. Now, it could be true that Donald Trump's a shithead. He's not an ideologue. So it could be true that had Trump came in and not been fucked with by the FBI, that he might have went right along with them. He might have got in office and they'd said, Trump, we think you should do this. And he said, okay, that might be true. But when you have total control of power like they do, they don't want to take a chance on a guy that they think they can't trust. He's out there shooting his mouth off, saying how bad the FBI is. They don't fucking like that. And so just real quick, I'll finish with this. When you say, when hasn't this happened? This is the only time we know it's happened to a president. That's exactly the point. Of course it happens to keep the little guy from getting there, but the lesson that they're sending right now is this. Don't you even fucking think about trying to get the levers of power if you're outside of us. Even if you're potentially outside, because we will fucking bury you. That's what going after Trump is about.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I think I'm going to say the same thing as you. So does that prove... You've created a narrative based on some facts, but that doesn't. You haven't proved that Trump isn't actually corrupt and worthy of being indicted and shit. That doesn't.
I was trying to, but we could. So, for example, I talked about the Durham report, right? So the first thing they investigated Trump for was that he was colluding with Russia, and they spied on him. And saying, I had a big debate last night with someone who's as read up on this, arguably, as me, named Pisco. Pisco's a lawyer. He comes at this from the opposite side of me. But Pisco would admit, as a lawyer, that the steps they took, such as getting a FISA warrant, just because they suspected people in Trump's campaign of doing something, they are still bound by the law, and there are certain steps that they're allowed to take. Just like if the cops suspect you of something, they can't play drugs on you, arrest you, and say, okay, now let's find evidence of the other crime. You can't do that, right? And so Trump may very well be corrupt. In fact, I was shocked that the only things they've charged Trump... Again, I'll say this. Let's take someone like Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban's a billionaire. My guess is if we had the power to send the FBI right now to raid Mark Cuban and all of his lawyers right now without warning, I'll bet we could find some crimes. I bet we could find that he was inappropriately funding people's campaigns too much, that he was paying off people in ways that he shouldn't. Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. So this is the thing, though, and a topic that we kind of passed by that was kind of glossed over.
No. Wait. If you're gonna, I need to finish. So if that's true, does that prove? How does that prove that Trump is not Sure. I would assume all of these people have corruption you can look into, and you could put all these people in prison for something. But that narrative also doesn't disprove that Trump wasn't extra corrupt. There's no reason to think that he wasn't more corrupt than them.
In what way?
Than most.
Give me an example of how he was more corrupt.
I don't know, keeping documents at Mar-a-Lago and shit.
We know the Biden team kept documents. We know Hillary's team kept documents. Hillary's team kept a private server.
After he was president?
No. He kept, right, which is yes. They actually, we know Mike Pence did. Mike Pence did. Hillary Clinton, real quick, let me finish this. Hillary Clinton's team not only kept a private server, but unlike the documents at Mar-a-Lago, the FBI has testified that they heavily suspect that the classified documents on Hillary's server in our bathroom actually were hacked by hostile foreign powers. So not only did she inappropriately store that, but she also jeopardized our national security by those documents being released. And James Comey,
they have evidence or reason to believe?
Well, we have evidence of it. But real quick, James Comey said no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute that. Now, they said the reason we're going after Trump, what makes it different is this, that he intentionally tried to cover this up. But let's go back to that Hillary case. Hillary's team, Congress subpoenaed emails from her. You know what they did? Deleted the subpoenaed emails. Now, if anyone in the country did that, they're immediately arrested. You know what the FBI did? They gave the guy immunity that deleted it and then said, hey, did anyone tell you to delete it? And he's like, nope, I was supposed to delete it 6 months ago and I forgot, but I deleted it after a subpoena. And they said, shucks, well, we can't charge you with the crime, we give you immunity. It's the same story over and over and over. So when you say Trump was more corrupt, I'm willing to listen to it. If Trump committed a crime, throw him in jail. However, I'm less concerned, and it's funny because you guys, it seemed like everyone agreed with this. Everyone sort of agreed with the idea was to get to this level, to be involved in politics at this scale, it's the exact worst type people. That's probably true 95% of the time. So if we allow the FBI to say, well, we'll select, everybody's breaking the law, but we'll only selectively enforce against those that criticize us, what happens is it effectually allows them to interfere and to put people in positions of power that they want in perpetuity, because they'll always be able to say, we like Hillary Clinton, she'll give us power.
Back to the point. You just brought it back to what I was going to point out. Sorry, Quibbles. I got to make this point.
Before we move forward, I just want to clarify two things. You can go forward. The one thing that I want to clarify on that is that there is a difference in that Trump is actually allowed to have access to certain documents, and he can declassify things when he's president. It's not true once he's ex-president, once he's a former president, but while he was president, he was allowed to do that. That's one thing that's worth flagging. Another thing that's worth flagging is that it is true that Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden immediately turned over the documents when asked, and Trump didn't.
That's not true. So Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence.
It is true.
No, that's not true. We know that Hillary's Quibbles, listen to me. Yes or no, is this true?
Yeah.
The Congress subpoenaed evidence from Hillary. Her team deleted 30,000 of those, so they didn't immediately turn it over. Unlike with Trump, they destroyed it.
She turned over the evidence. She turned over the documents in that she didn't keep the documents.
But that's even worse. That's even worse.
Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of a devil's advocacy here, but I want to talk about something that we keep glossing over. Is that you talked about the president?
Hold on. This particular issue, I think that it is different.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
In that. The difference is that it's no longer a national security issue, that she doesn't have this information that is outside of the access of the FBI.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. No, in fact, the law would disagree with you. The law would say that destroying it is worse because they need to get access of it because, again, they suspect that it was hacked. So they need to
I'm not talking about the law.
But listen, please. Yes.
Please. Perspective, one is worse.
Please, right. And what's worse is destroying from national security perspective, because the FBI needs, our Congress needs to see what these documents were to know what the stakes of national security would have been jeopardized. And so if you destroy subpoenaed evidence, that's worse than stalling on complying and then eventually the documents being handed over.
No, it's
worse.
It's part of my point. Hold on a second. I got a question for you. It's very important. So would you agree that the military industrial complex is part of the national security?
State.
We sell armaments.
Yes. Sure.
Okay, so the president is the head of the military and also the lead salesman. I don't know if you're aware of this. I'm sure you are, for our military-industrial complex.
I'll take that, sure.
Okay, so would there be a reason, if you're running a business and a nation all at once, would there be a reason to distrust somebody who might not go along with the business structure you already have in place for those things? And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just asking you a logistics question of like how somebody runs a business. Would you bias against the person who comes in, takes control of your company, and decides to do something?
Well, I'm not trying to be semantic here, but one of those things I agree with and the other I don't. You said distrust or bias. Certainly it'd be fair to have bias against. It's fair to have bias against anyone that disagrees with you. Distrust is different. I might not like your opinion, but that doesn't mean I distrust you. Right? So, yeah, you certainly, if I'm Raytheon, I'm pissed off if Ron Paul gets elected because he's like, we're going to stop shipping yes, of course. I'm pissed off if I'm the general.
So systemically, I think we're starting to get to a point. This is where the synthesis I think is coming. So I think systemically, we have a system that perpetrates the need for these people in the sociopathic power search to get to that point, because those are the only people who will play those kind of games and capitulate to what is otherwise, in many cases, the unthinkable. Which is to say that, one, you have to go along with a standard that's already set with arms sales that are predisposed by NATO, that are predisposed by agreements with the Eastern countries, that are predisposed by all kinds of things. And so I believe, personally, that there may be something we're seeing in that response. We don't know this, just like a lot of the facts of the matter until after the case is settled. We don't know how or who. We've just been given sights into the biases and distrust. So this is what I'd ask you is, do we think that it's because it's part of our national interest alone, or do we think it's part of an industrial complex that we need to actually take apart a bit because it is angling us towards this? Because I think that's what you're saying. And I would agree with you, because I distrust the system.
Right,
and I have to question the system.
Of course, of course, I distrust. I think that there is a complex that has a vested interest in perpetual war. Of course, I think that's true. The question is, how do we dismantle that, right? And I think the first step to it is we have independent conversations about it, and we hold the people accountable. So, for example, there's nothing illegal. There could be morally wrong to work for Lockheed Martin and say, I hope there's war, because I'll sell a bunch of missiles. Right? That may be morally incorrect, but that's not illegal. And say, I'm going to vote for the guy that I think is going to lead to more conflicts because I want to sell weapons. That's not illegal. You could do that. The problem but that's inevitable in any system. Like, you could go back to feudal Japan and say, well, aren't there generals that would be upset against an emperor that wanted peace? Of course. They're not selling weapons like the United States is now, or like Raytheon is, but they still...
But hold on, Rob. Hold on a second. You understand that, though, the reason for that, would that make them wrong if it's against the national interest in some way?
Well,
do you think that they're altruistic?
Yeah.
They're just...
The morality of it's irrelevant to me, because, for example, morality could be subjective in this point. If I sincerely, for example, there was this guy debated that sincerely believes that North Korea is going to eventually invade us, so we have to nuke them off the face of the earth today. Now, I think most people would say, that's fucked up. You're talking about killing millions of people with a nuclear weapon. But he says, no, I'm morally justified because they're going to kill even more. And I believe that's a certainty. Therefore, I'm justified in saying we need to do a lesser evil to prevent the greater evil, right? So morally, in his framework, he is acting in a moral way. So the question of morality isn't what I'm focused on at this point. I'm questioning the legality, the way our system needs to be set up to function. And so, for example, the generals and the people working at Lockheed Martin, they could say, we don't fucking like Ron Paul, we don't like Bernie Sanders, we don't like Jill Stein, we don't like Donald Trump, and we're going to legally lobby to stop them from getting elected. What they can't do is say, we will work with our partners in the FBI to spy on them, to disseminate false information to the press, to lie to a FISA warrant, to investigate them for crimes that we have no business of doing, and to hopefully find something that we can hang our hat on and say, see, there was a crime, so we're all right in doing this. And so that's what I'm saying is the problem, and that the only way to stop that, because inevitably, no matter what we do, there is no perfect system. Inevitably, any system, if we don't check corruption, will eventually result in corruption. And so the number one way to stymie the flow right now is to hold the corrupt people in positions of power accountable. And the people that most need to be held accountable are who watches the Watchmen. Who are the people that are tasked with doing this stuff? And everyone agrees with this, by the way, even Democrats in our colloquialisms. We call everything something gate, Russia gate, right? Everything's something like, why do we call them? Why do we call them that?
I have a different...
Watergate was catch, and people like me come up with catchphrases.
Right, but I'll just say this real quick,
okay, sorry.
15 seconds. The reason is Watergate was two bumbling fools going against an opposition person's spying on them. What we saw with Hillary Clinton was weaponizing the FBI, the most powerful investigative utility in the history of the world, spying on her opponent. That is exponentially 100 times worse, and we've learned to just accept it.
I have a different solution to who watches the Watchmen. I think no, that's a never-ending spiral. I think that what you have to do is you have to eliminate perverse incentives.
How? Tell me how.
It depends on what it is.
We're talking about the war. What do you do?
Make them less powerful. You make them less powerful.
Yeah.
All of these people are too powerful. So hold on. It's not just making them less powerful. Congress allow us to go to war again.
I'll use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. hold on.
That's how you do it.
Just saying no, because just saying make them less powerful is kind of like it's too simplistic. Checks and balances.
It's
are
not
how
too
all these
simplistic.
things work.
That is how
Shut
you
up.
do it.
I haven't spoken in like an hour. Okay.
That's true.
Like checks and balances are how our entire system works. Everybody has somebody else watching them. Like who watches the Watchmen? There's answers to this across the board. When we're talking about who screwed over Trump, Trump's people, the people who he picked, or the people who were working for him, like the people who were hiding stuff from him. These were people who were working for him, the people who were hiding letters from him, the people who were hiding information from him. Like it was always his people doing all this crap. It's like his own people didn't trust him. It was always his people. It's not this like, overlord that's telling everybody that they're not allowed to engage with Trump. It's just Trump's people and Trump. Like it's just the way it worked.
And I can tell you, Tom, by the way, as somebody who had a lot of contacts in Twitter world of seeing the inside workings of the White House during that period, people were really unhappy. And I'm talking about establishment, normal, just office workers being there. The entire environment was fucked. And that's something to be, that's telling, by the way. It's not just the fact that there's a bunch of people that are unhappy about him being there, but that the culture of a president is brought into the White House. And it is a very small space. A very small space. It's surprisingly small in most cases. So when those people who have worked there for 20 years through many different regimes of all different types, that something may be wrong, just like in any normal workplace when the boss is pissing everybody off. Literally, even the chef wanted to quit, and did. One of them quit. But this is the thing: is and I'm just saying, as a point of the reason I'm making this an example is to give it credence on both sides, to say, okay, I understand you are pointing out very true points about our system, but should we not give credence to the actual responses to the person as well, to some degree, and say, well, didn't everybody respond to him negatively?
Well, there's reasons that someone could respond negatively. One reason that people could respond negatively is because, like, the person just sucks. That is one genuine possibility. Another possibility, though, is that they're responding negatively because, like, you gave the example of a restaurant. Well, let's say that there's a restaurant that's been incredibly not profitable for the last 15 years, right? And it's been losing $100,000 a year for 15 years straight. And the reason for that is because it's incredibly corrupt, because everyone is stealing from the cash register and blah, 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 right? And yeah, if that happens and then some good manager comes into power, all of a sudden, yeah, they're going to get into a bunch of shit.
But the other case as well, right? But the other case as well. You're waiting that one. Wait, hold on. You're waiting the variance. You're waiting the variance instead of giving them both.
I'm going to vote for Biden again. I'm fully with you. I'm not a fan of Trump by any stretch of the imagination. I think that he's in one of those the first of those values. But the problem is that in both of those cases, the same response will be there. Mm-hmm. The issue is that we have put too much power into the hands of these people with their hands in the cash register, right? That's the problem. That is a very interesting noise for a cat to make. I did not expect that from a cat. I'm worried about your cat. That's very strange. But
get him to a vet.
Like the issue is that these people are too powerful, and these unelected people are too powerful, and we need to make them less powerful. My frustration is that both Aaron and Rob, both of you, have been talking for well over 2 hours at this point about all of these ways that various people in major positions of power keep screwing us over, and neither one of you are actually talking about, here is my strategy to make the structural change required to make these people, and regardless of who's in this position, less powerful. Because the truth is that, I like Trump, or I like Biden. Well, regardless of which one you like more, the next person to come to power is going to be in the other party. Regardless, if you think that Trump is amazing, the next guy to come to power was literally Biden. Even if you think Biden is great, but the next person might very well be DeSantis.
But listen, here's the thing. Right. Here's the thing, though. You're not wrong. Except I am giving giving the example,
God,
right?
you,
What
man.
you do is what you do. Listen. Here's why. Right. Here's what we do. But that's inevitable, anyways, right? Like, so for example, I would say that. Listen. Let me finish. I already said that you would make it more localized in state. I'm more of a fan of federal government and I think that everything not outlined in the Constitution should be the role of the state government, right? I'm a fan of federalism. That's what the 10th Amendment clearly says. So, for example, take something like marijuana. The federal government should have no take on whether or not marijuana should be illegal. It should be up to each state, right? Because marijuana is not outlined in the Constitution. Same with abortion. Abortion not outlined in the Constitution.
You can't do that on military. You can't do that on
right. So there are certain. So right.
Must be done.
But that's okay. So at the national right, but the national level, nothing you're doing. Saying again, it's because the complex size of it. How far? Let's take the military for example. We should vote on all the generals. How far down? What? No. So
no, I'm saying,
okay.
I think there's actually hold on.
The cabinet. I think the Secretary of State should be someone that we vote for. I'm saying the cabinet positions.
Okay.
It's not everyone.
Now listen, how would this work?
Not even the head of the FBI. The director of national intelligence should be someone who's chosen.
Okay, can I respond?
Okay, so
let me respond to this real quick.
It
would probably work. It would probably work in this way, right? It would work like we vote for a president and vice president. So you would have Joe Biden say, "My vice presidential pick is going to be Kamala Harris. My FBI pick's going to be Christopher Wray. My DOJ pick's going to be Merrick Garland." Right? So it would be the same thing. It would be the same thing. No. Yes, it would. Because what would happen? Like if you're like, well, go ahead.
I can explain. The way you do it is you have a primary. Right now we have a primary just for the president, and that's it. We shouldn't do that. We should have a primary for the president and every cabinet position. And one of the benefits of that...
It wouldn't matter. That doesn't tell the primaries are biased.
It does.
Okay, so let me.
You're dismissing before we have a point to actually get through the concepts.
Well, I'm trying to interrogate the concepts to talk about.
Yeah,
right?
That's fair.
Okay, so like for example, so we have.
Because we're not letting it. So let me add. There's people waiting for me, guys. So I just before we go out, I agree with the fact that we do need to change the system. We do need to spread the power. It's very clear. And I do believe that local level administration and state administrations prove to be very valuable and powerful entities across the board, whether it be from the county level or the city level, or even in most states.
We're asking how we deal with the structures of the federal level.
I'm about to get there, but I think that a lot of these things that are at the federal level could be disseminated like they were in the 1800s, a little bit differently. We just modernize that. We can talk about the actual minutia of that, but I don't have the time. But next point is, I agree with the voting for each of those positions, and I think that we have the federal.
You can't do that with
my final point. I'm literally making my out. So I agree with your point that we should figure out a system where we can make more choices, maybe not in the intelligence systems, because there's no way to verify people's qualities of those jobs unless you're doing the jobs in those systems. Unfortunately, it's just like a company. So, but when it comes to our cabinets, our Politburo, our systems of maybe healthcare, all of these things, education, I think we should have a role in them. And why not? There are other countries in Western Europe that do as well. So that's my state. And beautiful talking with you guys. I love the discourse. We got to some synthesis. And thank goodness for it, even amongst the yelling and disagreement. Thank you, Tom.
Before you go, I am going to go ahead and start closing up shop. So if everybody wants to shout themselves out real quick and let everybody know where to find you, Aaron, if you want to go first.
Sure, yeah. I'm Aaron, Aaron M Sound at Aaron M Sound and everywhere. And I do a lot of different things. I do funny stuff, and I basically review commentary, history, debates, a lot of different stuff. I'm doing Mind Control on Wednesdays.
Cool. Rob?
robnoerr, consider myself populist conservative. You can find me. It's either robnoerr or Normal America, YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Twitter.
Is it spelled normal, N-O-R-M-A-L?
Normal, N-O-R, yeah, like the word normal. My last name, if you're looking, is robnoerr, N-O-E-R-R.
Okay, because it is supposed to be like a play off of your name, Nor.
Okay, yeah, but it's spelled normally. Yeah. Further.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen you, dude. It's I appreciate you hopping on.
Quibble, if you want to stick around and talk, I will talk to you afterwards, Quibble.
Yeah, for sure.
Smith.
Real Smith usually isn't the type of conversation I have, but I'm afraid of conspiracy theories, and maybe I'm being unfair, but I just somebody's got to do it. Someone's got to like fight, like just to make sure you're not being conspiratorial. I agree that there are, there are things to worry about as far as like power and consolidation of power and abuse of power and shit like that and corruption. But when you are, assigning intent and stuff, now I'm gonna be very suspicious. So that's Real Smith. Orgasm donor.
I'm Quibbles over coffee. I am not going to be suspicious. I'm going to believe every single word of every single person, even if they're completely contradictory to one another.
Let's go.
I agree everything that the last person that spoke to me. Yeah, that's what I think.
Nice, cool. And then, also, for anybody who's streaming, I'm Tom. I go by Tomfoolery Show, YouTube, Twitch, Kick. Currently only streaming on YouTube. My streams went down, so I'm only on YouTube right now, but we have tons of panels, tons of conversations like this, very mixed bag of an audience from left to right, and we have lots of different types of voices on here to have conversations. But you guys are all welcome to stay in the VC and chat for as long as you want. I appreciate you guys all coming on. Have a good night.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Hi, Dave.
We'll see whoever's leaving.
Nice to meet you guys. I gotta go.
All right, we'll see you guys.
See you. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna fucking lose my girlfriend.
Don't do that, Jesus. We'll see.
Yeah, she's been
Have a good one.
Are you sticking around, Quibble?
Yeah, I'll stick
Okay,
around.
so
nice to meet you both. And by the way, do you hold panels? I'm sorry, Rob.
yeah.
Okay, cool. If you want, I'll bring some folks over to you to make it interesting. It's because I.
I don't host them, but anytime people want to come over, yeah, I'd be cool. If you do panels or guests or something, I'll join. I work a lot, so it'd have to be a day I'm not working. But yeah.
Yeah, no, Friday I do a Fired Up. I talk about anything. I have it open to basically whoever wants to talk about what it's on their mind or what they feel. So same with you, Quibbles. I really enjoyed your discourse.
Sure.
I don't agree with everything you're saying, but the point is that we get to somewhere. We got to somewhere today, so that's beautiful. Thank you, guys.
See ya.
All right, have a good one.
Okay.
So Quibble, to talk about this, right? Like here's the problem. I apologize. I used debate lingo. We used to call it non-unique. Uniqueness is the status quo, the way things are. So if something's non-unique, that means it's already like that in the status quo. So we have a system that's you're suggesting, the presidency and the vice president. We have a primary system.
Yeah, my frustration is that the presidency is a single position that is, I think, far too powerful.
I agree.
And my issue is that I just think that, just at a general level, whenever there's any person who has as much power as the president does, number one, the only way to get there is to beat literally millions of people who desperately want to be president, and the one person who gets to be in that position, which means that you're going to, in order to beat them out, yes, you're going to have to be really smart.
Can I interject real quick? Because I think someone's about to leave. They want to know what your channel was.
Quibbles over coffee. Quibbles C on Twitter, at Quibbles C. Yeah. Sorry,
I didn't. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think they might be leaving, so I wanted to. Okay.
You're totally fine. No, I appreciate it. But yeah, so I think that the issue is that these are people who are too powerful, and they need to be made less powerful. And the only way to do that is to decentralize that power. And so you're right that one thing that we can be doing is thinking about ways to make the state and the local level more important. But there's also certain things that you just can't do at a local level. Like the military, no matter what you want, has to be dealt with. If we're talking about how we're going to interact with Syria and Ukraine and whatever, that's going to be a federal level issue. And you have to figure out ways to make the person who's in control over that actually be able to be the one who's in control over it. Because when you choose the president is basically the guy who gets to assign the guys who are going to actually be in control. Because the president themselves is only one person, and they don't have the ability to actually control every single one of those secretaries of all of those different positions. They only get to choose the two things that okay, I really care about the border, I really care about healthcare, and everything else that just goes by the wayside, and they don't think about it at all.
Okay, I agree with all this, but what I'm saying is, right, the idea that the way we solve that is by having primaries and elections for all the cabinet positions. We already have primaries and elections for the presidency. How's that working? They're almost all establishment goons. Why would it be any different with the Secretary of State?
Yeah, I think it's... First of all, I don't think they are all goons. I think that they start not being goons. Well, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that Bernie was very close to winning. Obama did win. Trump did win. And when they came into office, I don't think that regardless of what you might think of how they actually ran their government, what they were talking about until the day that they actually came to office was very different from the way that they ran Guantanamo. It was very different from the way that they ran Syria, Ukraine, whatever it might be. And I think that the people
have a very different perspective on politics than the people who control Washington. And I think the reason for that is because it's so far apart and it's so far removed, and there's no way to manage to get to that position of the highest levels of the FBI and all of that, unless you've been there for 30 years. And someone who's going to be there for 30 years is going to have a very different position than the average American.
Well, that might be true, but here's the thing, right? Like, I think that I disagree with you with Obama. I think Obama was always an establishment man. He was just saying.
Well, he said that he was going to shut down Guantanamo.
Right, but
he said that he was going to. Yeah.
But they knew, like the CIA, the FBI, they knew he was in the bag, right? Just like they know Hillary and Elizabeth Warren. And Bernie, I'll give you Bernie. I'll give you that Bernie and Trump. Bernie spent, since 2016, he spent, 8 years almost kissing their ass, right? Oh, I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy. Trump also did shit that they liked. And I'm sorry, I disagree with a lot of, I still kind of support Trump, but I disagree with a lot of Trump supporters who's like, well, he was duped. Now, the buck stops with him. I don't give a fuck what the explanation is. Buck stops with him. Right? That's it. That's at the end of the day. But what I'm saying is this, like, let's consider it this way. Let's say, hypothetically, that the majority of people that are running from these, you even said it, I believe, that to get that powerful, it usually attracts the worst type of people. So if we said 20% are good and 80% are the type of people that would be business as usual, right? You actually stand a better chance looking at that if you had one good person that would get in a position of power and appoint people that would enact his vision, that if you bifurcated that and said 80% of those people, even if you get a good person, let's say you think Bernie would have been good before 2016, right? And Bernie gets in there and he appoints good people, and finally we get 4 years of, someone that's rocking the boat. As opposed to if Bernie gets put there, but then the Secretary of State is John Bolton, and the Attorney General is Merrick Garland, right? Bernie's going to be hamstrung the entire time, right? And the problem is the way these primaries would be... I
just don't buy this idea of, if the president is a good guy and like really cares about blah, 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 then everything's going to be fine and dandy. I just don't believe that, because I think that the president, regardless of who they are, is very limited and is only one person. And so the majority of what they do is choose other people.
True.
And those other people they choose are going by definition to either be massively untested or to be from within Washington. Those are the only two options.
Correct.
And so if they're massively untested, like we've seen what it looks like when the president is massively untested. We've seen what it looks like when Richard Grenell is massively untested. Richard Grenell was the director of national intelligence, and he didn't know jack shit. He was a fucking idiot, right? And he got nothing accomplished, and he managed to barely control anything about what the FBI or the CIA or anyone else was doing, because he was an idiot. And so, like, even if you actually believe, which I don't in the case of Rick Grenell, but even if you did genuinely believe that he had the right vision, if you're stupid and if you don't understand what's going on and how these systems work, you're not going to be able to affect any change on them. You have to simultaneously understand how the systems work and also want to change the system.
But your suggestion doesn't solve that problem, because now instead of being appointed, we'll have to vote for insiders that know how it works but will be corrupt, or outsiders that don't know what the fuck they're doing. So instead of the president appointing them, now we vote for them, and it's literally the same result in the end.
I think the question is whether or not it's easier to fight, on each of, like, I think that there is probably, whatever it is, 4% of the country who genuinely both, one, understands, and two, cares about foreign policy, right? And there's probably 2% who genuinely understands and genuinely cares about, like, agricultural reform and whatever it is, all of these different policy issues that the federal government has its tangles in, right? And I think that having, like, if you had to run a primary campaign on the issue strictly of how we're going to deal with the national parks, like, you have a lot of things that end up being a lot more populist, because the way that you win that, when you must talk about this conversation, the truth is that the way that most people come to office has very little to do with what they govern in foreign policy, because foreign policy is a very small component of what they do, of how they run their campaigns, right? If you're talking about, like, how did Trump become president? Well, Trump became president over the wall. That's how he became president. How did Bernie almost become president? Well, Bernie almost became president because of healthcare. Well, how did Obama become president? Well, Obama became president because, like you go down the list, and also, again, it was healthcare, right? So, like, over the last 20, 30 years, war had something to do with it, sure. But, like, fine. But over like the last 20 to 30 years, basically, in terms of the national conversation of like how people actually get elected, we've talked about healthcare on the left, and we've talked about immigration reform on the right. And that has been the only successful campaigns that have actually manifested on the federal level, which means that no one's really looking at what Trump's campaign promises are, or what he like, and they're contradictory in his case, but also in other people's case to some lesser degree, I'd argue. And like, no one really is focusing on that because it's not the primary driving force of what he's talking about in his campaign, because he's talking about all of these different things, but primarily it's about immigration stuff. And so if you're talking about immigration stuff, then people are going to look about what your response is in immigration. And people do notice that he fell short on immigration stuff to what he promised. But broadly, he did essentially attempt to do, to best of his ability, what he promised to do on immigration. But no one was looking at what his views were going to be on all of these other issues that very much do affect us. And because that was the only thing that got talked about at the federal level in that one campaign that mattered, we don't actually end up having a conversation on that.
Okay, but I just want to say to wrap up this portion of it, and then I have one other thing to question about this. Yeah, I don't think that it solves the problem you're talking about, because particularly when it comes to the agencies that I'm really criticizing, I think that you're still going to see the insiders get in there, and I don't even think that this issue of, well, they would have to talk about the issues, is really going to, real quick, it's going to change anything for two reasons. One, because people go back on their campaign promises all the time, and secondly, we see increasingly that doesn't even matter. I mean, Joe Biden basically didn't campaign for the last 2 months. In my, are you mentioned Allentown? Are you from Pennsylvania? You don't have to tell me, but
yeah, I'm from Pittsburgh.
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, John Fetterman.
Yep.
I mean, that guy won. So, like, the idea that, well, it was the issues that Fetterman... No, it's increasingly less about the issues, and there's no reason that would change at the cabinet position.
He was running against Oz. Let's calm down.
But still, as bad as Oz was... By the way, I went to a rally with Oz. It was the most awkward thing. You might appreciate this story. I go to this Republican rally, and Dr. Oz is there, and I'm waiting in line to talk to him, and he's got, like, a young handler guy, and the handler's like, hey, you want me to take your phone and take a picture with him? I'm like, sure. So he takes my phone, and I got this picture of me shaking hands with Dr. Oz, and what I said to him was, I was like, yeah, I don't like you at all. I think you're a terrible kid. And he's like, okay. And I was like, what you should do is go around these small communities here, people that are struggling, and you should actually hear the types of things they're saying. And even if I disagree with you, you should take them to heart and understand those are the people that need help that you represent, and I hope that you prove me wrong. But that's what I told him. And it was funny because then, like, the state treasurer of the Republican Party is sitting next to me. She's like, oh, I can't believe you said that. I was like, I don't give a shit. Like, I still voted for the guy. I was livid that he was the nominee. Livid. You would not believe the private conversations I've had with people in the Republican Party in county and state levels where I'm like, what the fuck are you people? At this rally, by the way, his mic kept chirping. And someone said, it must have been made in China. And then he said that line, and all night, all I heard from people was, well, you hear how quick on his feet he is? I'm like, issues! What the fuck is he gonna... You like a quip that he made that someone else made in front of him? The dude's a TV star. What the fuck's his issues? He's terrible. He's talking about crudité. Like, what the fuck are you... You couldn't be more disconnected.
Absolutely.
But okay, go ahead, I'll leave you say...
Yeah, because you're totally right. Like, I mean, Ron DeSantis right now, the majority of what he's talking about is like culture war shit that the president has no effect on.
Yeah,
literally no effect.
But that's okay. That's how you get elected, right? And that shit. That's
my issue. I agree that is how you get elected currently, because right now what we think of the president as is the president is just like, ooh, like he's going to be like the cultural, spiritual leader of the country, and like, no, fuck you. Like, what he is the commander in chief, and that's what he should be, right? But he should be the guy who's in charge of like what we do with like the military stuff after we decide whether or not we're going to war with the Congress. That's what he should be.
I don't disagree. But I think that federalism is a better way to go, and I think this election thing. So let me just ask you one more potential quibble with that. I run for president, and my agenda, part of my agenda when it comes to sort of the EPA, for example, is I say, like, I think that all these restrictions on gas water heaters and gas stoves, I think that this is all nonsense. I think that restrictions we're making on domestic drilling is all nonsense. So that's part of the reason I want to make the United States energy producers. So I get voted in, and then the leader of the EPA gets voted in, also a running Republican will say, but completely disagrees. So we get into office, and what I ran on, now the guy in cabinet that I'm in charge of says, I completely disagree with your policy. I say, okay, you're fired.
I don't think you should be in control of him.
Well, then what's the president do?
The president should be the commander-in-chief.
Of what?
Of the military.
Right, but I would say that we shouldn't have an EPA. That would be my solution. You say no, we should vote on the leader of the EPA.
Yeah, then we should have someone who runs for the EPA and chooses to get rid of the EPA.
I think that's a huge mistake, because then what ends up happening is each agency is going to say, well, I know what's best, and it's going to encourage them to have more power for themselves. So you're not going to shrink the size of the executive branch. You're going to have a bunch of little mini dictators that say, well, I can't control this over here. I can't control immigration policy as the head of the EPA, but I can affect positive change in that realm in ways that infect my vision by doing this here at the EPA. I don't think this solves anything. It just adds extra layers that will still be geared up.
There's sort of two questions that I think are a little bit distinct. One of the questions is like, how do we make the size of the federal government decrease? And another question is like, how do we get the federal government that we do have to function better? And I think these are both valid concerns to be having. In the terms of like, how do we get it to function better? I want people to be running for office and actually run for office on the basis of something that like is actually to do with what they can do in their position. And therefore, I want the person who's going to be in charge of the EPA to be talking for a period of 2 years of campaigning or whatever about how what their views are going to be on the EPA. And I don't want for them to just be like, oh, like I'm just the president, I'm going to talk about all this cultural war nonsense, right? So that's the first one. But on the second one, you are correct that there is this concern of like all of these different government offices might very well try to grow. But my response to that would be that like the federal government is trying to grow regardless. So I'm not convinced that this would be a larger concern of it growing the federal government, because the federal government is already, number one, quite large. Number two, clearly trying to build itself into becoming larger anyway.
Well, right, but the problem is if you have to, you're always going to, the problem, the way our government's set up is, right, when you vote for these people, there's always an incentive for them to have more power. Like, for example, go back to the Tea Party example, right? Like, you say you're Trump and you're like, I think Obama spent too much. If I get in office, I got things that I want to achieve to undo the bad shit Obama did. And so you're not going to say, well, I've been voted in, now I'm going to limit my power. And the problem is, if instead of one guy, and that is a problem that you identify, right? But the problem is now instead of one guy doing that, you'll have 25 guys doing it in every cabinet position. Whereas right now, you could theoretically be appointed by Trump, who says, more power for me, but says, I'm going to appoint someone at the EPA that's less power for the EPA, which is good, as far as I'm concerned. So I just think, it's an interesting thought, but I think the better way to change it, for me, is, first, I just want to correct a mistake that my audience is making. The term federalism actually implies a system of government that has a state and federal government. In debate, when we argued the term federalism, we were saying an increase in state power. So it's often a misnomer that people think when you use the term federalism that you're talking about a system of government with a strong federal government, but that's actually not the way that term's usually used. The way that term's usually used is to say a system with state power and a limited federal government. But I digress. I just saw people were asking me that in the chat. So that an anti-federalist position, as weird as it sounds, would be a position that's against state rights. That would, so you know. Now, so I think the best way to change it, because the problem is inevitably, no matter what system you come up, you could have better systems. I don't disagree with that, but inevitably, all systems will run into the same problem we have, and there's only one way. Tried and true way to stop it, and that is to hold people accountable that do these things. That's it. And so if we don't hold the criminals to account that do this, and that's my level of, would I freak out? Right. So let's say that your position's put on the ballot somehow. It's a federal, on the 2024 ballot, it is a federal initiative that's on the ballot that says we should vote for cabinet positions, and it somehow would win. I wouldn't be furious. I'd be like, let's give it a shot, right? But to me, if it doesn't come with holding these people at the FBI accountable, it does nothing to me, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that, I think that the concern that I have is that, like, there are multiple layers, right? But like the layer that I'm thinking about is that at a structural level, it is a problem that we have to care this intensely about this guy who's 85 and named Biden, and this guy who's 83 or whatever he is and named Trump. It's a problem that these people matter as much as they do. They shouldn't.
Well, but they don't. That's the weird. I don't think they do. I think Biden's a figurehead. And you even said that they're figuring.
Sure,
the problem's the executive authority. Like, Congress is non-existent now, right? It just is. Like, for example, who has the power of the purse? Congress. Well, no. Biden could arbitrarily be like, we're going to waive student loan debt, and we're going to send money to Ukraine, and then the courts could be like, we're going to do whatever the fuck we want. And what's Congress do? They sit there and wag their finger at the executive office, and like, we talk about the executive always giving more power for themselves. Fuck, I'd love a Congress that said more power for themselves. And that was the intent. Like, the branches were equal, but the intent was, if there was one branch that was more powerful than the other two, it would be Congress. Because they are the closest directly to the people, particularly the House of Representatives. The idea was the House is the body that the people have the most say over, because it's every 2 years, right? And you get to vote, and there's more of them. So, like, people in rural Nebraska get their guy, and people in, urban New York get their guy. Like, that was the idea. Instead, what does Congress do anymore? Like, the most fundamental power to Congress is the power of the purse. They literally, but I don't think it's the president. I think it's this bureaucracy behind the president. The president just comes in, and they're told, basically, you're going to go along to get along. Here's our policy on Afghanistan. I actually think that they're pissed at Biden about Afghanistan. It's just a hunch of mine. I don't have proof. But I think that the one thing that Biden put his foot down with was with Afghanistan, which is the one thing I like that he's done. He fucked it up the way he did it. The way he implemented it was terrible. But
I don't think that. I don't think he fucked it up that badly.
It was terrible.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
All he had to do was not close Bagram. That's it.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think there's a way to get out of something as disastrous of a situation as Afghanistan without there being a lot of problems as you escape. But the reality is that was a war that we lost 15 years ago.
Oh, that's true.
And
that's absolutely true.
And we just kept going. And that every single person who came into office over the period of that 15 years and chose not to deal with the problem and just let it drag on, and for thousands and thousands of more deaths to just pile up on these massive bodies. Each one of those people is guilty of a massive crime. And I think that, it's a Band-Aid, right? When you pull off a Band-Aid, it hurts. But the truth is that you still had to pull off the Band-Aid at some point.
Not like that, though. I don't disagree with anything you said there. We had 17 generals that were in charge of Afghanistan. They all fucking lied to us. Oh, it's going great. Yep. Doing good. Biden was lying to us, saying, when we pull out, the Afghan security forces are going to be fine. They knew what was going to happen. But if they want to close down Bagram, it's very simple. Before you bring the military out, you bring the civilians you need to take out. Then you bring the, people that work for government that are not fighters. Then you bring as much of the equipment back as possible, and then finally you bring the military back. They did the exact opposite. They relied on the Taliban for defense. There were people hanging on to fucking airplane wheels on the way out. They didn't vet anyone that came. Most of the people that were actually there helping us, the Afghanis that were there helping us, got left behind to be tortured. That's a failure. Now, some of that was always going to happen, but if they wouldn't have closed Bagram Air Base, they literally closed Bagram Air Base, which was where ISIS was detained. The Taliban, this is their version, the Taliban then goes in and frees ISIS, and then the Biden administration looks at the Taliban and says, we can't protect this airport, can you run security? The same people that just freed ISIS. And the Taliban's like, sure, we'll run security for it. Oh, what's that? ISIS just attacked and killed U.S. troops and dozens of civilians? That's a shit show. But in the grander scheme of things, I don't disagree with you. Biden had the nerve.
It's a valid thing to focus on. Even if there were individual components that were messy, I just don't think that there's any situation where you're going to get out of a situation as massively horrible as the Afghan war and not have it be messy.
I agree. I don't disagree with that. And it is. I'm arguing the way it was done was bad. However, and this is par for the course though. This is why I say I think that part of it was Biden has no fucking clue what he's doing. But I think the other part of it was this, and that why it's important to say it was a shit show. I think that part of it was these generals and the military-industrial complex saying, okay, if you're going to make us pull out, we're going to let it be a shit show. Worse than you can imagine. We're going to leave it be terrible. And then they could say, see, you should listen to us. We should have stayed. And next time when we're in Syria, we'll say, remember when we pulled out of Afghanistan? Remember how we can't do that now? We can't pull out of Ukraine now, right? And so I think that Biden, I think that it was intentionally they were like, all right, Now, I have no proof for this. This is just a gut feeling. So it's not something I say, like, this is just me riffing. Like, but I do believe that. And regardless of it, I will say this. I'm not cheering. I don't like Joe Biden. I was not cheering for Biden to do poorly. I was cheering for the man to prove me wrong, just like I was Obama. If Hillary would have elected, it would have been the same thing. I want this country to do great. I want people around the world to do great. I want our country to care about the people of our country first and foremost and to act like that. But if that means someone gets in office that I hate and it ends up being awesome for this country, great. I'll be happy to eat crow in that situation. So I was consistent that when Biden said he was pulling out of Afghanistan, I said, I give him credit. I don't want to hear this shit that Trump planned on it. Maybe he did. He didn't get it done. Biden did get it done, and that's something that I wanted. I think the way it happened was terrible, but so I give Biden that credit. But the point that I'm trying to make here, right, with all this is we have to, like, I get frustrated because I think that I try to do, like, one of the things I try to do is I do need to focus more on myself. I think you're absolutely right about that level of, like, more localized, right? But I do hold some sort of responsibility, even though I'm a small streamer. I understand that I'm talking about things and people get frustrated. I talk about, like, there's certain things because the left has won sort of our cultural war for the time being that we just accept at face value in most of our institutions with our narrative. Like, for example, we accept rightfully in many cases the plight of poor people in the inner city. And so someone will say, regardless if you agree with this or not, it's justified or not, you can see why it would come to this. Some people feel frustrated if you live in inner city Detroit that when something kicks off, you maybe engage in property destruction because you just feel voiceless. And that's what they'll say, like, violence is the language of the unheard. Doesn't mean that it's... Well,
I live in this. I'm not in support of property crime.
No, me neither.
Not at all.
Me neither, but I understand where... I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying I understand the frustration of, like, I don't have a voice. To me, that's a lot of what January 6th was. I think that it's been overblown what January 6th was.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think one of my frustrations...
Oh, go ahead.
Is that and Tucker Carlson talked about this in his recent conversation with all the candidates except for Trump and Chris Christie for whatever reason. But he talked about, like, how, you know, the response to January 6th was, you know, regardless of whether they were right or not, and I think they were wrong, there was a massive number of people in this country who genuinely believe that the last election was stolen. Mm-hmm. And there's been no attempt by either the Democrats or the Republicans to convince them that that's not true. And that's crazy. Well, like, if you care about elections, you have to convince the majority of the people, the overwhelming majority of the people, that they're valid. And, like, the fact that we aren't doing the work to try to convince people that, like, it was legit, and more importantly, that the next one's going to be legit, is a real problem.
Well, and think about it this way. This is going to be a little bit of a rant here, right? Like, think about it this way. Like, my parents never voted in their life. They're from rural Pennsylvania, basically middle-class poor, or lower class, middle class. I don't know how you would say it. Like, maybe bringing home $40,000 a year, family with, ended up having 4 kids. So I wasn't missing many meals, but we were broke. You know, that's just the way it was. They didn't give a shit about politics. Donald Trump was the first person in their life they ever voted for. I talked to people with the same story over and over. This wealthy billionaire socialite. Now, some of it might have been shtick. Some of it may have been that he just knew how to sound. But I think the most important thing, like, there are policies like immigration and things like that. But in general, if I had to boil it down to one thing, was these people desperately feel like no one gives a fuck about them in any institution in this country. And here was one guy that at least paid lip service. Here was one guy that said, you're not shitty, you're not trash, I understand that you're great people and that it sucks that you're getting a raw deal. It doesn't matter, did he come through helping them or not? None of that matters to these people. What matters is, here was a guy that spoke about shit that I cared about, that didn't treat me like a piece of shit, that didn't treat me like flyover country, that I'm just here, shut up and go to work and till the field and fix the pipe and then shut your fucking mouth and go home and watch the movie that we tell you should watch. That's how these people feel. They turn on football and they're getting lectured about. They turn on a video game and they're getting lectured. They watch late night comedy and they're getting lectured. It's everywhere, right? And so they, against all odds, they vote for this guy Trump and he wins. And they're ecstatic. Oh, yes! Finally, we've struck a blow. Someone's in there that gives a shit about us. And then what do they immediately see? Every institution in this country go to war with Trump right out of the gate. The FBI, the media, academia, the entertainment, everyone. not only is Trump a piece of shit, but you're a piece of shit if you voted for him. And it's just lie after lie. Trump said Nazis are good people. No, he didn't. Trump's a racist. Trump's going to lock up gay people. Trump's going to lock up black people. Like, Trump did this. He's a Russian spy. If you like Trump, then you might, like, over and over and over and over. And so they see this for 4 years, and they see constantly he's just being fucked with in every institution. Then the 2020 election comes around, right? And that, like, they see not only is he being fucked with, but the same institutions are now protecting this guy, Joe Biden, who basically has no business in being in public office anymore, just health-wise. Like, he kind of doesn't know where he's at. He's basically not campaigning, right? And they're like, when he loses, and then the way they lost, like you were correctly articulating this, like, oh boy, I'm going to bed, it looks like Trump won. Oh, what's that? All of a sudden, there's a spike in these votes. Yeah. I'm not saying there can't be legitimate reasons for why that happened. I'm not saying that. But I understand these people that have, like, we've been fucked around our entire lives, and then this 4 years, we've been fucked around. And so they see this happen, right? They see it happen. And they're like, this sucks. We're bitching about it. That's their vent. We're going to fucking bitch about this. We think there was cheating. And like you said, no one sat down and was like, let's look into this stuff. Let's explain to you why it wasn't cheating. They did the opposite. They said, you're anti-American. You're insurrectionist. We need to censor these people, right? And so then they go there. Then there's questions of, was there FBI informants that were leading to violence? I don't even have to get to that, like the specifics of January 6th. But there's a lot of frustration there. And then what's the response to that frustration? Let me finish real quick. What's the response? So the final piece of the puzzle is, you see this. You see people that were frustrated. And then this violence breaks out, whoever's at fault. And they see that they are targeted, even the non-violent people, in ways, and not just legal ways, not just the FBI, locking them up, pretrial detention, all kinds of crazy shit, withholding evidence, throwing the fucking book at them. But simultaneously, they see the people that just engaged in violence all fucking summer when the George Floyd riots not only get off the hook, but now they're getting $1 million settlements. Then they start to get censored from social media. You can't say this shit. You can't do this. Like, then all of a sudden, parents at school board meetings, the FBI is targeting them. It's just fucking enough. These people, and there could be legitimate explanations, right, and that's why I say, they don't understand. These fucking lefties that was here, and Tom, they don't fucking get what's coming. They don't get it, right? They refuse to look at the details of this, and they don't understand that the corruption is so evident in almost every one of these institutions that there are people between that and then a lot of shit surrounding COVID. They will never trust these institutions again. How do you live in a country where roughly 70 million people are like, fuck you, we don't trust anything you people do anymore? And that's where we're at.
Yeah, I think this is all... So first of all, I think that a lot of what you just said there, like, I agree with. Certainly in terms of the way that leaders in the left movement approach... I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I'm in Pittsburgh, which is admittedly a city, but it's certainly still a city in the same world that you're in, right? So to the degree that it's a city in a particular context, right? And yeah, I mean, like, when I go back to New York, I mean, I grew up outside of New York, and when I go back there, like, people look down on the concept of Pittsburgh. They look down on the concept. Like, I was talking to some friends from the New York area about the fact that I just, like, went on vacation in West Virginia, and they're like, why would you go to West Virginia? I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? West Virginia's a fun place. Awesome. Like, what's wrong with, like, genuinely, it's a really cool, interesting, like, state. Like, why the hatred and disrespect for a massive swath of this country? And I agree with all of that. And I think that's completely, like, correct. And it's a reasonable criticism. And I think that increasingly, I've come to the conclusion that culturally, the left is wrong on a lot of things. Like, culturally, I think the left, all of the things that you were just talking about, but also just culturally, like, a lot of people on the left don't care about marriage, right? In a way that is, like, really weird, right? Like gay marriage, sure, I'm on board with that, right? Too. Like, all of that stuff, like all of the law stuff that you're talking about, I'm with you. And, like, divorce, all of that, sure, it should be legal, all of that, valid, I agree. On all of the laws that you want to make about marriage, I am completely on board with everything that the left stands for. But in terms of, like, the culture of, like, yeah, actually marriage matters a lot, and actually, like, you should take it seriously, and actually cheating, like, you are a piece of shit if you cheat, and, like, actually, like, all of this, like, that's
really important as like a foundation and a basis for us as a country. And I think that the frustration that I have is that like a lot of people in like elite left media just don't take that seriously and don't take seriously the really important cultural undertones that people in middle America understand better than people on the coasts. And I think that's one of my concerns. But my other concern is that like we have to do a better job on both the right and the left of understanding each other and of actually trying as best we can to like number one, literally hear the messages that you just said about like why it is that people are frustrated. But number two, like try to provide a response, right? So like you were talking about like, okay, so there's this massive change in terms of the amounts of votes that Biden had on election night versus the day after. Well, like there's an answer for that, right? And the answer for that is because there was a massive difference in terms of the number of mail-in ballots. Mm-hmm. Trump had taken the entire time talking about how you shouldn't do a mail-in ballot, you should go there in person, and therefore all of his people voted in person. And meanwhile, the entire time, Biden had been talking about how COVID was a really big issue and blah, 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 blah. And therefore, if you need to mail-in ballot, you should do a mail-in ballot. And therefore, unsurprisingly, the vast majority of mail-in ballots ended up being Democrats and the vast majority of in-person ended up being Republicans. This isn't a shocking thing. This is something that you could, that like is an easy thing to answer if you're willing to have the conversation with people. But there's very few people who are willing to have the conversation because the immediate response is that like, oh, you're a racist, you're a piece of shit if you like are even having any of these questions, when the vast majority of people are not as well versed in politics to know about like the intimate details of like which votes get counted first. Well, like, this is not a crazy confusions about.
Well, that's right, and like this is why I like someone like Scott Presler. This is just from a purely political. Like Scott Presler might agree with me in a lot of my politics, but he's just like, you know, instead of bitching about it, we should be ballot harvesting. Right, and like he's contacted me and sent me like material, and that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get people registered to vote, to get early ballot access, to send it in, right? Like that's what I'm trying to do. But the point is, like when I was going on that big rant, the point is because I talk about that serious shit, I do take personal responsibility to let people in my audience know I never find violence politically to be the answer. There may have been a time, I understand, I say this all the time, you'll get, particularly people on the left will be like, what about the Boston Tea Party? What about the Revolutionary War? Those were unique situations that were literally declaring war, right? No one's declaring, BLM wasn't declaring war, you know, the Tea Party wasn't declaring war, right? Like, so if you're talking about literally declaring war, that's different. But I think that the way that we fight these battles has changed because the technology's changed. It's now an information battle. The physical violence to me is immoral. It is, but I can't convince everyone of that. So it's also unstrategic, particularly if you're on the right? Like, so if you engage in violence, the one chip that you have, the way I look at it is, there's all these people in the center that you need to get in your side. There are people that really disagree with you and people that really disagree or that really agree with you. So you're trying to get all these people in the center. And the thing that the populists have is we're not engaged in violence. We're trying to be commonsensical. We're not trying to like massively censor people, etc., etc., etc. If you start engaging in those behavior, then the center is just like, well, fuck, both sides are doing it. I don't care. I'm disinterested. So I try to tell people that. I tell people, you know, and this is where a slight disagreement I have with you, I think, is like, even though politically there are definitely, I don't think we're going to win in 2024. Well, I'm not going to win fucking regardless. But Ron Paul's not going to be president. So I don't know this we is. Yeah. So, but I mean, like conservatives or Republicans or an anti-establishment probably not going to win the presidency in 2024. Republicans probably win the House and do nothing. They just, or Mitt Romney, McConnell, Republicans that do nothing. But I do see cultural changes that I think are important. I think that the establishment has overplayed their hands, and I'll name specific issues: the trans issues, the sexualization of children, right? The, you know, completely saying that there's no, you know, predefined gender roles. Let me give a caveat here. I'm not saying that a woman shouldn't be allowed to be strong or go out and have a career. That's all good. But there was a reason that these stereotypes existed. There are biological differences between men and women. There are differences in, you know, the way things have been done that have been proven, the nuclear family, marriage, things like that are successful for a society. And I think that you're seeing a cultural pushback. And I think a lot of that has to do with conversations that we're having. Like, so you're seeing sort of the like when we were talking about the way entertainment and film's done, and I think you're making a good point that you could get reached or you could break through more independently because of technology. Take movies. Like, some of the biggest movies now, like the Sound of Freedom movie, the studios wanted nothing to do with it. You know, there was my friends made a movie called Nefarious. It starred the one guy from Boondock Saints. Great movie, right? It was pushing sort of a Christian message, right? There are a lot of people now that are just saying the cultural pendulum swung too far. And so that's where I see the momentum. Politics won't change until after that. And I think that, like, you know, the issues don't matter anymore, right? Ballot harvesting matters.
Yeah.
You know, and you go ahead.
Yeah, I think that, like, because the cultural component, like, I think that you're right in a lot of ways. Like, certainly, I mean, first of all, just in terms of law, you're certainly right that you should not be able to, for example, give a mastectomy to a minor. Yeah, that's certainly right. You certainly shouldn't be able to do, like, all of those things. You're definitely right, specifically on minors. For adults, I think that adults should be able. I agree. Pretty libertarian.
As long as, with the one caveat, I'll say, as long as the doctors are open with, to the best of their ability, possible side effects.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
They should be honest. They shouldn't be like, there's no side effect. But if they're honest with you, yeah, you should be allowed to do what you want.
If they're honest with you, you should do what you want to do. But in terms of these cultural components, I'm curious, like, are you suggesting that you want to build a cultural context where we take more seriously marriage, and we take more seriously the importance of the nuclear family, and we take more seriously, you know, our relationship to our parents and to our children, blah, 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 all of that? Or are you saying something in terms of your political agenda in relationship to policy?
Well, I think it could be both. Now, I'm only concerned primarily with the first position, but it certainly applies to the second. So, like, let's say that you were like, politically, I believe in small government. I'm a fiscal conservative, and so I'm sort of a Rand Paul type guy. That I think we spent way too much money in the budget, and you know, the lockdowns were terrible, and then the money we printed after the lockdowns were terrible, and it was one of the largest transfers of wealth from the poor and working class to the upper class in the history of this country. I think that was all terrible, so I wanted limited government. However, I also value, you know, the nuclear family, sort of principles that have historically been with, you know, religious principles, like, you know, principles of humility, of honesty, and things like that, that we could associate with Christianity or a litany of other philosophical or religious principles. I happen to think the values of Christianity and the way I look at it are good. But I think, you know, and I think that, like, sort of the promiscuous culture that's being pushed is a huge mistake, you know, encouraging women to not get married. Like, I believe all that stuff independently, but it is also true that if you embrace those cultural principles, that you stand to do a better chance politically as well. Now, you could use that for nefarious reasons, right? You could be cynical. Yeah. You could and I think that's what's happened on the left. I think that, or not just the left, but the establishment, right? So, like, I don't think Nike gives two shits about Black Lives Matter. They're basically relying on slave labor in China. They don't give a fuck.
That's probably accurate.
Right, they don't give a fuck. Accurate. But they know that if they cynically put that message... One of the most iconic images that I saw, I never heard anyone talk about this. I think it was in Minneapolis, right after the George Floyd riots kicked off. I saw a picture of a bunch of buildings burnt down, except one, or windows, not burnt down, smashed, windows smashed and stuff. There was only one that wasn't, and it was Chase Bank. And they had a sign in the window that said Black Lives Matter. Now, Chase Bank has been investigated criminally for criminal lending practices to black people. But because they put that message up, Black Lives Matter, it's like, oh, we'll leave them go. Right? And, like, that's the type of shit, it's like, that's so iconic to me. Oh, this bank, they give a fuck? The house next to it, there's probably just some black guy trying to raise his family. He got his fucking window smashed. But Chase Bank, it stays up. Like, that to me, it's so cynical. And it's funny because I talk to these lefties, they know it, right? They'll be like, oh yeah, they're just paying lip service to the cause. Right. And my question to them is always like, don't you see that? Like, if all the people you hate most are agreeing with you, doesn't that give you pause? Like, isn't there part of you that's like, wait a minute, why are they doing this? Right? To me, I think that's even...
I think my answer is that, like, the truth is that it's very... I mean, like, Tucker Carlson has talked about this, I think, really eloquently, about how it's incredibly easy to control the right. All you have to do is say this nonsense about, like, oh, free markets, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. And it's incredibly easy to control the left. All you have to do is, like, talk about, like, oh, Black Lives Matter, black square, and, like, let's do a rainbow flag once a year. Right? Like, it's incredibly easy. And, like, they're right. Right?
They are right.
And even
it's a streamer. Like, if The problem with, one of the problems with me, there's a lot of problems, and I'm not using this as an excuse, but one of the reasons I'm not bigger is, if I came on here every day and was like, Donald Trump's the best president ever, he got fucked the entire time, he didn't do anything wrong, my reach would be much bigger. I started to lose people when I was like, Trump's fucking up endorsing lockdowns, Trump's fucking up with these budgets, he's fucking up bombing Syria, he's saying stupid shit, right? They didn't want to hear that. Yep. There's a lot of people that just want you to say what I want to hear. And that's true as a streamer. That's also true politically. That's true culturally. That is so true. Now, it's a more enriching experience and a better audience. I will tell you right now, I would bet you 55% of my audience disagrees with me with gay marriage. I can't tell you, I debate Christian nationalists all the time on gay marriage. I can't tell you, my audience will always be like, here we go, the one issue I think Rob's wrong. I can't help myself. And it's easier for me because it's not a career. It's easy for me because this is my entertainment. So I'm just like, I can't tell you how many people I had that are bigger right-wing streamers than me that were messaging me in 2020 saying, I think Trump's fucking up, but I can't say that because I rely on this as an income stream and I don't want to lose my viewers. And I'm like, God help me if I ever get into that position. Because I understand it. One, if you have kids to provide for, I see it. But I don't want to have to sell out, and I consider that selling out. So it's like, I had the freedom to come on here and say, fuck him. I think he's fucking up. I don't care. And I lost tons of viewers. And so I understand, like, if you're running for office, you know, okay, just say, I mean, here's the truth. Although a lot of shitty people run for office, and people don't want to hear this, but probably a lot of those people, not all, let's say 30%, just to be a low ball maybe, are probably reasonably intelligent or more than reasonably intelligent. Sometimes it's easy to know what a crowd wants to hear you to say. Like, you might know this because you're in Pennsylvania. I ran for Congress. I ran in District 12. And so I went to, I went to Potter County. Super rural. It was a special election. Tom Marino in 2018 won the seat. He was diagnosed with cancer and had to resign, so there was a special election. So instead of having a primary, you only had conferees. So the primary was only 300 people voting in these counties. So you didn't have to go door to door and convince Joe Schmo in the street. You had to convince just these 212, I think it was, people. So all these counties had events. I go to Potter County. You know what Potter County's big issue was? Term limits. Will you sign this pledge to support term limits? Absolutely, I'll sign it. And even if it doesn't pass, I promise you, I won't run for more than 3 terms. I will term limit myself but I definitely support the law. You know, everyone, there were like 16 of us running that were there, all supported it. The next county we went to was Center County. Center County split in half. Half of Center County was District 12 and half was District 15. District 15 is represented by a man by the name of Glenn Thompson. Glenn Thompson is the oldest, or is the longest running Republican in Pennsylvania for the House of Representatives. So he's kind of the big dog of Republicans in Pennsylvania in the federal Congress, right? Center County loves him. So now Center County, first question they ask is term limits. You know what the answer they wanted was? No term limits. Because they like Glenn Thompson. So all these people that I just watched 2 days earlier say, absolutely term limits. Now they're like, well, yeah, you know, the Democrats aren't going to support him, so why should we? And I just sat there dumbfounded. I was like, what? What happened to those people in Potter County? We don't give a fuck anymore. And there was one guy, I won't mention his name, but I really liked him. He comes up to me, he's like, Rob, come here. The events were different. Potter County, you were in with everyone, right? In Center County, they called you in one by one, so you didn't get to hear as much. And this dude pulls me up, and he's like, what do you think about the Freedom Caucus? I was like, I like the Freedom Caucus, you know, small government, corruption, things like that. And he's like, well, here's the thing. I have it on good authority that Glenn Thompson told these people, don't vote for anyone that supports the Freedom Caucus. So what are you going to say? I was like, I'm going to tell them I support the Freedom Caucus. I was like, my job as someone running is to be as honest as possible, and their job as voters is to get informed as much as possible, make the best decision, and if I'm not the best person, so be it. And, like, they didn't know how to deal with that. They're just like, that guy, and by the way, who was right, me or that guy? I'll tell you this much, that guy took second place and almost won. I took 11th place. So he was right when it came to the votes. He was absolutely right. So you could say, was it worth your moral principle to not have a fucking chance to win? Now, I didn't have a chance anyways. But, so you could see if you're someone like Ron DeSantis, right? Let's say arguably you want to do good, but you know what you have to say. Right? And it just, it becomes, it's fucked up. It really is.
And this is my frustration, right? Because these people, like, that's a person who, like, it is a very specific person. Like, it's a very different group of people who run for office and the people who win for office. I think reasonably good people run for office. Mm-hmm. I just don't think that reasonably good people win when they run for office. Because to win for office, you have to beat everyone else. And the way that you beat everyone else is by lying, cheating, and stealing and doing whatever the hell you need to do to win. And I think that's my frustration is that, like, when particularly that's even more true. Like, the harder it is to win, that becomes more and more true. And so I would say that, my mayor is pretty good. I like Ed Gainey. He's pretty good. I didn't mind Peduto before him. Peduto fucked up on some BLM stuff over the summer. He ended up shooting some water cannons at some protesters. It was kind of not exactly ideal. And so, he ended up getting kicked out of office. But, like, I have no ill will towards him. He was relatively good. And I would say that about the majority of the people who are, I wouldn't say that about our county executive. But other than that, the majority of people who are at the local level for me, I'm okay with. And that is definitely not true at the federal level, because those are people who, by definition, to get there, you have to be able to beat literally tens of thousands of people who want that job too. And that's the issue, right? These people are too powerful.
Yeah, and it's, it makes it difficult, right? That's why it's like, weirdly enough, our best chance is honestly an outsider with the independent resources who happens to be altruistic. So, like, if someone like a Donald...
Not altruistic.
What's that?
They're not altruistic.
Well, but that would be your best... No, I'm not saying he is. I'm saying that would be your best chance, right? Because you need someone who could afford not to play the game. Right? Like, and that's the problem. You need someone with just fuck it money. It's like, well, I don't have to get favors from anyone because I can just do what I want. Now, how do you get fuck it money without doing favors? That's the paradox, right? Like, I get that, right? But you can, but I digress. Like, one of the things I wanted to, so I think one of the best chances we have to change things, and it's a flaw that I have, right? I talk about this corruption shit a lot because I find it interesting, and I think it is the biggest issue. And I do believe that there are robust debates to have from traditional left-wing philosophy to right-wing philosophy. I certainly have my bias and my opinions, but I think there are robust, fair debates to have, and there are moral reasons to hold positions on both sides of that. But if unelected bureaucrats are really running our shit and they're influencing our elections, does it matter how articulate me and you are on these positions? Not really. The a priori issue is ending the corruption so that our voice matters, right? To me, that's an a priori... Yeah, and so we might disagree on that. Right. There might be slight disagreements on how to do it, but that's where I come from. And I try to reach out to people that are not agreeing with me on many issues. So maybe someone who's ideologically left or socialist or even fucking communist. I don't care. We'll have those debates later. The most important debate is to end this corruption now. But I realized it was a sobering experience to realize that talking about the corruption specifically is a non-starter for many, many people. For many people, because the corruption is currently... Go ahead.
Part of the issue is that, I mean, like, in particular, the conversation we just had, right? That was a 3-hour, 4-hour, whatever long conversation about corruption, but it wasn't really. It was a 3 or 4 hour long conversation about Trump, right? And the issue is that it's impossible to have that conversation actually be about how do we structure the FBI correctly? How do we structure, like, what should be the barrier of before we start trying to prosecute the person who's the most powerful person, not just in this country, but in the world? What are the kinds of lines and all of that? That's not the conversation. It never is going to be the conversation. The conversation is always going to be, okay, I don't like Trump. Okay, I do like Trump. Let's fight on that.
Well, the problem...
It sounds like it's about corruption, but it's not actually about corruption. It's about this other thing, which is about this Trump versus Biden shit.
There's several things that make these conversations difficult. The first is it's complicated, right? Like, for example, if I start to tell to you, let me tell you about Viktor Shokin and Zlochevsky and Devon Archer, and let me tell you about Poroshenko and Yanukovych, right? Like, my neighbor that's a farmer is like, yep, checked out. Fuck all that.
It's like, what do you get a once, I think?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's like, I don't even know. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like, I just want to till my farm, come back, go to the baseball game on the weekend, have fun with my wife and kid. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? And I get that, right? So you need things that they can connect to. That's, again, where cultural issues come in a lot, right? It's easier to connect to people on that. And there's certain things that, like the lockdowns, That was easy to connect. I can't go to work and feed my family. I understand that, right? I don't understand the Russiagate shit. But this I understand, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is, there are tons of people, right? There are two other groups that I'll isolate here. There are people that feel, because of their dislike of the people that are being targeted by the corrupt institutions, that it's okay, right? And so they can't see 3 feet in front of them. And this is why I respect, even though I don't agree with a lot of what they say, people like Jimmy Dore. Like, because I think Jimmy Dore he isn't on the details as much as other people, but his heart is in the right place where it's like, I'm not going to cheer for corruption just because I fucking despise this guy. I'm not going to sell my principles out because I don't like one guy. Those principles are more important than my dislike of the... I respect that, even if I disagree with a litany of other things that I respect. But so many people on the left, they can't see it. They just can't. And they, whether consciously or unconsciously, obfuscate, they refuse to hear it. Like, you could hear it in what we were talking... As soon as you start talking about the specifics, they're like, wait. And it's important to talk about the specifics because you will never get people to agree to restructure the FBI or to change things if they don't believe there's a problem, right? And so you have to show them how bad this problem is. So when you talk about the details, the reason that Smith was like, it's all conspiracy theory, if I had to guess deep down, it would be because his worldview wouldn't be able to handle that the very institutions that he should be criticizing as these powerful government corrupt people are actually supporting going after the people that he doesn't like politically. And like when I talk to Pisco and stuff, that's why all the time when I do these debates with lefties, they'll concede. If they talk about the issues, they'll eventually concede. I'll be like, there's a double standard between how they treated Hillary versus how they treated Trump. Brianna Wu, I debated her on a panel with Destiny the other week. This is what she ends up saying at the end of it. Okay, I guess they should have prosecuted Hillary. And it's like, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The target of my ire isn't Hillary Clinton. The target of my ire is the FBI. So if you're agreeing they should have prosecuted Hillary and you're like, there, now we don't have to have this debate. No, now it's just getting started then. Why didn't they? That's the question. Why didn't they? And, like, that's what's so frustrating. So I go on these panels and they're like, we want to talk about Trump's crimes. I'm like, I have to be honest with you. I don't really give a shit about Trump's crimes. Not that I don't give a shit and that I do sincerely believe if he committed crimes that he should charge. I don't give a shit because the people that are charging him are far more of a threat and have been so obviously corrupt and are engaged in a double standard that I'm not going to accept anything they say at face value at this point. And you... Like, when we're talking about the target of this, they'll say it's whataboutism on my part. It's not whataboutism. Because the target, I don't give a fuck. They could lock Trump up tomorrow. I literally don't give a fuck. I don't care. In fact, the chances of the group politically winning that I want probably increase if Trump goes to prison tomorrow. Probably just true. Like, you know, so it's like, it ain't like all of a sudden my bank account's going to go down or my wife's going to leave me if Donald Trump goes to jail. Like, it's not going to personally... What's that?
You're a Ramaswamy person?
I like a lot what he says, but I don't know. At this point, I don't know who I'll vote for in the primary. I like some of what Vivek says, some of what DeSantis says, some of what Trump says. You know, I should have ran. I guess that's the best way to put it because there's things I dislike about all three of them. But... You know, if I had to vote right now for anyone in office, I'd probably vote Rand Paul if he was running. I liked his dad better than him, but that's where I'm at. But when they can't handle the specific details. It would shed. It's okay for them to say, sacrifice this one. Sure, throw Biden in jail. I'll get that. Yeah, okay, throw Biden in jail. As long as Trump goes down too. Because Trump they view as this cartoonish villain, so take him down at any cost. But what they can't do is admit the corruption of the people targeting Trump. And then the third type of people, I think, are just people. So you got the people that, like, I don't give a shit, it's helping me. You got the people that's like, I just don't understand this. And then I think the third type of people are just people that have an institutional bias. This would be someone like Sitch and Adam. I did their panel. And they're going to say, well, until the FBI tells me, I'm just not going to believe it. Right? It's always going to sound like it's outlandish. Right? And so if there was smoke with this Hunter Biden shit, well, then surely the FBI will get to it. But that's not going to help against my argument because my argument is the FBI is corrupt. So you saying, well, I don't believe the FBI is corrupt because the FBI hasn't told me they're corrupt yet, that's not responsible.
Okay. Good point.
And that's... Yeah. And then, like, Sitch flipped out when I was on the panel when I did their show, because they kept saying, you're biased. I was like, I agree, I am biased. I admit that. But so are you. And they're like, how could we be biased? We're centrist.
There's a frustration that I have with the I'm biased, you're biased focus of, like, there's no understanding of a bias against the most powerful people in the country is probably a reasonable bias to have. Like, if you're going to have a bias, the bias should probably be in favor of the not powerful and against the people who are the most powerful, right? So when you're talking, and like as a general rule, and as a secondary rule, like the people who are elected should probably have a bias in favor of the people who are elected over people who are not elected, right? Like these are reasonable biases to have, and it's frustrating to me because. And then, like, that's one of my frustrations. Another frustration is, like, and this is, I think, a similar one, that there's this constant, like, protectionism of Biden, yes, but also of Trump, against, reasonable criticisms. And there's just, like, every time that anyone makes any criticism of anyone at that level of politics, the immediate just, like, flippant, like, oh, yeah, they must be right. Now let's just, like, go read Rachel Maddow, go read, Sean Hannity or whatever, and figure out what exactly it is that I'm supposed to think to make sure that this person is always right, because obviously this person is right. I just need to figure out how exactly they're right. And it's just like, it's such a silly folk. Like, obviously, we're all biased.
You said something.
Biased, better or worse. Yeah.
You said something there. It's such a difficult concept to get, but I think that you're saying it in a way in this particular situation that it's really something that I struggle to impart to people. I think it's amazing because very rarely do I hear. It's sort of a problem of proportion, right? Like, so for example, one of the people I find the least interesting to engage with are both sides do it, right? So it'd be something like this. Like, let's say we were talking in the 1980s about gay marriage, right? And you were like, listen, there were an awful lot of religious groups, Christian groups, Catholic groups, etc., that were vehemently against gay marriage. They were going out publicly, they were protesting against it, and I would say, yeah, but here's a Democrat that was doing it too. You'd be like, right, I'm not saying that there was no one on the other side that was doing it, but overwhelmingly, it was coming from this side, right? And I hate the fact when I'll say, like, the left, or the Democrats, or the FBI. People say, well, not everyone. My cousin Jim worked at the FBI, and he was a really cool guy, and he wouldn't do shit like that. It's like, yeah, clearly I'm not saying every single person on the left, or every single person at the FBI, but we have to focus on proportions. So when we're talking about double standards in the way these institutions treat people, it's very difficult to accept how some of these things work. So, for example, let's say you're the type of person that thinks that what I would consider the, like, basically treatment of Trump supporters like domestic terrorists, basically using Patriot Act type tactics to go after a litany of Trump supporters, even those that haven't been accused of violence as a result of January 6th. Let's compare that to people that were rioting on the other side, right? People that were rioting with the George Floyd. And so there's ways that we could compare. There's never an apples to apples. There's always going to be slight differences. So on one hand, there was 47 deaths with, like, a lot of the George Floyd, or with in totality the George Floyd riots. There was only 4 or 5 with the January 6th, and those were all Trump supporters. There was billions of dollars of property destruction compared to, like, $1 million, I think. They'll say, yeah, but this occurred at a government building. Well, some people might say, if you felt like the government fucked you over, attacking government buildings is more reasonable than attacking private institutions. But even if you don't buy that argument, there were government buildings attacked, such as police precincts. Yeah, but they threatened Congress people. Well, very few people get this.
I think one of
go ahead.
things that I think about often is that in both the case of the BLM riots and also in the case of January 6th, I think about, like, okay, what if everything that these people are saying is true? If an election actually was stolen, storming the Capitol is totally legitimate, like fully legitimate, right?
That's dicey. I can't say yes. I can't say yes, and this is why, right? Because once you say that violence is like, here's what happens if you say that's justified, and I've had this argument dozens of times. Someone would say something like this. Well, there are cases where you would be justified to do things like storm the Capitol or engage in violence, right? It's like, hypothetically, I could come up with them. And then they'll say, like, well, my issue is one of those cases. because I sincerely believe that the election was stolen, or I sincerely believe that there's systemic racism.
I know this is cuckoo land, but I'm saying in cuckoo land, right? If actually, and let's not say 2016, but a hypothetical election at the presidential level genuinely was stolen, and you genuinely knew that, I think that absolutely it would be perfectly legitimate to storm the Capitol and try to.
So let me try tactic 2 then. So even if I can't convince you morally, do you think there was any chance? Let's say that these protesters, January 6th, had definitive proof. Do you think that it helped them strategically to attack it? There was no chance.
Absolutely not. It didn't.
Right. So it's still a bad idea. And
I want to be clear. They were wrong. I want to be very clear about that. They were wrong, right?
Well, we'll see.
But
maybe not.
No, I think it's pretty clear that they're wrong.
No, I don't. It depends on how you look at that. The election was stolen. I don't have proof that it was stolen because it was. I don't have proof that it was voting machines and things like that. The election was stolen because it was decided by roughly 40,000 people in 3 states, and we had almost every major institution in this country pushing one side and going against the other. For example, Time Magazine put an article out talking about how a shadowy cabal fortified the election for Joe Biden, including changing voting laws, censoring stories that were critical of him, promoting stories that were critical. Like the massive effort, and it wasn't just private businesses, like the massive effort between the collusion of academia, social media companies, our bureaucratic state intel agencies, and things like that. I consider that the stealing of an election. I do.
I don't think that's fair. I just don't. I don't agree with you. If you're talking about there are lots of people who were wielding their positions of power in order to help Biden get elected. So too, there were a lot of people who, for example, made the decision to have certain votes counted earlier and other votes counted later, which is why Trump ended up looking like he was doing very well earlier on. And that was explicitly intended to help him propel himself further and build up a narrative that would help him if and when it did get to courts. And I think that was absolutely something that was very intentional by a lot of conservatives, a lot of Republicans across the country, particularly in places like Pennsylvania, right? And I think that that's a real concern.
But that's not something that's not illegitimate. How you count the votes?
Well, that's my point. That's my point. I don't think that's illegitimate. I also don't think it's illegitimate to be doing things like, I think there are a lot of people in positions of power who were absolutely very much wielding their positions in order to try to encourage certain things. But if you don't think that's illegitimate to be counting votes in a particular thing, I'm confused how you think it is.
The FBI working with social media, the platforms that people were speaking the most about political issues to censor. That alone was enough to steal. For example, Professor Robert Epstein testified that Google's algorithm alone would have the potential to sway as many as 16 million votes. Just the way that they set up their algorithm. The mass censorship of people that were supporting Trump or people that had issues critical of Democrats and Joe Biden, not only before the election, but continuing after that was enough to swing the election. I consider that stolen because I think it was probably illegal in the case of the FBI, and it's certainly immoral.
Certainly Google has the capacity to change an election. That's definitely true. But I will say that Google is a private organization, right? So if you believe that Google has the capacity to steal an election, it's a very different thing, I'd argue, as a for-profit media organization for Fox News to steal an election, or CNN to steal an election, or Google to steal an election. That's very different.
Not if they, but that's true unless they're colluding with government entities, which they were.
Right. So, but then when you say government entities, that's different than saying they're colluding with like individuals within government, right? So if you're talking specifically about the issues of the pressure from the FBI and the context that pressure from the FBI had in encouraging certain stories, particularly the Hunter Biden story, to not be discussed as much as it should have been, I certainly agree with you. That's definitely valid.
Yeah, and polling has showed that 30% of Democrats said that they would have changed their vote had they believed that story was accurate. And we only need, it's the word stolen. The word stolen, like the semantics of it's unimportant in that the people on January 6th, they would have considered that like this was taken away from us illegitimately because of these collusion of these powerful forces.
Yeah, I think there's a massive difference. My point is when I say stolen, maybe this is just a difference in terms of definitions, but my definition of stolen would be that literally the count was inaccurate, intentionally inaccurate.
Well, we'll see. There's still a possibility for example, well, like, for example, if you look at Georgia, we know it's beyond a shadow of a doubt that like 200,000 ballots, the chain of custody was lost. Now, that doesn't mean those ballots are illegitimate, right? They could be perfectly illegitimate. But those are questions to significantly look into, right? And they never even looked into those, right? They were just like, oh, hand-waved about it. We were told, like, oh, all of this has been looked into. It hasn't. It hasn't been looked into, and it's not unreasonable to have questions, especially because Democrats, I could play you 15 minutes of Democrats saying before the 2016 election how vulnerable voting machines were and the security and da-da-da. Now, the caveat I'll give is this. I do not believe that I've seen smoking gun evidence that the counts were inaccurate. I have not seen that.
Yeah.
I operate on the assumption that did not occur. I don't think you're a piece of shit if you have significant questions, and I don't think the question's been settled. But the impetus is on the people making the accusation, and so you know, like, for example, you say it's been settled. Just say hypothetically. Like, hypothetically, if it comes out...
I will clarify when I say what's settled. When I say that it's settled, what I'm saying is that it is settled, obviously true, that Biden did, in fact, win the Electoral College and did, in fact, get more votes. Those, I think, are settled. Whether or not every single individual facet of every single individual vote is settled is a very different question, and I don't think that that's settled. I just want to clarify, but go on.
Yeah, but, I mean, yeah, so they could, like, hypothetically, they could find out, oh, there were problems in Georgia, and actually Trump would have won Georgia, still wouldn't win the election. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if it hypothetically happens, like, the people that are like, well, this is totally settled, I don't know that that's the case. But it doesn't matter. It's like, I tell people that's, you know, there are people it doesn't matter in this sense, right? Like, because my messaging is this. There are people that are like, I think there's 100% proof that it happened, therefore I'm justified in storming the Capitol. It's not strategic for you to storm the Capitol, and there isn't 100% proof. There's not 100% proof of it. And so, even if you have suspicions or whatever, but there is, when I say that it's stolen, and I've been consistent on this. I said the day after the election, right? I did a stream, and I was like, here's the question. I don't begrudge, like, I say this all the time. It's funny because Smith was calling me a conspiracy theorist, right? I don't begrudge anyone their conspiracy theory. I think that it's used to hand-wave away legitimate questions that people have. And there's certainly a lot of things that we call conspiracy theories that ended up being true. Russia collusion, gate, blah, blah, blah. I mean, fuck, Vietnam, Afghanistan. I go through a list of hundreds of them, right? So I take, now, when someone uses that as a pejorative to me, I laugh because I'm just like, whatever, dude. That's what they always say. The official story is that we're told by official sources is that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself while 2 guards fell asleep, while 2 cameras malfunctioned, right? Like, that's so fucking laughable. I'm not going to make fun of anyone that wants to be like, I feel we never landed on the moon. Have at her, man. Talk about it. I might not agree, but I'm not going to make fun of you. Have at her. You know, that's how I feel about those things. But what I said was, I was like, it's not my forte. I don't talk about this shit. You're not going to hear me talking about Dominion voting, and I will debunk a lot of shit. There were people saying shit the day after. More people voted in Wisconsin that were on the voting rolls. I Google it. I'm like, here's how many people are on the voting rolls. Here's the votes. Took me 3 seconds to realize, nope, that's not, like, that's bullshit that someone's putting on Twitter, right? Like, so I tried my best. But what I said was, you can focus on what you want. But the question you should be asking is, what if those machines were accurate? What if a guy who basically has dementia that wasn't campaigning for the final 2 months won the election? What if that happened? What if Google and the FBI could be like, here's who we want to win, and they could make it happen almost every time? What's that future look like for us? Right? And it's only going to get, as technology advances, it's only going to get more and more fucking crazy. Right? Like, we are living in a world where it is not inconceivable in 10 years that we could see literal video of a presidential candidate doing something like sexually assaulting someone, and it will be impossible to the layperson to decide whether that happened or it was an AI. We don't know. And that's where we're going with technology. We're going where the issues matter less and less, and the way we count votes and the way we have algorithms set up and technology that I don't understand and you don't understand, it's going to have more and more importance. You know, and that's
true, right? That's not new. Like, the thing is, I mean, like, I remember reading in history class, right? Like, what was it? Was it Jefferson and Adams? One of them called the other a hermaphrodite, right? They were, one of them said that the other one was dead. Right? There was literally, I think, in the Adams versus Jefferson campaign, that Adams literally, that Jefferson claimed he was dead,
right? That's insane.
Yeah,
it's like mind-bogglingly insane.
And they wouldn't have known back in the day. Like, you didn't fucking know. You're talking over the Cracker Barrel. Right? What do you know? Right. Yeah. So you're right. It's not different, but go ahead. Yeah.
But so like, you're definitely right that a lot of it is built off of these narratives that are performed. And one of the real concerns that I have is that, like, increasingly we have very, very segmented media. We no longer have like the one Walter Cronkite that we all listen to. Mm-hmm. We have all of these different people they're all very, very segmented, tiny little fractionalized components of the media space. And that's a real concern. That really has a real effect on our if we don't even have the same basic facts that we're building off of. We don't even have like the conversations themselves. Like, that's a real concern.
And so, what I'm saying, so the reason that like the AI matters for like Google, for example, the way the algorithm, the reason this matters is because the legacy media is all but fucked. It's done, right? It just is. Like, as far as I'm concerned, and people could disagree with me, I don't care. I could debate this until I'm blue in the face. The 2016 election, like, the legacy media proved themselves completely untrustworthy from this point on. The way that they carried water, and people already accepted this of Fox News because of the Iraq War. People already accepted it, and rightfully so. But they forget that all the other media places jumped on board with the Fox News, and then they had to issue an apology. Oh, we'll be more critical of official government sources from here on out. And then right back to the same old bullshit under Obama, right? So, but, like, the legacy media just has no trust anymore. And when it comes to the big issues, the war issues, turn on Fox right now. Ukraine. Afghanistan. They wanted to stay in Afghanistan. They want to stay in Syria. Turn on CNN. The same shit. In fact, I was talking about this earlier. I swear to God, I wish I could find this clip. I remember when Trump bombed Syria, like, being pissed. And I turn on the news, and of course, Fox got, like, someone on there, Karl Rover, someone like, yeah, it's good. And I'm like, motherfucker. And I flip over to, like, MSNBC, and there's Rachel Maddow going, finally the president is acting presidential. I'm like, you motherfuckers. Like, when he's bombing people, oh, that's what we expect of our president. Like, I was infuriated. I'm like, anytime that both sides are telling you you're doing good, the bias in me is like, I'm skeptical. Something fucked up's probably going on here. So the hope we have, though, is, like, we have these massive tools that we can communicate with each other. And most people, like, Tucker Carlson doing a video online is going to get more viewership than any one show on fucking any of those channels.
Right. Yeah. Like, so that's my response to it. Right. Like, if we're in a media space where, oh no, CNN sucks and Fox News sucks and they're all partisan, whatever, blah blah blah. Like, whatever you might say about Joe Rogan, he has a very different viewpoint than either Fox or MSNBC. Sure. Right. And like, the people who are growing in new media space are very different in terms of their political persuasions. And, like, if you look at, like, the biggest person in left media in the Twitch world is Hassan, right? And he has a very different view on Ukraine than does Rachel Maddow, yep. Right? The biggest on the right is going to be your Tim Pools, is going to be your, whoever you might name. Like, it's a very massively different, and part of it is just a generational difference because, like, yes, it turns out that old people generally are more pro-war because they're not going to be the ones who are fighting in it. They're not going to be the ones who die in it. They're not going to be blah, 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 blah. And so that's certainly part of it. But I think another part of it is just that, like, there has always been these different sorts of worlds in media, and those segmentations are changing, and that those shifts have clustered the Foxes and the CNNs of the world into one particular world that's more obviously in the same center world. And that may have been true forever. Maybe they were slightly further off into the peripheries. But it's just becoming more and more obvious that they're all part of the same group. And there are still people who are out here who are not part of those groups.
Well, what's crazy, though, is, like, you're right, but there's almost a paradoxical part with this obviousness in that before, when we had these gatekeepers, before when it was Fox News and the New York Times and CNN, to anyone with a remotely discerning eye, it would become obvious, right? It's like, well, they're controlling the flow of information. They're basically the only game in town. And so they're all parroting the same message. The problem with social media and Google and things like that is it's not obvious. And even I fall for this trap. Let's say I know I'm going to debate you and we're going to debate about, some issue of corruption 3 years ago. And I'm like, I think I remember an article that said X. Let me Google it and find it. It's not immediately obvious to me that the algorithm is manipulating to make it difficult to find what I'm looking for because it puts forth a view that people in positions of power don't like. It's not obvious. And so what happens is you have millions of people that are being subtly influenced, which has always been the case, but even more effectively now, that are being subtly influenced by something that even the people that created it, the algorithm at Google, they don't understand. Right? It's like, it's...
Yeah, I will say that we're moving in the right direction on that particular front. If you think about, like, currently directly right now, GPT-4 is the only one that actually is good. The rest of them kind of suck in terms of AI. But in, like, 4 years and even in 2 years, large language models are going to be in a very different space than they are currently. And it seems pretty clear that a decentralized model is going to be the one that wins, that there's no real moat there is the way that the people describe it in industry. And that therefore the ability for people who genuinely want to search, and that's not going to be everyone, but people who genuinely do want to search the internet for information without having all of the specific narratives of something like Google, that's going to be very different than it is currently. So it's certainly a problem now, and I think it is going to continue to be a problem through the 24 election, but I don't think it's going to be a problem in the 28.
Well, I hope so, but then you have a separate problem of the government forcing the hand by saying there's certain things that we need to censor disinformation. So it's another ball of wax. But, just to wrap up, I guess then, like, I enjoyed talking with you. My frustration with it, with the other people on the panel is just like, what I was getting to, and I think we both gotten off on tangents, but that's the best conversations, I think, so I don't have a problem with it, as far as I'm concerned. But, when I was talking about, like, having these conversations being difficult, like, I understand why it's not the most entertaining thing, or it's hard to digest when you talk about things like the Durham report or something like that that'll show corruption. I get it, right? But, like, I feel like my duty on this space is to treat everyone that enters the space with me as equals, right? So, like, if I'm playing, chess, and a 4-year-old kid comes up who has no training, I'm probably not going to treat it with the same type of attitude that I would if I'm playing you. Right? And I feel, though, that if you're coming on this space to debate, I don't give a fuck if you're 16, I don't care if you're 80, like, I treat you with the respect of, I'm just going to treat you like I would everyone else. If you don't have a channel, if you have a big channel, obviously there are subtle biases, like, it's subtle things that are different. But in general, that's how I try to do it. So I've always, you talked about this, again, going back to that idea of bias versus people with power versus people without. I always get more frustrated or more contemptuous with someone that should know better than someone that doesn't. I get that the Biden supporter that lives down the road from me that works a blue-collar job, he don't fucking know about any of these corruption scandals. He's got shit going on. I totally get it. I'm not going to harangue him. But you come on these panels, right, and you're going to say shit like, and I don't give a shit. I'll read into people. I'm tired of that game. I'm tired of being like, well, I need a source for everything, and, you can't read into things. Fuck that. I'll imply if I feel like implying. Like, there is no doubt in my mind, the older gentleman, I forget his name, like, when he's saying, like,
Aaron something? Yeah.
Trump, what about this Russia, talking to this Russia official and stuff like that. And then he immediately is like, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm just saying hypothetical bullshit. You're talking about Trump. Just say it. Just say it, And it's obvious to me that what's going on here is there's an obfuscation because they don't know the facts. And so they're just like, well, it's conspiracy theory. It's, well, okay, we don't need to hear the specifics, but what about solutions? And it becomes incredibly frustrating to me because I'm more than willing, any person that I support, someone wants to go into a litany of facts and things like that. I've spent, my favorite shows are when people, random chatters, call in and they're going to fucking school me on something, right? Donald Trump did say drink bleach. Call in, let's do it. Let's go through. I'll spend 3 hours going through it. Let's do it, right? I'm willing to hear you out. Let's go. Donald Trump's a shitty person, and I try to get into the specifics of it. And what I find is it's just so frustrating to me, like whatever that gentleman's name was, he's like, well, do you think Trump's guilty of these charges? Which ones? Can you explain what those you think he's guilty? What are those charges again? Oh, you don't know. And to me, it's it's so sad because I feel like you should know better. If you don't know, just say, I don't know, right? I'm just trying to make the point that maybe he's still guilty of something, but that's clearly not what was going on.
I think particularly in this space, like, and you were talking earlier about like the issue of like larger people weren't willing to condemn Trump within like right media. Like the older I get, the less and less interested I am in talking to anyone who is just strictly a Republican or strictly a Democrat. Like, I'm sorry, but regardless what your view is on abortion, it has nothing to do with Ukraine. Regardless of your view on Ukraine, it has nothing to do with immigration. Regardless of your view on immigration, it has nothing to do with universal health care. Regardless of your view on universal health care, is nothing. So if the idea that you have the same down the line opinion on all of those, of either the Democrats or the Republicans, there is only one way that you can get to that, which is that you haven't actually thought through all those opinions, and you haven't actually drawn your own conclusion. You are just drawing the conclusion of your tribe. You've chosen a tribe, you've not chosen a view on this individual issue. And it's like, it's a really frustrating thing to come into, because like, here I am trying to have a conversation about whatever the topic might be, and like, dude, you're not having a conversation about this topic. What you're having a conversation about is how much you love Trump or how much you hate him. And it's really frustrating because like I want to be here talking about like this individual issue because like I actually have thought through a lot of them. Do I have a solid view on abortion? No, I don't, and I won't pretend to. And like you should be willing, like there should be positions that you don't have a solid answer on because like obviously people should be more comfortable admitting to that.
I completely agree. You know, like first off, we're all tribal. It's inevitable, and there are things that are okay about tribalism, but there are certainly negatives, and you should work to limit those negatives as much as possible. I always put it this way. If you're someone who really attempts to think things through and think for yourself, there is no person in the history of the world that completely agrees with you with everything. Ever.
Yep.
And so if there's no person that completely agrees with you, there's no political party that does. It just stands to reason, right? So it's okay to be like, here's my most important issue, and this party happens to agree with me most on that, so I always vote for this party because that's perfectly fine. But if you're like, well, I don't have an opinion on abortion, but Republicans say I have to say X, I agree with you. It's incredibly frustrating. And I think that's one of the things that I understand why people do it, and I understand the allure of doing it. And I understand that in many ways we have perverse incentives just in this space, Twitch space, or in society, it's easier to just live like that. But for me, I can't imagine it. Like, I'm going to die. I don't know. It doesn't matter if you're religious or not. If you're religious, what matters on your deathbed? Did you live a life to the glory of God? Were you a good husband? Were you a good father? Were you a good wife? Did the people around you, like, that's it. No matter how much impact, I can go on to become president in the United States. In 300 years, no one's going to know shit about me. What do you really know about James Polk, right? Like, there's his grave. Yeah, whatever. Like, so at the end of the day, you got to look at yourself in the mirror. And I just can't believe how many people, like this guy I know, Big Papa Fascist, Andrew Wilson, right? I talk about him to this all the time. I'm like, I get that people sell out, but what shocks me is for how little. Oh boy, an extra 10 viewers on my stream today. It's like, what the fuck? Just call balls and strikes. And yeah, you might never be a big streamer. Who gives it? You can look at yourself at the end of it. And I might be wrong about shit. And so what aggravates the shit out of me, and again, it goes back to people that should know better. You know, there are people, I like these people. Like, I don't know if you know Pisco. I like Pisco. I do. I think he's a likable guy. You know, I think he's a fucking partisan hack. I tell him that to his face. But I think he's a likable guy. But he's also smart. Right? And so when something comes up and it's just like, basically, like, we're talking about, one night I'm talking to him into the wee hours of the morning. We're talking about the Martha's Vineyard shit, right? Where they send these 40 illegals to Martha's Vineyard and they're there for 48 hours. You remember this story? Like, they're there for 48 hours, and the people of Martha's Vineyard, one of the wealthiest communities in this country, they're giving them Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops, they put them on a bus. They're yelling, Miyama, Miyama, like they're heroes. And it's like, you couldn't handle 40 people for 48 hours. I live in Clarion County. I live in fucking a poor rural town. We could handle a bus full of 200 people for the fucking week if we had to. We'd come up with a means if we had to. So, and instead of Pisco just being like, yeah, you know, they're virtue signalers, but when it came to their backyard, they're like, no. He starts off on this soliloquy. Well, maybe they didn't have the infrastructure or the resources, you know, just because they're personally wealthy. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not this dumb. You know it. You could just say, that doesn't mean they're wrong. Sure, it's an imposition to them personally, and they're hypocrites, whatever. That doesn't mean they're wrong, right? I think that the illegals deserve to be treated humanely. That's a reasonable argument. But to fucking come up, and it's like, to me, what that says, it's like, you're just arguing to argue. It's okay to be like, yeah, you're right. There's a point there, right? And it frustrates the shit out of me because, like, when you really get into the minutia of these topics that I care about, like the corruption and shit, it's like, it's the evidence can be overwhelming, can smack you in the face, and it's always the fucking, the goalpost will move every fucking time. And it's like, you know, that's why I like debating Pisco, though, because at least he'll talk about the specifics. Look at someone like Smith. I don't know shit about Smith. He might be a decent guy, right? But what's Smith know about this issue? No one could know about this. You're a conspiracy theorist. Well, I'm talking about the thousands of pages I've read straight from the official sources, the Mueller report, the Durham report, the IG reports, right? I've debated this shit for 4 years. Almost everything I was saying before these reports were finished ended up to be accurate in the reports. And you just hand wave all of that away by saying you can't know conspiracy theories. And it to me, it leads to a really dark place because it makes me wonder, you know, if Vietnam happened today, would we have people that were willing to stand up? I don't know.
Well, that's the real concern that I have. Yeah, I mean, like, on foreign policy, it's just insane. Like, all of these, particularly in new media, it is just so pathetic and cowardly how many people are, like, I mean, like, I remember Xander Hall was like, we shouldn't have left Afghanistan.
Yeah,
like, that is mind-boggling. Like, I know he's only like, he's like, what is he, 22? He's like, he's a kid, but like, that's mind-boggling. To be that naive, and to call yourself left-wing while doing a leftist while doing it, and be like, oh yeah. Actually, the left position is like, we really, you know, it was only 19 years, right? On year 24, we would have figured it out on year 24. It's like, what's wrong with you? You just, if you don't know what you're talking about, that's fine. But like the incentives here, and you know, it's particularly true in live streaming, even more than anything else, because in live streaming, like, you know, if you want to build your career on it, like, you have to be talking. If you're on a panel, the incentives of every single panel are to be talking for 50-60% of the panel, and to just like talk over everyone and blah, 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 blah. And the truth is that the person that we talk to in the panel is the one who is the loudest and the furthest away from whatever opinion the rest of the panel has. And so, like, I mean, you were talking about how much easier it is to you know, be a right winger in Twitch poll, because you're able to like disagree with people and they'll pull you on and all that. And like, you're right. But also, it's also really easy to be, you know, successful in Twitch poll by just being a crazy communist, by being Caleb Baupin, right? And like the reason for that is because the whole fiscal function of it is that whoever the biggest person is on that call is the one who is like essentially, as an undertone, the one who's able to design it, because like everyone wants them to stay on the call, right? And it's an implicit thing. No one ever would ever say that out loud. We all know what's going on.
That's true.
And so everyone else is like trying to figure out this way of like, how can I manage to like craft my view so that I can like disagree with the big guy but not piss off the big guy, whoever the big guy is, right? And I'll be able to do it such a way that I'm able to like siphon off to build my own audience, blah, 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 blah. And all of that has the result of making a very specific sort of like design of like the person who gets to talk the most and actually we hear the most as a representative of whatever the heterodox position is often the worst version of that heterodox position. Because the truth is, if you are on a call, but so too is Nick Fuentes, and there's a bunch of lefties, well, you know, rightly, they're going to talk to Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes is going to be saying a bunch of crazy shit that's a lot crazier than you're saying.
And he's a bigger speaker, yeah.
And he's bigger, sure, but like, but I'm saying Nick Fuentes, but like whoever it is, even if it's someone who's very small, but has the position as crazy as his, they're going to talk to the crazy person, because the crazy person is more interesting, and at the very, and you feel like an obligation when you're in that context to like, you know, condemn whatever it is that they're saying that's insane. But like, then you end up only having conversations with insane people, and it's a real problem if you want to have an actual like serious conversation that's actually grounded in reality.
The panels are bad anyways. This was different tonight because it wasn't. It was just like come on, and if you want to talk. That's not the same as the panels
sure,
I'm thinking of, like, you know. But the panels are horseshit, even if you have 8 good people, right? Because the nature of what'll happen is, let's say that it's an issue that you're like, there's one side and there's another side. Well, with good people, that's never true. I think this, but here's the reason I think it. And you're like, I sort of agree with Rob, but even, like, you could see, like, we're kind of agreeing on corruption, but we're like, well, the way there's nuanced ways that we have disagreements with how we've been tackling, right? On an 8-person panel, it's impossible to have that discussion, right? And you're going to be like, well, here's a point. I really want to make this point. And they're going to be like, well, we got to get to this person, this person, this person, and then we'll get back to you. And then by the time it gets back to you, it's like the thing you were going to talk about was 20 minutes ago, right? And so it's like, well, it doesn't, so just the nature of it, it's built to just be like, and this happened with the crossfire generation, like way back in CNN. And CNN still does this all the time. Trump's indictment, we got to panel 11 people here. And the first person's like, I think Trump's, sold out America. I think he's terrible. Let's go to the next person. Well, they got to one up that. I think Trump's a fascist. And that's what, it's like, what's the fucking utility of this conversation? So in the panel, there's already that incentive. So that's true. I do think you're right. I was making sort of a different point about being right-wing in general. But yeah, you're right. Like, I'm going to talk about, people could say that I'm full of shit. That's fine. I don't care. And this is just conjecture on my point. I don't think a lot of the big left-wing streamers want to debate me because they know I'm pretty good. I'm not saying they think.
Yeah, because why would they?
Right.
Like, because you're one, smarter than most of the other conservatives, which, to be fair, is not that hard. But you are. You are 2, certainly more articulate than the majority of them. And 3, you're also clearly less crazy than they are. So it's very easy to beat up on some idiot.
That's right.
And if beating up on the idiot is something that the audience clearly enjoys watching, as is evidence on left and right, certainly Ben Shapiro is dunking on idiot college kids too.
Right, yep, that's true.
Which is like even worse than dunking on idiot
Crowder,
streamers.
When Crowder was challenged, what'd he do? I don't want to do that. I'll debate Ethan, but I'm not going to debate Cedar.
People on change your mind things where I get the microphone, nothing's live, and I'm going to talk to a bunch of idiot 19-year-olds, whatever they are at college. And like that is a structural problem that there's no incentive to have like the best conversations that you can manage to have.
Well, of course, and it makes sense.
You don't get any benefit.
It makes sense even from a financials perspective. So like, take
absolutely.
Destiny, right? Now, Destiny would debate me, exact same, everything about me, intelligence, the way I speak, everything, same look.
Sure.
He would debate me if I had Sargon of Akkad numbers, right? Because he has something to gain then. I'm not saying, I don't want people to get the mistaken impression. I'm fucking conceited. I think 90% of the time I've debated Destiny, I crushed him, right? But I'm not saying Destiny thinks that. I'm not saying, Destiny's like, if I debate Rob, I know I'll lose. He's thinking, if I debate Rob, it's going to be hard, and what's my incentive? Well, if I beat Rob, he has 30 viewers that are watching it. Whoop-de-doo. And if I lose to Rob, I look like I just lost to some guy that doesn't have near the clout that I do, right? So why even deal with him, right? Now, there are exceptions. Why would they talk to Nick Fuentes then? Well, Fuentes has a bigger audience, but you make the real point. It's the crazy point. They'll debate someone if they could default back on an easy argument, right? So they could, like Vosh would debate Nick Fuentes because at the end of the day, if they're, like, discussing what's an issue that would, like, maybe you could take race out of? Like, if they're discussing, like, gerrymandering, and Fuentes is crushing him, say, arguably, right? Vosh could always go, yeah, but you're racist. And his audience will eat that up. Yeah, JQ, man. Whatever. You're fucking always bashing Jewish people, so fuck you. And it'll work. Like, that'll work. But he can't say that to me. I'd be like, no, I'm not. Show me one fucking clip ever. Right? And then so then it's like, well, okay. Well, then what's the incentive of having Rob on it? There's only a chance that I could look bad. And the same is true of people on the left, right? Like we said, why would Steven Crowder debate Sam Cedar instead of Ethan? He only has to lose there. Because he's built his reputation on, I'm the big guy that knows a lot and I'm a good debater, so if you get your ass handed to you, and this isn't controversial, by the way, like if you look at competitive sports like boxing, well, fuck, this is how it's always been done. You don't fight the young, up-and-coming, hungry boxer that might have a puncher's chance to knock your ass out unless there's a big paycheck on the line, right? You fight you carefully craft your fighter to be able to get that maximum payday at the end of the day. And, like, it's unfortunate, like, and by the way, let me make another point that maybe people will find unusual. I don't begrudge them. I don't. Mm-hmm. If it's your career, fuck it. I'm not entitled to interact with you. You don't want to interact with me? Absolutely perfectly fine. No hard feelings at all. Like, I honestly have no hard feelings. If you look like a badass debater because you only debate people you know are crazy or incompetent, more power to you. I don't give a shit. I'll say I think that's what's going on. But at the end of the day, I don't think you're a shitty person for that or anything like that. You're just doing what you want to do. Now, I'll give you an example. I'm really important. Okay.
Yeah, there's a degree to which you are kind of a shitty person, because I think there's a problem, which is like the segmenting of our media system. Like the reality is that we just don't talk to each other, and as a result, like the whole audience of all of these people on the right and all these people on the left, just literally. I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine about like the trans stuff. Who's a far left guy, and a friend of mine who I went to high school with, and he was saying just like these absolutely insane things, where he was saying that like people were going to like that the conservatives were going to try to like jail adult trans people for trying to transition, and I'm like, dude, like you're living in cuckoo land. Like regardless of what you think of any of these conservatives, like there is no governor who is saying that. And there's no governor who's trying to do that, and has never been a governor who's been trying to do that, or anyone who's even running for a gubernatorial or senatorial, whatever it is, position. And the frustration there is that like he can only believe that because he's only ever experienced left media. And there are lots of people on the right who also only ever experience right media. And so I do, to a degree, to condemn these people who are having debates and getting all the clout and getting all the flowers that come with like having, you know, serious conversations with other people. But like you're not, though. Like you're only talking to Nick Fuentes, and it's a reason, because Nick Fuentes is a walking straw man. Like Nick Fuentes is so insane. Like, okay, he's got a big platform. Big, whatever that means, like 7,000 people. That's all the people who agree with him, right? But they all follow him. Yeah. Whereas you, despite being, you know, smaller than Nick Fuentes, there are a lot more people who agree with you on the actual policy prescriptions than agree with Nick Fuentes. So you aren't a straw man. Like regardless of what people might think of you as a person, like you genuinely do represent a very large number of people in this country. And so like my frustration is that there's a reason that these people only talk to like these crazy, you know, communist conspiracy, whatever it's people, and these like, you know, Groyper nonsense people, because like it's so easy. And I do kind of condemn them because it means that it's incredibly easy to just be like, oh, well, I'm the only normal person in this whole world and everyone else is a fucking idiot because blah, blah, blah. No, it's because you only talk to stupid people. There's a reason you only talk to stupid people, because it makes you look smart. And that's a problem.
Well, it's a problem depending on what you think. Like, I guess I'm more sympathetic because I'm upfront that my reason for streaming is my own personal entertainment. Now, part of my entertainment is I like debating people of all perspectives. I have some caveats. I give anyone a chance once. I will. Unless it was, like, super extenuating. Like, I see a video of them saying, I know where this guy lives, I'm going to murder him. I ain't fucking talking to that guy. But other than that, I'll give anyone a chance. There are people that I think that just are so one note that I'm done with it. Like if I go in and you just scream that I'm a racist the whole time or that I'm a bigot, and it's like I'm immediately getting doxxed and shit like that. Fuck you, I don't want to. I'm not even saying you directed the doxing, but your community's so toxic at this point. I choose not to interact because I don't want to get fired. So, you know, whatever. Sure. I don't want to lose my channel, so I can't interact. But in general, I try to talk to anyone. But I don't care if someone's like, well, this is about money for me, and so I'm just going to talk to who I want to talk. This guy, I'm really important. I don't know if you know who he is.
Yeah, I do.
He was on the Pretty Fly for a White Guy video for Offspring. That blew my mind when I found that out. You remember that song, Pretty Fly for a White Guy? There was a music video. Yeah. I'm really important's the white guy in their music video. I did not know that until I debated him. I thought my audience was like, oh, he looks like that guy. No, he is that guy. Like, that's legitimately who he is. But I debated him a couple times, and it didn't go well for him, in my opinion, and I think in his opinion, because he had said something on Twitter, and someone was like, well, robnoerr tagged me and was like, he was talking about that last night, you should have him on. And so I messaged him privately and was like, and I only bring this up because he mentioned it in his show publicly. I wouldn't bring up a private message. But I said, hey, man, you want to have a debate about this? And he said, nah. He's like, I like to stay in my bubble. I don't want to talk to you. I said, okay. And then I wasn't going to say anything. And then He, on his stream that night, someone was like, yeah, Rob Noer would stalk you. And he's like, no, I told Rob I just like to stay in my bubble. I don't want to interact with him. And it's like, that's what you're talking about. That's a direct admission to what you're talking about. And he's just like, no, I'm happy to just talk to people that agree with me or people that I can embarrass. And I can't
say a little bit different. I'll say he's a little bit different, right? Because he's someone who's trying pretty explicitly, and as part of like what he talks about on stream, to be doing something that is like political advocacy, which is a little bit different than trying to do commentary and trying to do like analysis, right? So like if you're someone like Vosh or Destiny, like those are people who like are pretty explicitly like, yeah, I want to like talk about ideas. I want to do that. That's different than saying my goal is to get progressives elected. If your goal is to get progressives elected, like I think it's valid to try to just do things that are going to get progressives elected, which is I think a little bit different. But if you're trying to be in the media and you're trying to like push media as your goal, then in media you need to be talking to other people. But
I don't disagree with a lot of that. And the other thing is I guess I would tell him this because I'm saying it publicly, but I kind of like that I'm really important, like does the C-SPAN shit. No one's really doing that. Like he'll you know what I mean? Like he'll just be like, we're going to watch this hearing. We'll watch 4 hours of this hearing. I think that's a niche that, not everyone's going to be interested in something like that, but that's different. And I respect that. It's like, I think you're doing something. And he's built a brand sort of around that sort of stuff. Now, I disagree with him politically. I think that he's a nice guy, though. That's the other thing. Like, I think that I'm able to separate people from Matt. I can think that you're a partisan hack and still not think that you're a terrible person. Like, I can. And I think that it's a weird thing. I'm pretty intense, like, when it comes to debating and stuff like that. But I also have this weird characteristic that I find it really difficult to dislike people. I just do. And so, like, even people that I think they're abjectly shitty and have done really, really shitty things, I'm like, I'm not sitting here wishing ill will on them. I'm just not. And it's difficult because that's another thing that it's like professional wrestling. It would be better for me to just be putting out videos every day like, fucking Destiny's running from me. That fucking coward. He knows. I just don't do it. I'm just like, whatever. He doesn't want to debate me. Fine by me. I reached out. He said no. Probably has bigger guests coming up. That's fine by me. What happens with people like him is the only time I get to interact with those people are panels. And you can cover it up on a panel. Right?
That's the problem. Everyone, and you're forced into panels, right? Because even though all of those things that you just said about how you hate panels, and you're right about every single one of them, like if you want to not even succeed in it as like a job, but just to succeed in it as like an ability to get access to these larger creators and to those larger audiences, like you have to be doing the panels, and the panels suck. But there's a reason that the larger creators do the panels, because the panels allow them. I mean, like if you're someone who's talking to 7,000 people permanently all the time for like 10 hours a day, as Destiny is, like I totally understand if that's your job, why you want to go on a panel for 4 hours and just like sit there and like play doodle jump or whatever the hell he's doing, and just like text your wife or whatever and just like chill. And
make a joke every 10 minutes. Like,
make a joke every 30 minutes, whatever it is. And like basically just let all of these other people do free content for you. And I totally understand why other people want to be that free content for him. But the result of it is that it ends up being terrible content. And the result of it is that it ends up really like devaluing the capacity for any of those people to actually get their points across.
Yeah, and like, so that's what I always prefer one-on-one. I always do. I think that I get more out of it. I have more fun with it. I even hosted panel shows because no one was doing... I got frustrated with the panel shows because I felt like they were almost always being hosted from a left-wing perspective. And so I would agree to go on and do these topics, and it's like, oh boy, a big story just broke about the Russia collusion and the FBI corruption. It was never the topic. It was like, today we're going to talk about, Donald Trump overfeeding koi fish. Ted Cruz went to Cancun while there was a snowstorm. Like, I mean, I'll talk about this shit, I will, but it's not something that I'm super passionate about. One time we talked about, remember that rapper that had a concert that someone got crushed to death? I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking boomer. I know nothing about this. What about people that are hoarding PlayStation 5s and scalping them? I'm like, I don't know what to say about it. I get debate offers for flat Earth. I get, it's like, but no one, like, that's why I'll tip my cap to Pisco. He'll debate me, like, on this, like, corruption shit and stuff like that. That's about it. CSP Cypher, he's debated me on some of this, and, but, like, that's about it. That's about it. Most of the people, it's like, I don't want to talk about that. And I know this because the people that run debate shows, like The Crucible and Modern Day Debate, like, they'll be like, would you debate this topic one-on-one with someone? I'll be like, absolutely. And then I never hear from them again. And it's just like, because people are like, I don't want to do that. I know, and it's like, and I'm sorry. The other thing is, it's not just the panel content. The red pill content's easy. Right, it's easy to talk about Andrew Tate. Sure. I'll take that debate one-on-one, and you don't have to think about it a lot. You just go on your riff, and that's it. Yep. And I get offers for those debates all the time. I'm like, I literally could give a shit less. Like, I don't have anything to say. I don't give a fuck that Tom Follery supposedly had shadow accounts. So he's talking. I don't care. I just, and I know. And by the way, I don't begrudge people that do care. Who am I to say that your entertainment choices are flawed? If you're excited, you're like, oh boy, I'm going home and I'm going to tune in and there's a drama stream. I'm going to watch Stardust tonight and we're going to be talking about Ethan Ralph and Nick Fuente. Fuck it, great, have at her. I don't care, But it's like I don't have anything to input to that. One time, my only interaction with the Groypers was I was driving to work and I was on Twitch and Stardust stream came up and it's just this dude that's like making race jokes at her and saying how ugly she was. And she's like, oh, a bunch of people are going to call in. Can someone call in and kind of push back on them? I didn't know them. I didn't know who the fucking Groypers were. I knew Nick Fuente's name, but I didn't know the Groypers. And so I was like, I'll call in. So I call in, and it is just like 6 of them. And they're just like, you fat fuck, blah, 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 but you ought to be ashamed of how much you weigh and shit. I'm like, okay. And they're going, oh, you ran for office? We'd never vote for someone who was overweight. I'm like, do you vote for Trump? Well... And I'm like, you guys are all about the Chad life, right? You married? You have kids? Oh, you're not? I am. What are you doing? How's your significant? Oh, you're single, right? Like, and I listened to their bullshit, and I didn't get offended. I let them go. I was just like, listen, some of you I think are probably reasonably intelligent. You're young, right? No, you have controversy. You're being edgy for the sake of being edgy. I get that. I'm like, you're going to fucking regret this, though. Right, you're going to apply for a job someday, and I'm like, any chance of your movement being taken seriously in a mainstream way goes out the window because you guys are like, haha, it'll be funny to come on here and yell the N-word 50 times. I'm not the type of person that's clutching my pearls. You say N-word, I'm not going to get super freaked out, but you know what you're doing, and you know that the response is going to be that these establishments like Twitter and YouTube and Twitch, they're going to be like, we don't want you here doing this shit, and you get that. That's different than being kicked off because you had an unpopular opinion on the origins of COVID. That's fucked up. But it's like, I understand why YouTube doesn't want people yelling the N-word. Totally get it. Like, makes sense. They're trying to make money too, right? That doesn't help. And so, like, you interact with these fucks, and then it's like, I see all these people doing debates with all of those type of people, and I just kind of laughed to myself because, like you were saying, it's easy to debate that person. Like, the left's happy to have that caricature, and the right's happy to have the caricature of the insane lefty, person that's like, ban everyone who questions biological, blah, blah. They have a symbiotic relationship where it's like they feed off each other,
One of the frustrations that I have is you're right, it's easy, but there's a second layer to it, which is that it's also like, I think, let's keep it real. I don't know how much you said you didn't have that much interaction with the Groypers, but I used to go on Politically Provoked pretty frequently. I was around in Pittsburgh when Tree of Life happened, so I was I became very curious about the far right, and so I ended up sort of ingratiating myself with those communities and starting to debate them and blah 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 blah. So sort of how I came into this whole world, and. So I ended up on talking to Martina's perspective. I ended up going on the Kill stream a couple times and blah blah blah, all of that. And when I did that, there came a point where I realized that it's really depressing. When you get to people who are in those kinds of worlds, and I would say the same about the really radical far left as well. These are not happy people. No. You're right. These are not people who have families. These are not people who have kids. These are not people who have wives. These are not people who blah, 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 all of that. And my concern is that we're you know, yes, it's easy to dunk on them. That's one component, and it's like it's really simple, like it takes, you know, brainless kind of activity. But the second level is that it's like, dude, you're like 35 and you're just like beating up on like idiot 20-year-olds who are clearly like really struggling. And, you know, there's an audience of a bunch of like 16-year-olds who are, again, really struggling. And it's just like, it's gross. It's like, it's really gross to be doing. And like, you know, I like the longer I was in those communities, like I was just like, Jesus Christ, like these people are, and like, you know, I understand that every prescription that they're saying is like a terrible prescription, sure. But like they're like, and this comes back to the same, like this sort of flippant like disregard for like Pennsyltucky, as they would say, right? And like the flippant like, oh, I don't care about people who live in rural areas. Oh, I don't care about people who live in middle America. I don't care about flyover country. Oh, I don't care about people who are, you know, boys who, like, let's be real. I mean, like, when we're talking about the far right, these are boys, young boys who have no father figures. Let's be real. These are little boys who have like terrible, terrible home lives, who have really struggled, don't have friends, don't have a community, don't go to church, aren't members of like, aren't going to college, aren't doing any of those things. And it's just like, here you are as like a you know, middle-aged person, like insulting a bunch of like little kids who are like clearly in dire straits, and there's no attempt in any serious regard to try to like, you know, build for them a path into a place that, like, sure, we should change their politics, fine, but like more importantly, like their lives are shit, and like there's no attempt to like de-shit their lives. And just like, it's so, yeah, it's embarrassing. And I can't imagine what it's like to just like go through life doing all this red pill shit and not talking about like the undercurrent of why all of those kids who are listening to Andrew Tate are like so unhappy.
Well, and it's difficult for me because I think that, like, I've debated Richard Spencer, I debated Sean Last, I debated JF Gary Epi. Some of them are smart. Like, JF's a very smart dude.
Yeah, Sean was smart. I talked to him too. Yeah,
they are. And Nick's smart in a way. He is. He's a good dude. Yeah. He's charismatic. He's smart. I'll give Devil due, you know. And I've never interacted with Nick. And I also consume very little of his content. And I try to give the benefit of the doubt that I know people get unfairly maligned. So some of the most heinous shit, I don't know if it's true. I don't like Vosh. I give him the same benefit of the doubt. Is Vosh really promoting, you know, no age limits on sex? I don't know. It's probably being edgelord shit, and I don't know. So I'm not, you won't hear me comment on that very often, right? Like, I just don't. But the first thing I'll say is I often find that it's difficult for the left to argue against those people and make progress, just like it would be difficult for me as a right-winger to talk to an extreme lefty, right? Because it's hard for me to relate to them, one, but secondly, and possibly more important, they can't relate at all with me, right? And so, you know, like, I think that oftentimes what you see people, you know, I think you're doing a good job of this, but oftentimes you see people on the left that do a poor job of this. They'll look at people like them, and the truth is they're making valid points about their criticism, about how they've been fucked over, you know, they feel like they're being left behind, that there's no voice for them. That's all true. It's the conclusions and the people that they glom onto that are fucking wrong, you know? So I don't have a problem with you saying, well, as a white man, I feel like I have no culture, that, I grew up poor, but because I'm a white man, I'm somehow demonized, that, like, I'm responsible for evils of the world, and there's really no group to talk about my issue. That's all cool, right? It's the, therefore, country just for people like me that I'm like, ugh. And so I can say, no, you're making a point. Whereas if you come at it from the left and like, that's bullshit, war on white people, that's racist, that's not going to get anywhere. They're just going to be like, bullshit, here, here's a litany of stories that I could give you, or data, or whatever. So that's the first thing. The second thing, I completely agree with you. That's exactly how I found. I'm not going to mention any of their names by name. There was one of them in my small interaction with the 6 or 7 of them that was older. And for that person, I was like, fuck you. You should know better. You're like mid-30s. But these 18-year-old kids, I'm like, I kind of feel bad for you. Because you can meet a girl, and you'd be like, I'd like to have kids. You have a kid. It's kind of how I feel about, like, OnlyFans ladies. Right? It's like, what are you going to do 20 years from now when your kid's entering high school, and it's like you got to have this hard conversation. Like, it's like, oh, the kids are picking on me because they found videos of you, having sex. Like, I feel like that's in a different way, but similar about the Groypers. It's like, what are you going to do? You try to be like, you're going to grow out of this and be like, it's a phase. And then all of a sudden, like 14 years later, like your employer's going to be like, come here. What's this shit? You yelling the N-word and Jewish people this and Jewish people that. And it's gonna be a fucking stink on you. It shouldn't be. I'm for forgiving people. I am. I really am. But that's not the society we live in right now. There are people that, you work for a big company, they're going to be, we don't want this shit. You're out, man. Like, and it's like, these are decisions. It's so difficult to explain. And even I don't understand. I think about this. I have a son that's 2. I'm 39 years old. It's my first son. I only have one kid. I had a kid late. What happens if he grows up and he's watching these clips of me and he's embarrassed to shit? He's just like, Rob's stance on, my dad's stance on the fucking Ukraine conflict or Afghanistan, it's terrible. Nowadays, everybody knows that's a terrible take, and look at how he was, that shit weighs on me. But that's a far cry from on here screaming that the Jews are replacing us and, it's, shouting racial slurs and things like that. And I actually, and I'll be honest, like, this is difficult, and it's going to make me sound like an arrogant prick, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. The best way I could do this is tell a little story. When I was debating, I started to get good, and I was a novice debater. I didn't have any high school experience. I started to win some tournaments. They bumped me up. Eventually, I got to the high level, and it was obvious, like, my 3rd year, like, I had a chance to be something really special. And I remember talking to this debate coach from a really good team, and he was like, I gotta talk to you. I used to wear like Slayer t-shirts while I debate. I had a fucking beard down to here. It was crazy. It was wacky shit. And so they were like, you gotta clean your shit up. Now you're going national. You gotta wear a fucking suit and tie. You gotta trim up. You can't be a maniac like Metal Guy. I was like, okay, I'm listening to him. And he said to me, and he meant well, he was like, if you just tried a little, you could be one of us. And it was really prickish of me to say, but I was like, I don't want to be one of you. I don't. And I told him, I was like, I would rather you hate me than pity me. To me, there is no more a contemptible emotion than someone that pities me. And so when I pity people, I kind of feel guilty about it. And that's how I felt interacting with the Groypers. I was like, I don't want to interact with you because I pity you, and then that makes me question whether or not I'm arrogant. So I'm just not going to interact, And
you're right. And and then that's a problem too, right? Because then the people who do interact with them are exclusively assholes who are there to make fun of them, and assholes who are egging them on. And if those are the only, and again, these are like, keep in mind, these are kids, little kids who have no father figure and are going to the internet looking for a father figure. Like, that is the context that we're talking about for a lot of these young boys who are the audience, particularly the audience, some of the people who are going on these shows, but particularly the audience. And it's just like, when you think about it in that context, and you see the way that people both inside and outside of those kinds of worlds are interacting with them, like, you're right that pity is like really not the kind of thing that they're looking for or that they want or that they deserve, right? They deserve to like be understood as people who are genuine, valid, important members of our society, people who do like are important to the future of this country, who have real potential and all of that. But like the pity is like an understandable reaction, but like there need to be people in that world who aren't just egging them on and also aren't just being jerks to them.
Well, it's like, even aside from the Groypers, like, here's something, right? Like, I don't know much about Andrew Tate, right? I've seen little snippets of things he'll say that I'm like, that sounds like a reasonable position. But what the periphery I have of this is like, I hosted a debate. Is fat shaming okay? I don't mind it. I tell my audience to fat shame me, right? Like, there are things. But it's difficult to say this. There's a limit, right? Like, I walked through, one day I was walking through the mall. I take care of people with developmental disabilities, so we would walk the mall. This old man flags me down. Come here. I thought he knew me, knew my client, knew my family or something. Small town. I was like, hey, what's up? He's like, y'all be ashamed of yourself being overweight. You'll never make it to my age. And I was like, I'm surprised you made it to that age with a fucking mouth like that. You know, I was like, gave him the business and walked away. And then my gut reaction walking away was like, you know what I want to do? Go out and have like 10 cheeseburgers to kind of fuck that guy. Like, hey, fuck you. And obviously that's an irrational thought, right? But the point of this story is this. Like, you could not celebrate bad things in our society. For example, it is bad to glorify overindulgence, like obesity or overconsumption of alcohol or overconsumption of weed, and we do that. We certainly do that as a society. Or overindulgence of like promiscuity of like sexual partners and things like. We definitely do that as a society. But there's also a limit. Just because there's truth to that, I don't think then that there's only another side of the equation, which is like whore, you know, fat fuck. You ought to be ashamed. Like, to me, there's a middle ground. Right? Like, if it's your friend that you can joke with, by all means. And my friends know that. They call me a fat fuck. I don't care. And I don't care. I'm not saying if people call me a fat fuck in my chat, I'm getting upset. That's different. But I'm saying, like it seems that and it's like this a bunch of, I'm kind of rambling here, but it's like this a bunch of shit culturally. Like, I do think that there's a lot of shit that's being pushed in an agenda against, like, heteronormativity or being straight or being Christian or being male. I think that our entertainment pushes a lot against that. I have no problem with gay marriage. I have no problem with gay people. Some of my best friends are gay. My son's godparents gay. Like, but I do think that it's pushed way more than it should be and shit like that. However, I now find myself in the unenviable position of sometimes having to scratch my... The new Barbie movie's like, oh my god, blah, blah, blah. Did you see there was a gay kiss in the Buzz Lightyear movie? And it's like, I see these little clips and I'm like, that's it. Like, that's... And it's like, you're right that there's so much of this shit in there. And I'm still on your side. I still think proportionally it's way worse on the other side, in my opinion. But it's like, I don't want to become the very monster I hate. That now I'm outrage culture. That now I can't wait to find the next thing to be pissed about today. Like, and it's like, I see that. And that to me is like what Andrew Tate and them represent. It's like, well, I do agree that the pendulum needs to swing back in a hard way. I do agree. But I think that it's swung too far that way. And there were tons of people out there like, there's no other option. And so, I hope in my own small little way that I'm like, well, no, there's a way not to be that fucking out there with it, right? There's a way to be like, yeah, I think the OnlyFans culture and stuff like that shit, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend, and, you know, it's hard, but to me, the trans issue is the issue that I most represent with that, because I don't have a problem using pronouns if people ask me politely. If you threaten me or something, fuck you. I'll say what I want to you. That's just how I feel. But, you know, I have no contempt for you if you're trans. You want to have a conversation, totally cool and shit like that. And I get shit on for it regularly. I've been doxxed. I've had my shit hacked. Like, it just happened. I've had people call for my death and shit like that. And, you know, and my audience is like, give these people what for? The next trans person, fuck them. You tried to be polite and look what happened. I'm like, I still can't do it. I can't. I just can't. I don't think that that's an appropriate response. You know, it's fucking so hard to, the incentive, like we were talking about, the incentives everywhere are just to be as extreme as possible. To just come out. And it's fucking, it's frustrating. And it's most frustrating to these young people. Even on the left. You know, I imagine that you're a 16-year-old struggling with, like, your sexuality, or you don't fit in, you know, and like, you might jump to an extreme position because that's just what seems like's out there now, right? Where it might just be like, you know, maybe you just need a friend. Maybe you need to talk to your family. Maybe, you know, like, and it's, I fucking, you know, just thinking about the Groypers, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly how I felt interacting with them. I was like, I feel bad. I feel like you're probably a kid that was similar to me, that you're edgy, you know, you're going to school like you're a jokester, you know, getting in trouble with the teachers and shit. But nowadays, it's like, instead of me, I would get a detention, they'd probably to them be like, you're a bigot, you're suspended. You know, you know, and it's just like, oh man, like your life's ruined over what, little jokes or, you know, little horseplay or something like that, and now the consequences are so. And it's funny because my dad's generation talks about this. My dad's generation, he went to the same high school as me. He's like, back when we had the gym teacher would make us strap on boxing gloves, we'd knock the shit out of each other. And then when I was there, if you got in a fight, you were suspended 7 days and the police got called. Nowadays, if you raised your fist, the FBI would show up and they'd fucking, like, you'd be interred in Guantanamo or some shit. I don't know.
And it's so much worse on, like, social media.
Yeah.
Like, everyone has an eating or everyone's blah, 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 blah. And it's all because, like, we're not able to have, like, actual, like, personal interactions with people in real life. And we're constantly concerned about, like, the like, physical altercations. Like, that's the primary problem that's facing, like, children. Like, really? I'm sorry, but, like, I got punched when I was 14. 14-year-olds can't pack a punch because they're 14. So long as you're getting punched by other 14-year-olds, it's just not a big issue. Yeah, sure, adults shouldn't hit you, but, like, it's not a big issue, particularly among boys. If, like, yeah. But then instead, we're constantly dealing with, like, these massive problems of, like, social media where we're not dealing with the fact that, like, all of these, like, tectonic shifts of the landscape of, like, how we're interacting with the world, particularly in the context of the sexual domain, but even beyond that, in terms of, like, how we're growing into adulthood. It's, like, a real problem. Yeah.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 24.
Okay, I'm way older. I'm 39. When I was, like, a teenager, like, the Jackass show and movies were big, right? And it was, like, all about, like, irreverence, like, dick jokes and hurting my body, crazy stunts and shit like that. I kind of think, like, the Groyper shit, it's like that, except it's not dick jokes and slamming your bike into the wall and shit like that. It's like, let's be edgy in other ways, like politically edgy, culturally edgy. So I really do sympathize where it's like, I get it, I was a young shit kid. My rebelling was different. It took a different form. I listened to the fucking Dead Kennedys. I listened to 6 Feet Under. And what's
Your
that?
rebelling isn't on the internet. Your rebelling isn't on the internet.
Right.
And
for everyone to see forever.
You're not going to see every single stupid thing you did when you were 16.
That's exactly
but
right.
that is very different from new generations, yeah.
And so I think that those outlets aren't there as much, right? And now the outlets, like, it used to be, like, kind of, fucking kids, they make mistakes, whatever, no big deal, it's not the end of the world. You're detention, you're grounded, your parents didn't let you go out for a week or whatever, there you go, Now it's, like, life-changing shit. Now it's like the media's, you sent your kid to school dressed as Martin Luther King. What the fuck, and it's like, and so I think that what happens is it's like anything else, To Destiny's credit, I remember I did a debate with him about Rittenhouse, and he was actually on my side about it. And the lefties kept saying, well, Rittenhouse, here's a video of him, and he was hanging out with Proud Boys. And Destiny spoke before I had a chance, and he was like, well, no wonder. No one else wants him. Of course he's going to hang out with the people that are like, yeah, we get you. Of course. And that's the Groypers. And that's the Richard Spencer crew, right? Like, you feel lost. You feel like, fuck, every group's against me. Like, fucking, and it's like, there's no one, and here's this group that accepts me. And I feel the same way on the right. It's something that I say, think about it politically. When I volunteered for Trump's campaign, I sat in this fucking meeting with the state-level Trump guy, the head state guy, and he's going on and on and on and on and on. And it was just like, hand out flyers, call banks, blah, blah, blah. So I finally got a chance to speak, and I was like, what is our plan to get non-traditional Republican voters to vote for Trump? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like college kids, or single moms, or black people. What's your plan? What's your message to them? Right? And I shit you not, this is how I knew Trump lost the election, when his head person in Pennsylvania told me, oh, we just go after the low-hanging fruit. I said, okay. And I remember telling Republicans, I was like, I think the Democratic message sucks for black people. But if I was a black person in Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, and I had to choose between people I thought were giving me a bad message and people who weren't talking to me,
That's the same. Yeah,
it's the same thing with the Groypers. It's like, I think deep down, many of them probably realize, like, this is kind of fucking nonsensical, but it's their community now. It was the people willing to talk to them, and that's important,
And the same thing goes. I mean, like, I worked for Biden, ironically, in that same campaign. Or didn't work for him, but I canvassed for him, do that kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, like, I remember the I mean, like I was doing, I mean, you don't know anything about the geography of Pittsburgh, maybe. Certainly your audience doesn't. But I was in Oakland. I was right around Carnegie Mellon. I was right around the University of Pittsburgh. And that's where they wanted to station me. And admittedly, I mean, I was a college-age kid. So it's understandable that that's where they wanted the college-age kid to be doing stuff. But, and there were no Republicans. There was a Green Party guy who was running around doing the same thing. But there were no Republicans at all canvassing in the entire area with the two largest schools in the second largest city in the state. And it's just like, dude, like clearly you don't care about the college vote. And the same is true because, like, by the way, like I didn't go to Butler, right? Like I didn't go to rural Pennsylvania either, right? And like when people, and so like it's no wonder that so many people don't vote. It's no wonder that so many people feel like outside of this world, because like everyone knows that clearly Joe Biden doesn't actually care about the kids at the University of Pittsburgh. Sorry, right? Maybe that's a shock to you. Like he just doesn't. And Trump doesn't care about the people in rural Butler. Like, sorry, he just doesn't. This shouldn't be news to you. The New York billionaire asshole who's been lying and blah 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 and like is a casino magnate and all that shit. Like, yeah, shockingly enough, he's not actually a Christian conservative who cares about all of this stuff that is the foundation of the politics of the people of rural Pennsylvania. And it's just like, if those are the two options that people have access to, and the other side isn't even attempting poorly to talk to the majority of, or to a large proportion at the very least of this state. And this is Pennsylvania. This is the most important state, arguably, certainly among the most important states in the country. So, like, who knows what's happening in California, right? Or do Republicans exist in California? Do they even bother to like try? Well,
they're in the like suburban counties, but there's no meshing, right? They stay in their area, and Well, and I say this. It's a great point. I say this all the time. Like, this is a talking point. This is a true talking point, but you hear this all the time. Oh, fucking these cities, Milwaukee, Black Lives Matter, or Detroit, or Chicago. Who's in charge here? Oh, Democrats? Oh, and they've been for the past 100 years? Things getting better for them? I hear that all the time here. I'm like, oh, who's our representative? Republican? And how long have they been there? Oh, decades? Things getting better for you?
Yeah.
Right? They take your vote for granted. Believe it or not, it was Charles Barkley, the basketball player, I heard say that once. He was like, look, as long as the Democrats know black people are going to vote Democrat, they don't give a fuck. They take your vote for granted. They'll only start to care about your issues when they're worried that you might vote for someone else. So as far as they're concerned, your issue's on the back burner because you're a reliable voter. The squeaky wheel will get the grease. The groups that are like, well, we're kind of on the fence. That's the group that's going to be targeted, right? And it's incredible.
The truth is that, like, a lot of things, like, number one, okay, conservative, like you're talking about how to get Republicans to succeed with black people. Like, black people are not progressive.
No, they're very conservative.
When it comes to social issues, it's just not true.
On average, more religious. On average, more concerned about family values. Yeah.
All of those family values, all of that stuff. Like, it's just not true that like they are naturally, with the Democratic Party on all issues. And so too, like, I mean, like, the opioid crisis is a massive problem across the flyover country, across certainly Pennsylvania, across lots of places. And like, if you're concerned about the opioid crisis, why are the Democrats not framing their healthcare concerns around the opioid crisis in a way that is a very natural fit to say, hey, like, this is a serious issue. This is a massive problem that is ruining families across the country, that is ruining literally millions of people's lives, and tens of thousands are dying, and everyone else is affected by it. And like, there's no conversation about, hey, universal healthcare is actually not this, like, people who live in cities only are the ones who should care about it. No, that affects people in rural areas. Universal healthcare is really, really important if you want to make sure that people don't die of preventable diseases, and people don't die because they're not able to get access to basic healthcare, and because we're overprescribing and all of that nonsense. Like, there's an obvious progressive message to be providing to these people, but we just don't even attempt to.
Yeah. And I always, my debate partner, huge Democrat, huge, like, left of Bernie Sanders, like, pretty sure he fucking pals around with Antifa people. But I like the dude. He's a good guy. He's in, like, the D.C. area. And we always joked around, if the Republicans would hire him for messaging and the Democrats would hire me, they'd crush. Because I know, like, they don't know how to communicate to the people that aren't in their in-group. And I think part of it is they don't want to. I don't think either the establishment Republicans or Democratic Party want, like, a clean sweep. They always want the potential boogeyman. If it was up to them, they would prefer, like, almost an even split every time, right? And that way, the Mitch McConnells and the Chuck Schumers, they can hash out what's really going on. But they don't want it, like, it becomes difficult. Like, I look at it from the Republicans' perspective, right? Okay, 2016, they win the White House, they win the Senate, they win the House. One of the things they told me for years and years and years and years, I heard, if we get elected, we'll repeal and replace Obamacare. Okay, what's your plan? Oh, shit, we forgot to come up with one. Whoops. Well, we'll repeal the mandate. Okay, and then? Well, and it's the same with the Democrats, right? Like, problems at the border, DACA recipients, blah, 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 healthcare. Okay, now you have the House, Senate, and the presidency. And? Oh, nothing. You don't want to solve the problem, because if you solve the problem, you got nothing to run on, right? You need the people to be fighting with each other. You don't want to solve the opioid crisis, because if you solve the opioid crisis, people might say, okay, let's get to some other issues. And you don't got shit all to say about that. You're concerned with consolidating your power and siphoning more of the energy and wealth from average people. So they don't give a fuck. Like, when the Republicans are more than happy to be the minority in many of these states. The Democrats are more than happy to not have total control, right? Because then there's no excuse. Okay, you promised shit, let's see it. We can't do it. And then it might switch back to the other side. Or worse yet, it might go to a third party. Holy shit, we couldn't have that. We couldn't have that at all. So we always need that constant boogeyman of the other guy's worse. And I hear that shit now, and I sympathize. Yes. I sympathize because I feel the same way. I pinched my fucking nose for years and years and years. Mitt Romney, George Bush, blah, blah, blah. And I was told, pinch your nose. Next time we'll get someone that aligns with you more. Regardless of what you think of Trump. Okay, the establishment Republican people didn't like Trump. The same people that said, you got to back for the party, you got to back. Okay, now this dude Trump won, you going to back him? Now we don't like that. Oh, now that the shoe's on the other foot, all of a sudden it's not pinch your nose. Now all of a sudden it's, well, wait a minute, we got to get control of our party back from this guy. So it's all disingenuous bullshit. But I think about it, and I think even me and you fall into this trap. You start to strategize about these things, and then you have to take a step back and be like, oh yeah, they don't give a fuck. Right? That's why. It seems obvious. Yeah. Why wouldn't the Republicans be at Pitt? Right? Why wouldn't they be there? It seems stupid. And I said this to them. I was like, listen, you send me into inner city Philly to talk to some areas like inner city black people. Here's the message I'll say. You don't have to change your beliefs. You just have to explain why you think your beliefs are good for varying people. Right? And so there are unique differences in what people prioritize based on groups. Like, tribalism's real. I don't begrudge inner city black Americans talking about the unique challenge of the inner city. I don't understand because I've never lived there, and thank God I haven't. I have unique challenges living in poor rural America, but I never knew what it was like that my friend was shot and killed on the very track that I walked to school. That's fucking insane. That's insane. I can't imagine what that does to your perspective on life. But I think there's a message for small government, conservatism that would appeal to those people. I don't have to change and be like, well, I have to change my platform to get these voters. I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying you just explain why you think your platform would be good to them. And when I brought this up, they're like, well, we just don't think it would be time well spent. I was like, maybe not this year. But maybe if you're there 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, all of a sudden they say, oh, you're not just here for a cheap one-off election, vote for us this time. You keep coming back. You clearly value our input. And they don't do that. They don't give a fuck. They like the bifurcation. They like the fact that black people think Republicans are racist.
Yeah, and this is why everyone constantly. I mean, I was just in West Virginia a couple of weeks ago, and everyone is constantly on the left shitting on on Senator Manchin, and it's just like, you don't understand. Like, this is a guy who is able to actually talk to people who are rural voters, right? He's able to like succeed in West Virginia. Aren't you curious why? Has that not occurred to you? This is like a guy who's like worth thinking about very critically.
If he talked like Pelosi or AOC, he would get crushed by a Republican.
Of course he would get crushed. Of course he would get crushed by a Republican. And it's just like, there's no like consideration on that. And I think part of the problem is like, you know, when you think about like I think it's interesting when you're talking about like these people just like were categorically interested in talking about how they would talk to people in inner cities. And it's just like, well, the reason that they're not interested in trying to get Pittsburgh voters is because they just won a primary, and it was probably a really contentious primary. And how did they win the primary? They won the primary not based on Pittsburgh, right? They won the primary based on managing to super serve the furthest right version of the Republican Party and to super serve these crazies. And the same is true on the left, right? And when you super serve those crazies in the primary, it's very difficult to then figure out a way of like trying to create a cohesive message, which is like, okay, well, I'm not going to change my actual like views. That those are important, and I should stand by those views. But in terms of the way that I articulate that, like, there are a lot of ways that you can articulate that are actually like built, that are functionally, you know, good at convincing people who come from a different, you know, set of life experiences. But there's just no attempt to do that because like, oh, those aren't the people who are most likely to vote for me. And so therefore, and like the reality is that like, they're probably right. Just on a strict mathematical perspective, like particularly on an off-cycle election, like in an off-cycle election, the voter turnout is abysmally low, and so the way that you win an off-cycle election is not by managing to convince new people to join your party. No, it's by convincing the people who are already on your team to actually show up. And if you get 70% of the people who are already clearly on your team to actually show up, you're going to win that election. And because the other one's only going to get 60% out.
And that's why it's the low-hanging fruit line, right?
And that's why it's low-hanging fruit. You're not going to bother to try to go for the people who aren't low-hanging fruit because, like, if you manage to get all the low-hanging fruit, you're going to win that thing in the easiest landslide election you've ever seen.
And you want to know something crazy? Like, it's a little off the topic we're talking. When I ran for office, right? Like, I knew that there were a lot of people. Most of the people running were career politicians at the state level, so they were in Harrisburg, and now they're trying to upgrade, you know. And that's the case with the eventual winner, Fred Keller. I kind of thought I would be. This is the type of person I am. The first thing was a phone call. So I was like 17 out of 24, and they're going to ask you two questions, the most generic questions possible, like why are you running, and then the second question was like what's your big issue, some shit. So you got to hear everyone, or why are you the best candidate? That was the first question, and I told my wife as I was waiting, it's like I'm going to say, well, I don't know. I haven't heard the last 7 people. Maybe I'm not the best. Maybe the guy behind me is way better. How the fuck do I always thought that, like, we have the best pizza in town. It's like, did you try all the pizza? Maybe that other guy's got better pizza. You know, I'm like, I don't know that that'll help me win if I'm like, I don't know. I thought Guy 3 sounded pretty good there. Maybe I'll vote for him. But, you know, I kind of thought after that when I went to the first event, like, you know, I had this idea. It's like, it'd be like going to a dinner where you're going with a bunch of heart surgeons, right? And you show, and you're going to be like, fuck, maybe I'll understand every third word when they start talking about, surgery. And then you get there and it's like, pull my finger! And it's fart jokes and shit. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, that first event, this happened in Potter County. So we walk in, and I know that I'm an unknown. I have no attachments. And so I have to talk as much as possible. Potter County's just like, everybody's sitting in a room. We're going to ask a question. If you want to answer it, raise your hand. I'm like, I'm answering every fucking question. Like, undoubtedly. You know, so everything. First, everyone's shy. I'm bam, answering questions. And they start talking. The one question had something to do about government overreach. Government's too big, and Democrats are big government, and blah, blah, blah. So we all, you know, I'm like, yeah, the 10th Amendment's I think we need to shrink the size of the federal government. We should have more state government, blah, blah, blah. If the 10th Amendment specifically says if it's not in the Constitution, it should be left up to the states. Everyone agrees with me. Everyone. Right? Yeah. Next question. Old guy stands up. Marijuana. What would you do to... At first they said, how many people here have smoked marijuana? The only people that raise their hands are me and my wife. So I'm like, fuck, here we go. And then they're like, well, how would we keep it illegal? And all these people that I'm running against start talking. And I stand up, I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't you all just say, you literally just said, if it's not in the Constitution, it should be up for the states. If you want to have input, why don't you run for state Congress? Then you could vote on it, right? And they're like, well, but this issue is important. And I was like, that's what the Democrats say about every issue that you think's overreach. They say, but this one's important. I was like, so either you, I'm like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. So anyways, I tell that story because the next event I went to was Center County. And I walk into this library and there's all these people in their suits and ties and shit. You know what they start calling me? Mr. 10th Amendment. Ho, ho, ho. And when I left Potter County, I'm kind of going back in time here, I get in the car, and my wife's like, you know what's funny? When you brought up the 10th Amendment, she's like, almost everyone that was running pulled out their phone and started looking it up. She's like, they don't have a fucking clue. Like, they don't know. I thought that it was going to be these super professional. There were some that were talented in some ways, don't get me wrong. But most of them, they didn't know shit. They knew bumper plate phrases. Second Amendment, and it was like, well, what does that mean to you? Like, you're pro-life. What does that mean? You're running for Congress, you're pro-life. Roe v. Wade exists, right? And so I was like, this was a fucking nail in my coffin from the get-go. I was like, I have to be honest. Ultimately, I'm probably think that some form of early trimester abortion's legitimate. I think that once you get past that, it's not. But I think that there are credible people with serious moral arguments on the other side of this issue. I understand if you believe this is a life, that supersedes, but there is a legitimate concern with bodily autonomy. Like, I understand that side of it. And so I don't think you're a monster. I do think you're a monster if you're for a third trimester, 8-month abortion.
I don't think that you're a monster regardless if you're just, legal is one thing, but just, culturally.
Yeah.
If you're advocating culture, that's a very different thing.
Yeah, I agree. And so, I'm like, well, what's your plan? So you're going to ban all abortion. How are you going to do that as a member of Congress? What's your plan? You push in an amendment? And they're just like, you have to have a plan, right? Like, what are you going to do? Like, you're going to have to put an amendment through, right? How else are you going to supersede the court? They didn't get it. And I was like, I can tell you how I would push to get Roe v. Wade overturned, because I think on the merits of this being a right to privacy issue, it's totally nonsense. The 92 Casey decision basically was just 10 pages of what they called stare decisis, that the 92 court, because it comes up again in 92, because basically the argument is, well, 76, I think, was Roe v. Wade, and so in 92 we have different medical understanding of what a fetus is. And so the argument was, well, now we think that fetuses, we have better evidence that they're alive. It doesn't matter if you agree with this or not. That was the argument. So the court agrees to hear the case, and the court's basically, the decision's like, we're not going to buck the system. We think precedent's important. And I'm like, that's a terrible decision, right? Like, because the Roe v. Wade decision being rolled on a right to privacy is fucking ridiculous. It's stupid. Even if you think that pro-choice is the way to go, I think that it should be passed in Congress. Pass the law in Congress. Don't have the court legislate. There's too much power in the court. Don't pass an executive order. Don't fucking have the court. Congress is supposed to write the law. Have them write the law. That's the way to enshrine it, if that's what you want. These people looked at me like I was a fucking Martian. What do you mean you have to have a plan? And I was so frustrated. I walked out. I'm like, fuck. I assumed these people would be super talented. And then when I realized, and I've since talked to people, it wasn't that I wouldn't have had the ability, or you, or probably 90% of the people listening right now. It's not that you don't have the talent or the ability to govern if you were elected. Your talent, your lack of talent, is your ability to be elected. That's where I was outshined. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the connections. I didn't have the image. I didn't have the consultants. I didn't have the team behind me. It was me and my fucking wife and my friend. That was it. And it's like, I started to think about that, was like, yeah, our systems have nothing to do with who's the best candidate. It's who runs the best show. Or it's not who would be the best at governing. It's, who is the best at getting elected. And those are two very different things. Very different. And so, when you run that same experiment, thousands of times every year, every 2 years, you run that experiment over and over and over again. Is it any wonder we get to this part where it's like there's so much bullshit and minutia and the worst, instead of the cream rising to the top, the worst people. Like, if you're Mark Cuban, why the fuck would you ever run? Like, if you have a good life and you have the ability to influence people's lives, why would you run? It's like you're going to get smeared. You're going to be fucking attacked. Your family's going to be attacked. You're probably going to be investigated. Like, why even bother? So the best people, the most talented, like, why the fuck would I get involved in this shit show? If I really care about society, I'll do something else. And so now we're left with this fucking system where the people that are running the show, they don't give a fuck. Like, the people getting elected, they don't really give a fuck. Just give me money, give me power, whatever. And so you're left with these bureaucrats running the show. And you try to explain to people, like, why that's a bad system. And it blows my mind. Like, I can't tell you how much it blows my mind. Like, I was on a panel last night, or a 2v2 debate, Counterpoints. And Connor's not saying this, but he's holding this as a credible thought in his head. He's like, what if Trump really is shitty? Is it okay to just say, fuck it, yeah, let's just cheat, fuck him? Is it okay for the FBI to do that? And it's like, yeah, there are people that think that, and it's like, but you don't understand the greater evil. Look at what you're saying, right? Like, even if they're right this time, they won't be next time, and you've just set the precedent. You no longer have control of your government. And by the way, that's where we're at. We don't have that control, and and that's, I think, my frustration when I talk to people like tonight. It's like very few people. It's like it's just.
But that's why. Okay. Because like the structural issue is the real concern that I have. Because like all of this comes down to we have structured our government incorrectly. We've structured our government in a way that there are individuals who have massive amounts of power, and you can only get to that level if you are someone who is, one, willing and able to do it full time, two, willing and able to spend 2 years maybe trying to campaign, potentially lose when you campaign, just to get to that position. You've got a 3, be someone who's like, all of these different, like, there's all of these reasons that just like normal people don't get involved in these kinds of instances. And even when they do, they fall flat on their face. And like, I've been thinking about, like, I forget where it was, but like there was some crazy people who like went after a bunch of people on an education board, like a local PTA essentially, and they like doxed these people and they like started protesting outside of their houses. I'm like, regardless, like, zoom out. I don't even remember if this was like a bunch of lefties who were mad or conservatives who were mad, but just like zoom out for a second. Like, that is insane. When you do that, when you go after people who are literally just parents trying to make their school for their kids better, when you do that kind of shit, normal people don't engage. Normal people go away because normal people care more about their kids than they care about like this nonsense and like this, the city, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Like, and so the people that you get left with are crazy people. The people you get left with are people who are so desperate to like cling at like the auspices of power that they're going to just like do whatever the hell they need to do to get there. And they aren't even getting to a point where they're actually going to build actual power, because actual power is the capacity to like actually exact change, right? But instead they just want to look like they're powerful. And so the only people who succeed are the ones who are like willing, as you were saying earlier, to like take these ridiculous, obviously contradictory positions and like don't even know what different amendments are, don't even know like anything about like how power is actually done, and they're exclusively there so they can get the title and like go around and be like, oh, I'm a congressperson, I'm a senator, I'm the president of the United States. And it's just like, dude, like none of that matters.
Well, think
what
about
matters.
Okay,
Go change the community. Yeah, go for it.
Like there was this story that broke today that Hunter Biden's selling this artwork. I'm not even going to get into the minutia, the easy ways to money launder selling artwork. But there was a big statement by Biden's team. It's like, oh, there will be a wall. He won't know the people that purchased the artwork and blah, 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 blah. Well, now it turns out that one of the people was a friend of the Bidens who was appointed to some unpaid government position, right? And I started to think about this. Now, I need more details before I know the corruption aspect of it. But let's just assume that part of it's true, that it was just an unpaid position. If this was bribery, what sense does that make? Like, so you're giving $80,000 to get appointed to a position where you're not going to make money. But when you understand why that would occur, I'm not saying it did. Like, I think more details need to be released. But just that general, why would someone pay a bribe to get elected to a non-paid position? Well, because it's all stepping stones. It's all connection. That's worth more than the salary you get, right? That's the real value. Getting into the team and setting yourself up, right? Like, I was amazed at how much I learned. I knew this, but to see it firsthand. People run for an office. I ran and knew I couldn't win, but I had a point to make, and I think I made it. I was happy with it. But other people ran, and they knew they couldn't win, but they were setting themselves up for cabinet-type positions, or positions in the Republican apparatus, not Congress, but the state Republican Party, and shit like that. And you see this all the time. Presidency is the easiest one. People running, like Chris Christie doesn't have a fucking chance in hell. Everyone knows it. So why is he doing it? It's spending all this money. Well, he's raising money. And he's setting himself up for, some position on a board of some neocon council that'll be like, oh yeah, you were saying the good things. You know what I mean? Like, it's all this fucking gamesmanship. It's all this big game. And the irony is, I'd be really good at the game. Like, I'd be really good at crafting messages and shit like that. I just can't do it, which speaks to your point. Where it's like, if you actually are a decent person, you're like, why get involved in this shit? And I even feel like that sometimes streaming. I still do it for my entertainment. But it's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to go out there and go to bat for Dr. fucking Oz? That's what I'm supposed to do? That's what I'm supposed to get off my ass and talk to my friends and family? Like, fuck you. Like, that's who you gave me to work with? And I was so mad about this. I was absolutely furious. Now, think what you want about the other guy that was running, Mastriano, right? Here is the story that's going on with Mastriano. Like, you don't have to like him. You can think he's extreme. Whatever. The Republican state, and I probably shouldn't be saying, I don't give a fuck. This is like inside baseball. The state-level Republican people, particularly the county people, were fucking furious with Mastriano. Because Mastriano wasn't going to their dinners and shit. Right? And that's what Oz was doing. That's what they liked. And I tried to explain to these people, I was like, Mastriano's trying to run on a, like, populist platform. Like, well, the Republicans in office fucked up. The McConnell types and the Romney types. And I'm a new type of, like, more of a Trumpian type people. So I'm not going to hobnob with those people. Now, he probably would have secretly, right? He probably would have, but he was making it a point in the campaign to try to appear to distance himself. And now these are people that are in the like, it's difficult for the audience to understand this. These aren't elected officials. These are people that are running the Republican apparatus in counties and in states. So it's not like you got to vote for them. Their job, as far as I'm concerned, is to support the Republicans, the candidates. My job as someone who's not an official member of the Republican Party is say, I like that guy, I don't like that guy, fuck him. I am not obligated to like every Republican, because I'm not fucking paid by the Republicans, nor do I have a position in the Republican Party. So I'm not obligated. If I don't like you, I can say, I don't like you, I'm not voting for you. No problem. But not them. And I had to explain to these people, like, how infuriating it was. It's like, so you're telling me you think that Josh Shapiro's an existential threat? Yeah. He would, oh my God, our rights, But you're considering not helping beat him because you're pissed because this guy didn't come to your dinner. Now, it doesn't matter to you whether you like Mastriano or you think that Mastriano would have... None of that matters. These people thought, and they were like, my personal pride of this dude not coming to my dinner, it shook me so much. I'm like, you fucking people are making six figures working for the Republican Party. I show up as the poorest person at every fucking thing we show up to. I have to drive 4 hours to show up to these meetings and shit like that. And like, y'all can't, you're a little pissed off. You know who fucking has dinner with me? My wife. That's who. Dr. Oz wasn't coming to my fucking house, Yeah. And like, it's happening with the Democrats too, right? It's the same type of shit. They don't give. It's all about how do I benefit? How to even just this low-level dicky shit. Oh, you didn't come to my dinner. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's and like I just it's like, I don't know what you think about this. Like, the Republicans got shellacked in Pennsylvania in 2022. They lost to John fucking Fetterman. So I would say, if you're...
Fetterman's campaign was a really good campaign. I know Fetterman was like MIA for a bit because he was, admittedly, he did, have a stroke, right? But like, I got to say, he had a really successful campaign, particularly in relation to young people. I don't think you're giving him quite enough credit on that.
Well,
but
like, if you want, like, it's funny because you like talk about the issues and stuff like that. Like, John Fetterman gave the single worst debate performance I've ever seen. It didn't move the needle at all. John
Fetterman had just had a stroke. I think it's incredibly impressive he just went to that debate at all.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, if I'm picking someone to fly my airplane, and the one guy can't move his arms because he just had a stroke, I might sympathize with him, but I'm not putting him behind the fucking wheel.
Not fair.
Of course it's fair.
No, it's not fair. Having an inability to, like, speak quickly is not the same as an inability to understand.
That's not all he has. It's not just the ability to speak. It's also the ability
to... I don't think there's any evidence that he's had, like, cognitive decline. I think there's evidence that he has an inability to speak it quickly and to articulate himself well and to do all of that kind of stuff. But I don't think there's evidence to suggest...
He can't understand people without a prompter. Like, even that one reporter that came out and admitted it was attacked by everyone, and it turned out to be absolutely true. Then he had to check himself into a hospital because of severe depression. He was not medically qualified to...
No, not fair.
No, I completely disagree. I completely disagree. But nonetheless, it's irrelevant to this point. They got shellacked. And so, if I was running, like, a sports team, and my sports team got crushed, I would look for a change of leadership. What were the changes to the Republican leadership in Pennsylvania? Nada! And in fact, to even suggest it when I suggested it, I was fucking persona non grata. How can you suggest that, Rob? These people are dedicated civil servants. Fuck you. Do you feel entitled to this job because you personally benefit from it? Fuck off! Right? Like, it's not an insult to you to say, like, you lost, let's get some new blood in here. Who do you think they're going to nominate here in 2024? Same old fucking crowd of people. They're talking about, McCormick, who was the guy who lost the primary to Mastriano. He'll be back. People like Oz.
I thought McCormick lost to Oz.
Yeah.
McCormick lost to Oz.
I don't know if they announce it, but that's what it'll be. It'll be same old people. Nothing changed. Nothing. And it's just like, I'm so tired of just like, and then again, like, you start to realize, you're like, oh, but that's because it's intentional, right? They would rather, it's the same true of the Democrats. The Republicans would rather Democrats win every election from here on out. Mitch McConnell would rather that than someone like, than someone that's like a young up-and-comer that's like, fuck this old hat Republicans. I don't agree with, 30% of what they're saying. They'd rather vote for someone who disagreed with 90% of what they're saying than 30% if they felt that person would take control of the little power they had in their group. And it's the same is true of the Democratic Party. Like, the Democrats, if Jill Stein would run as a Democrat, they would support fucking Jeb Bush over Jill Stein. No doubt in my mind. No doubt. And it's like, when you realize that, you're like, what a sham. What a goddamn shame. I don't understand why the third parties don't all... This is what I would do if I was them. I'd be like, Communist Party, Socialist Party, Green Party, Constitutionalist, Libertarian. I'd draw straws, right? And the longest straw is the presidential candidate, and the second is the vice presidential. And say, we're all going in on the third party. That's what we are. Because we think us being boxed out is the biggest issue.
Yeah. The Greens and Libertarians, certainly on foreign policy, are basically in lockstep with each other. It's not a terrible move. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it doesn't even matter if they agree, because the issue, that's how I feel with corruption. Like, I get people that, like, raise an eyebrow to me. They're like, you would side with the communists? Yep. They're talking about corruption. Yep. With this tanky? Yep. Why? Because I think I will be more than happy to yell at the communists once our votes matter. Then I'll be happy to yell that the communists... And by the way, communist is used in a lot of ways now, but I mean like a member of the Communist Party. Or what
communist.
You remember, this seems like eons ago. You remember when there was that Virginia gun rally? This is way before January 6th. There were a bunch of gun protests that occurred in Virginia, right? And I was talking, some of my conservative streamers were there, and they were streaming, and I was talking to them on the phone several times, and they were like, there are these like black militants here. And I was like, cool. Tell them awesome. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
If your big issue is the Second Amendment, who gives a fuck if that guy goes, I'm pro-Second Amendment, but I'm also pro-gay marriage? Great. I care less about gay marriage than the Second Amendment, so we're boys today, right? Like, if that's your issue, and then that's your issue. For me, the issue is corruption. So I'll sit here. I don't understand it. Like, I've been trying to facilitate this bridge between Occupy Wall Street people and Tea Party type people. It's like you basically agree with 90% of the problem. You just disagree with who's at fault and what should we do. But agreeing with the problems, that's most of the battle.
But you say that, but okay, so we agree with the problem, but don't agree with the solution. What are we supposed to do with that? Let's say that that's true, that we do agree. Therefore, what? Well, because the reality is this has been an interesting conversation, but at the end of the day, when 24 comes around, I'm sure you're going to end up on the Trump. Let's be real, Trump's going to win that primary side of things. I'm going to end up on the Biden side of things, and when that happens, this is an interesting conversation, but I'm just going to try to destroy you, right?
Well,
and
here's the question: what's your big issue? Yeah. What's the most important issue to you?
I think that the single most important issue that I would say is probably healthcare, and specifically the opioid crisis. I think the second largest, if I'm just going to go on the list, I think that my largest issue is land value taxation, right? That's not something that matters at the presidential level. That's something that matters at the
assessors just came to my house yesterday, fuckers.
Yeah, I fucking hate it. If you live in Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald is a piece of human garbage, and everyone needs to kill him. Not literally, but emotionally. Okay, he needs to emotionally die and also be kicked out of office. Those are my largest issues.
But I disagree with you. With everything you just said about the corruption and things like that. Those issues would all be on the back burner because deep down if it's Joe Biden, none of that's going to be addressed. Or if it's Kamala Harris or Gavin, it's not.
I know deep down if Trump gets into office, he's not going to address it either.
That might be true, but what he might do by his being elected, the fucking bureaucratic state might implode, and then you might have a chance next time.
That's not what I want at all.
Why not?
I don't want the state to implode.
I didn't say the state. I said the bureaucratic state.
Yeah, but when you say the bureaucratic state, I don't want, okay. If Trump is, the last time Trump was elected, the FBI went to war with him. Sure. He also was massively incompetent. He screwed us on the international stage. He screwed us in terms of...
In what way did he screw us internationally?
Oh, internationally, he got us a lot closer to real problems with North Korea. He got us a lot closer to real problems with China. I don't think he did a good job on Israel-Palestine. I think he did a lot of things that were massive failures. He also didn't do anything on immigration. He said a whole lot of nonsense about how he's going to fix the immigration issue.
Well, just taking foreign policy. I completely disagree with you. If we think that the military-industrial complex is this massive problem, well, that extends. Well, wait, that extends to our international partners as well. So the damage that he did in the international stage was doing things like criticizing NATO, wanting to pull out of places Syria.
He said some nice words, I guess, about NATO. He didn't do anything.
Well, right. Well, it's the same true. You say
actually happened.
You say
he got us war with Russia, and he didn't get us any wars.
No, that's not true at all. He was the first president to not start any new wars. Even though he bombed Syria and I was against. I'm sorry.
He didn't get us out of any.
Well, so
he got us wars, literally zero. He got us. He did some
better really than Biden.
In say it again.
It's better than Biden.
Afghanistan.
What's that? Yeah, but
Biden got us out of Afghanistan.
And he got us into Ukraine.
Sure. But I don't think that Ukraine is nearly as bad as Afghanistan, number one. Number two, I'm not saying that on my number one was not foreign policy, right? I'm not saying that either one of these guys is some, wow, impressive person on foreign policy. They both suck on foreign policy for sure. But if we're going to say net, which of them is better on foreign policy? I would say that Biden is probabably net better.
I don't
I don't think that Biden is, for example, going to get us closer to a war with Iran. Right, he has not been trying. He didn't destroy the Iran nuclear deal, which was a massive stride forward. He didn't do stuff that got us closer to. He didn't do crazy shit like try to do all of like support the Golan Heights component of Israel, which is obviously something that has been in reality true for a long period of time, but is not something that we've been articulating as part of our American foreign policy, and we shouldn't articulate as part of our American foreign policy because it's something that's really dangerous to do in relation to the Israel-Palestine conflict. And I don't think that it puts us in a weaker position if we're going to try to serve as someone who's going to be a mediator between those two sides, because it makes us clearly seem like a partisan, and that's a real problem.
Okay, so let's put my perspective on what I see of it. Joe Biden has us closer to World War III than any time we've been since the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's the situation with Russia. With China, China is now positioning themselves to be even more strategically advantaged because of the quagmire the United States is. We see BRICS agreements that are arranging that it looks like the United States may lose their reserve currency as the world's reserve currency, as people are now trading with each other, losing our hegemonic ability. We see China that's aggressing more thoroughly towards Taiwan, and it would be likely to see some sort of conflict by the end of Biden's first term there. When it came to the Middle East, you might disagree with what was going on, but we didn't see increased conflict in the Middle East. Instead, what we saw was historic peace deals that were being signed by places in Palestine and places like Iran and places that they hadn't dealt with in quite some time, despite fears that, What's that?
What was what happened that was historic in Iran?
Let's see.
Because in Iran, what he did that was important in Iran was get out of the nuclear deal, and I don't think that that's good at all, right?
Well, maybe it wasn't Iran. Maybe it was Palestine. It's late. Getting out of the Iran deal. There's good and bad to it. There was one thing I didn't understand about it. The Iran deal was legitimately shit. It was a terrible deal. But if we didn't get our money back, was pulling out of it a good thing? That always questioned me. It was like, we sent this money for a bunch of promises that they won't be able to keep, so I'm going to pull out of it. Well, did they keep the money? Right now, unfortunately, when you say, well, Biden hasn't inched us closer. Well, that's not true. One of the first things that Biden did when he came into office was he bombed Syria again. And the reason he bombed Syria was because, allegedly, Iranians were in Syria. So he's on one hand, he's at the negotiating table with Iran. On the other hand, he's bombing Syria because there are Iranians in Syria that have attacked U.S. business interests. So we violate the sovereignty of a country because we say that this other country is nefarious, who we're also engaged in peace deals with over here, which is one of the most nonsensical, stupid shit. But it is just beyond dispute that the international flare-ups of conflicts is far worse under. You might say it's not Biden's fault, right? But it is far worse now than it was under Trump with foreign policy. Despite all the warnings that would be his incredible weak suit, we didn't inch closer to World War III. We didn't and as soon as he's out, it's like all of a sudden all this shit starts occurring. I don't think that's an accurate representation of his foreign policy.
Yeah, it just strikes me that the truth about Trump is, and maybe you disagree with this analysis, but I would say that Trump is someone who doesn't really have opinions, right? And neither does Biden, certainly. But I don't think either one of them really have any solid positions on foreign policy or really even domestic policy. And I would say that they are very likely to just go along with that which is going to get them the most praise within their own side of the aisle. And I think that if Trump had dealt with the Ukraine war, if Putin had invaded under his watch, I think that the result of that would have been very similar to what we actually had. And the only difference that I see that is profound is, no, I know that they didn't do it under that time, but I don't think that's a massive thing to do with the Biden versus Trump administration. I think it's something to do with the context of Europe and the context of Crimea, right? He wanted to ensure that Crimea was solidly under his control, solidly blah, 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 blah. And once that component was stable, I think at that point, and in addition to all of the stuff that NATO was doing, but keep in mind that the majority of that NATO stuff that was going on was primarily European. It was not American. That was pushing that narrative of potentially trying to get Ukraine to join NATO. And yes, we went along with it, but we went along with that both under the Biden administration and also under the Trump administration to a degree that I think is unhealthy in both cases. And I don't think either one of them deserves praise on that front. But I would say that that component, I don't think is reasonable to primarily pin either on Trump or on Biden. I would say that's something that's primarily to be pointed at both the Bushes and Obama, and to a lesser degree Clinton. I don't think that it's fair to say that that's a primarily Biden.
Well, I disagree. Like,
the only thing is like massively different is Afghanistan, which one of them got us out of, and the other one failed to.
See, I disagree because I think it's like people can't have their cake and eat it too. Now, I do think that Trump did things that were antagonistic towards Russia, like selling Javelin missiles to Ukraine, which was something that Obama hadn't done. He had held back on that. But overwhelmingly, I think that Trump was interesting in the way he communicated with foreign leaders. His allies, he was harsh with. And his enemies, he was seemingly waxed poetic about, right? But then the policies weren't always that way. He wasn't like super favorable in his policies towards Russia or towards North Korea or China. And I think that's kind of intelligent because the strongmen, like Trump's the type of guy himself that if you kissed his ass but we're doing policies that hurt him, you might get away with it because you're kissing the right amount of ass. I think Putin and Kim Jong-un maybe are those type of people. But I think that there was also something that kept people in check with Trump. I don't want warmongering presidents, but I don't mind the rest of the world thinking that he might be. I don't mind China saying, we better mind our...
I reject those kinds of games outright. I just don't think that...
Totally disagree. I would rather have that person that walks softly and carries a big stick than the person that's meddling all across the world actually bombing.
If I actually trusted for a second that was actually something that could actually, be done and I could be confident in, I would fully be on board with you. I understand it conceptually. The issue is that I flatly don't believe that the kinds of people who are willing to bluster about as though they are war hawks and are willing to put on John Bolton and people like him to be in leadership positions, I flatly don't believe that they're secretly these doves that are just trying to like bluster about and use that blustering as cover to be able to actually have this secret agenda, particularly when they don't even get us out of Afghanistan. And also particularly when they kill Soleimani, and also particularly when they, are doing arms sales and shit like that with the UAE and Saudi Arabia, and also when they're doing stuff like, messing with North Korea, when they're doing all of this nonsense. I just don't believe that this is a person who's secretly not progressive, someone who's a libertarian on foreign policy matters, particularly to do with war.
Luckily no one said that. We're drawing comparisons to him and Biden's worse in all of those fronts objectively. It's just the conflicts have increased. The zones of conflict have increased. Trump. I'm not saying Trump was a dove. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he might have been a lunatic that would be willing to go to war, but that could have dissuaded places like Russia from invading. Particularly when you mix it with the message of Trump was actually criticizing NATO for things like the potential encirclement of Russia. He was criticizing and trying to pull out of places like Syria, which is what Russia wanted to happen, but was being lied to by his generals, right? And for all we know, I don't know, and I'm not giving...
Getting lied to by your generals, okay, so he's massively incompetent. So Trump is, bad at the job of being president.
It's not incompetence,
right?
If it's corruption.
No, if you're the one who's responsible for choosing your generals, and so yes, you're right that it is corruption. You're right that these generals are awful, but he was the one who put John Bolton in power.
Well, yeah, right? I don't disagree. That was a terrible. I agree. I criticize that. I agree. It's something I've criticized, but it's if your argument, if we're deciding who we voting for in 2024, and we're comparing the foreign policy of 2016 to 2020. Compared to 2020 to 2024, it's not even fucking close. We could legitimately be in World War III by 2024, and you're still going to be saying Biden's foreign policy is better?
I just don't think that Trump is actually going to have a materially different foreign policy. I think he's going to say better words on Ukraine. I think he's going to say worse words on Iran. He's going to say worse words on Saudi Arabia and the UAE and on Afghanistan and North Korea. I think he's going to say worse words on Israel, Palestine. I think he's going to say worse words, on a whole host of things like that. Certainly worse words on international health responses, right? Because like war is not the only foreign policy concern, right? From a foreign policy perspective, like the fact that we're not taking seriously, regardless of whether how you think that COVID came to pass, the fact that we're not taking seriously the concerns about CRISPR, the fact that we're not taking seriously the concerns about like how massive the problem is of like health in third world countries, particularly third world cities, like Lagos, Nigeria. If you talk about Kibera and Nairobi, like these are places that like there are massive slums with millions of people, and those are petri dishes. There are human petri dishes for the worst diseases that we've ever seen in the history of the world. And those kinds of places, we need to be taking seriously the health concerns of those. And Trump is not taking the World Health Organization remotely seriously. He pulled out of that. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement. He pulled out of all these different things that I think are really necessary as foreign policy things that go beyond just war. And even on the war front, yes, he's slightly better on Ukraine, maybe, but he's significantly worse on all of the Middle East. He's significantly worse in relationship to China. He's significantly worse on all of these other issues. And so net, I don't think it's clear. And
China's stock in the world has gone up under China's stock in the world and their aggression's gone up under Biden. The Middle East has had more conflict under Biden than it did under the 4 years of Trump. Israel was signing historic peace deals with Arab countries when Trump was leaving office, despite the fact we were told that it was going to be on fire. That almost rescinded within a year when Biden came in office, where missiles started being lobbed again. The idea that like I don't understand this sort of like. You could admit the corruption of these major institutions like the FBI, the CIA, places like that, but the World Health Organization is a good organization. So let's talk about what the World Health...
clear. I'm not saying the World Health Organization is like a good organization, is great, or blah, 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 blah. What I'm saying is that there needs to be a global response to the issue of like CRISPR, like gene editing needs to be illegal. You cannot do the kinds of dangerous stuff.
What's Biden's plan there?
He is at the very least involved with the World Health Organization. He's very at least willing to entertain the concept of
let me tell you how he's involved.
So let me at the international level. And Trump isn't.
I'll tell you how he's involved. Here's how he's involved. The World Health Organization intentionally covered up facts that they knew about COVID, intentionally covered up the fact, for example, that they knew how it spread and things like that, but dissuaded being public with that information because they didn't want to damage China's reputation. They knew, just like the Biden administration knows, and just like people connected, right, just like people connected even to the Trump administration like Fauci knew, they knew that gain of function was being done in the Wuhan lab, and it was actually being paid for by the NIH. The World Health Organization knew that, and they continued to act like people.
You're saying. I agree with all of that.
So that's Biden. So when you say right,
if you have a choice between a president who is going to at least entertain the idea of having an international response to the gain of function research issues, which are massive and growing, a response to the massive and growing issue of serious. I mean, like in many places across Lagos, people across Africa, across Southeast Asia, people literally in massive cities with millions of people living in them, literally don't have toilets, literally don't have running water, literally don't have soap.
Biden's been there Biden's been there for years. How don't they have that? I don't understand.
Biden is certainly doing more on that front than is Trump. Is he doing enough? Absolutely not. But is he pushing further on that front than Trump? Yes, clearly yes.
I just think like the issues that you're talking about, well, he's connected to the World Health Organization. That would be like saying like, well, here's this horrible organization that helped cover up one of the most massive crimes in human history, but at least Biden's talking with him. At least he's trying to work with him. Well, that's not at least what's doing. Biden's trying to cover up those crimes. One of the first things that Biden did. Go ahead.
If either one of them were taking seriously the idea of trying to reform the World Health Organization and try to get an actual, like, genuine, serious, real response at an international level to the massive and increasingly large health crises, which are going to create the next COVID, which are going to be worse than COVID potentially. And if that was being taken seriously by either Trump or Biden, that would be a point in their favor. But if you're asking like writ large on international health, which one of them is better, I don't think that this is something that's really up for dispute. I think clearly the one that is at least willing to entertain the idea that we should at least take it seriously as a concept, that we should be trying to be serious about international health. Like, that is the one that is better than the one who's just like, oh, viruses actually, like, they famously just, like, they don't cross borders. That's how viruses work, right? No one travels between borders ever. And so therefore, like, the solution is just like, if we close off to like a couple of, countries in this one, that one, and that one, then like everything's gonna be fine. No, actually, we need to have like an actual serious response and figure out a way to not have.
I'll be right back with you. This might be an emergency call, so I'll be right back.
Oh shoot, I'm sorry.
Let me mute my.
That's not good. I don't want an emergency. That's not a good idea. You good? You okay? Turn my phone. Do you want to end stream? It's also 3 o'clock. Oh, okay.
Okay. Can you hear me again? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're fine.
Yeah, that was someone just saying the N-word over and over again. I got a spam risk call from a local number. I didn't answer, and then that call was from my mom and dad's number. So that's not good. Someone watching, right? This shit happens all the time when I go in spaces where lefties are. So that's what that was. I was going to put the audio on, but it was just repeatedly saying the N-word. So I thought that maybe they would get me. But yeah, that's the type of shit that that goes on. So no, I will end here soon, anyways. Not because of that, just because it's getting late. But there we go.
Okay, cool.
Mom and dad's cell again. Cool. So it's interesting. I didn't know that you were able to use. I don't know how they would make it show up that was my mom and dad's cell number, which is an interesting thing. But yeah. So, but anyways, like now, I just think the World Health Organization, like, it's a terrible organization, and I see this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
I'm assuming this will be happening over and over again now. So that's great. Someone knows.
But yeah, Trump's not giving a real alternative.
Well, I can understand you could mask phone numbers, but I don't know how you could mask them as a number. How would they know to clone the number of someone connected to me? Do you have any idea how that would be possible? I mean, I'm obviously possible, but
yeah. Well, clearly they know your parents' number.
Well, I don't know. I would say that somehow they got a list of my contact information.
You have to know your parents' number, which I assume that means that they're at risk for spam and scams.
Someone
and all
says that
stuff.
there's an app on the phone that can access my contacts. So they like hacked my phone, and one of the apps on my phone that they hacked, like Facebook or something, probably has a list of my contacts. But your contacts have been phished, and yeah, they trace back to your Google phone that you gave out. Is my phone Hawaii? No, it's an Apple phone. It's probably connected to the World Health Organization. But anyways, probably end on this note anyways because we get to bed. But no, it's been fun talking to you. I do think though that if my big issue is corruption, like I think that a criticism of Trump is that he had his chance, he didn't end corruption. Right? Like I think that's a fair criticism of Trump. But I think that the only chance we have is to sort of vote for people that are at least at battle with sort of these institutions. And if not, if we continue to elect people like Joe Biden or Jeb Bush or people like that, there is literally zero hope of change. And I don't think that the possibility of Trump's change, I don't think the best possibility is because of his genius or intelligence. I think it's because the other side can't help themselves. And that the best argument for Trump, in my opinion, is vengeance. That he's so pissed at the corruption against him that he comes in and he's like, fuck it, I'm cleaning house. And that's the best chance we have, probably. Unless, like, someone like me, RFK, someone says, intelligent in various ways. Like, I think he's, in many ways, a better character than Trump, but that's where I'm coming from. But I'll give you the last word, and you can shout your channel out too.
Yeah. I think that both of them are just mindless pieces of human garbage. I don't support Biden as a human being. I don't support Trump as a human being. I think that therefore what needs to be considered is just like the basket of policies that they are going to at least pretend to care about. And the basket of policies that the Biden administration is going to at least pretend to care about are things that include universal health care, which I think is a good thing, are going to include, trying to get out of Afghanistan, trying to get out of Syria, trying to, have reasonable relationships with China, trying to have a reasonable relationship with all of that. I think that if we're thinking about like the massive like worst case scenario in terms of war, the worst case scenario is China, not Russia. Russia is just not as important of a country as China is. It never has been, it never will be, or that's not true. It was at one point, but it certainly will never be again. And I think that therefore the concern about the very real growing tensions between Xi and the conservative side of our country, or at least the Republican side of our country, is a more serious threat on a war front. And on a international health front, I think it's a very clear that Biden administration is going to be a lot better on the World Health front. And also I think that they're going to be better in terms of like trying to have better international trade and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, it was fun to talk to you.
You want to shout out your channel real quick?
Quibbles Over Coffee on YouTube.
Is it
just search Quibbles Over Coffee.
Q-U-I?
Yeah, Quibbles. I'll just say hi. Quibbles, Quibbles, space over, space coffee. And then Quibbles C on Twitter. And then also Quibbles C at Substack. Those are the places.
No, I had fun talking. I know it was late, but I didn't join it, so hopefully we'll talk some other time. But I appreciate it. I gotta get some sleep, but you probably have to get some sleep too. So
totally fair. Yeah, I do. All right, have a good one.
We'll see you, man. Yep. So, all right, we'll end her here. I'm probably not gonna worry about rating anyone. Oh my goodness. No, I enjoyed talking to him. I thought it was fun. But that the problem is that, at the end of the day, there are people that'll just be like, well, I'm going to vote for Biden no matter what. And it's like, well, what can you do? I don't know when this might be the last time you hear me stream for quite some time, because I am going on vacation here soon. So, I don't know. When I'm on vacation, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. I thought it was good. But, kind of like the Trump no matter what, guys. Yeah, possibly. There are people that are Trump no matter what. He could do no wrong. It's terrible, right? I don't do the same with Trump. How do I do the same with Trump? In what way do I do that with Trump? My issue is I want the person, we agreed, the bulk of the stream was about how business as usual and our institutions are set up in such a way to keep power away from average Americans, right? Those institutions have declared war on one particular group of people. So I could choose to support people that come from that group in the hopes that, albeit slim, that they're able to do something about those corrupt institutions. Or I could vote for the guy who literally represents those institutions and that corruption, right? That doesn't mean that I'm Trump no matter what. If someone comes along and does a better job of tearing down those institutions, and the reason that it makes sense in the context of this conversation is that Quibble, right, is admitting that, yes, these institutions are corrupt, our voice isn't heard, and blah, 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 blah. But then it's like, but I'm going to vote for the guy who's, without a doubt, more responsible and represents that more than the other guy. But yeah, I mean, no, I enjoyed talking to him. I thought it was good. So, like I said, I don't know when I'll be streaming again next, but maybe tomorrow night. Probably not, though. So you might not see me for a hot minute because, like I said, I finally get off work Wednesday, and then after that, I don't understand what you're saying, The Onion. The people that attack the institutions and why you say Trump. I don't know. No. I know the words you're typing, but I don't understand what the message you're trying to impart is. So, yeah, I don't know when you'll hear from me again, but I'll be having a good time. I'll be on vacation, so hopefully I will talk to you maybe the following Monday. So maybe it'd be like 7 days or something like that. But I'm going to head to bed. Thank you so much for those that made it through the end of the stream. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Hopefully I'll be able to talk to you soon. As always, have a good one. Thanks so much, everyone.